Summary: a person's perspective plays a vital role in developing one's personality. What happens when you realize the world you live in is the same as a novel? 0. Elea gets a skill called parallel memory, which allowed him to get the memory of his alternative self of a different universe. He realizes that the world he lives in is similar to the novel he used to read in his alternative world. The world will face catastrophe in the future, but there is no need to worry as there is a main character working hard to save the world. And what about me? I am but a mob character. Chapter 1 Prologue: The world we see can be changed based on the perspective of the viewer. This statement is something that I realized after getting the skill parallel memory. The world here is called Idolos, which is constantly being invaded by demons and monsters. There is also the presence of mana, due to which humans are more strong and live longer. The average lifespan of a human is around 150, and for the high-ranking human, it is 300 years. 0. Elea am just an average human of rank F who is going to enroll in Ace Academy, which is the N.01 high school in the world. The school is headed by a rank SS human who is one of the strongest in the human domain. The strength of humans is divided into different ranks. SSS being the strongest and F being the weakest. The academy has lots of rank A teachers and lots of them have experience of conquering dungeons and fighting monsters. For the entrance exam of Ace Academy, we had to fight golem of rank F, and the number of golems defeated in 1 hour was the points that we get. I defeated 7 golems using my sword art LVL3 shadow style with practitioner proficiency. With this art, I can coat the sword with mana and slash the sword at high speed. In this world, there is something called skill, which is something that is in perfect stage the moment you acquire it from skill scroll or other means, and there is also something called art, which can be acquired by instruction books, from which we learn and try to increase our proficiency. There are 9 levels of art, with level 9 being the highest. However, even if the art is of LVL1, if the proficiency is perfect, then it can be more powerful than the LVL9 art with only beginner proficiency. The proficiency is also divided into beginner, practitioner, proficient, expert, master, and perfect. When I reach the proficient level in my sword art, I can shoot shadow slash to an enemy at distance. Anyway, I passed the test with one of the lowest points. I was ranked 970 among 1,000 students who have passed. I was going home after the announcement of the result. It was already great for me to get a chance to attend the #1 school in the world. While leaving, I could see lots of reporters interviewing the students. Especially the rank 1 student. He is a total monster that has destroyed 34 golems within an hour, which makes his score the highest point in the history of the Ace Academy entrance exam, though other top students were also beast with rank 2 and 3 getting 27 and 25 points respectively. The scores are also higher than other top-ranked students of previous years, which was 22 points. Sigh, looks like my classmate is going to be all monsters. I was dejected thinking about the geniuses that I have to meet in class. I went to meet my parents, who were working in the guild called Shadow Genesis, which is just silver grade. The guild grade is divided into platinum, diamond, gold, silver, bronze, iron, and gradeless. The new guild will start as gradeless, and iron grade is given to the guild which has some achievement, and for a guild to be graded as bronze, their requirement was for the guild to have at least 10 rank C members or 1 rank B member, and for a silver grade, there should be at least 10 rank B member or 1 rank A member. Though my parents' guild doesn't have a rank A member, there was at least 13 rank B guild member. My dad is the guild master with a rank being B, and mom is the vice guild master with rank B, 1 sub-rank below dad. Good afternoon, Hella. Is guild master here? I asked the guild receptionist. Ah. Yes. Guild master is in his office. Thanks. I thanked the receptionist and went to my father's office. I reached the guildmaster's office and knocked on the door. Knock. Knock, come in, I heard my dad's voice. I opened the door and I could see my dad sitting on a chair with lots of paper in front of him. Father. What are you doing? Just looking at some recruitment list for the guild. Anyway, 0, how was the entrance exam? Well, I passed, albeit just barely. Haha, that's my boy. Passing is passing even if it is the lowest rank. I believe that with the teaching in #1 academy, you will get lots of new experience. This calls for celebration. Thanks, Dad. So where's Mom? Hee hee. I knew you would pass, so to celebrate we have prepared something special for you. as soon Dad said that the door was pushed open and Mom came in with a box in her hand. 0. Are you okay? Mom ran towards me and hugged me tight, and asked me the question right after seeing me. Well, it is obvious why Mom asked me this question, as the entrance exam was generally fighting monsters, though the types of monsters were different each time. I am fine, just some scratch. So that box is the gift that was prepared for me. Yes. I and your mom have gotten you a random skill box, though it is of low rank. Huh? I was baffled. Random skill box was very rare even if it was of low rank. Random skill box could give you skills from every rank. It means that from this box there is a possibility of getting rank SSS skill, though getting high-level skills from low-level random skill box was low, but there was a possibility. Even if rank S and above were impossible for me, there was a high chance of getting a rank B skill, which was the highest skill that was present in our guild. This random skill box must have cost millions of Ethan coins, which is enough to buy a rank B skill. Though it could also generate and most of the time give rank D and E skills. But because of its possibility to give higher rank skill, the value of this box was quite high. I couldn't say a word. How could I? With the money used to buy this, we could have purchased a rank A level up potion which could increase the chance of Dad becoming rank A. Instead, they are investing this chance for my future, son. Though chances are slim, these boxes may give you the skill of rank A and above. Dad and Mom can't afford them. So we have decided to give you this box. This is the best we can do for you. Dad, how can I accept something so valuable? I think Dad should use this item. Son, you are going to attend the #1 academy of the world, with the student being son and daughter of Gold and Diamond Guild. They must have given them rank A and above skill to them, and competition in the academy without at least rank C skill is going to be very tough. Though getting rank A and above might be impossible, but it can give you at least rank C or B skill. 0. Don't worry about it. Just use it, as Mom and Dad have prepared this specifically for you. This thing is worthless compared to your future. Mom assured me to use it. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Father. I will gratefully use it. I held the box in my hand and poured mana into the box. The box shined and slowly disappeared. The skill got integrated with me. I got a skill. I wanted to know what skill I got, so I checked my status screen. Status, status, name, 0 Elea, rank, F, strength, F, speed, F, stamina, E, mana, F, luck, B, row. Charm, C, skill, rank SS, parallel memory, art, LVL3, shadow style proficiency, practitioner, parallel memory. I was stunned. My parents sacrificed so much money for me to become stronger by giving me a random box, but what I got from it was parallel memory. What the hell? Even rank C or D skill was acceptable. However, what I got was parallel memory, a skill that just increases your memory. It was just a useless rank F skill that could be purchased in the market for a couple of thousand Ethan coins. Its value was not even 1/10 of the value of the random skill box. So, what skill did you get? My parents asked me excitedly. They were staring at me so happily that I was starting to feel guilty. I was silent for a moment before answering. Parallel memory. Silence prevailed in the room. It was like the happy emotion we felt had all vanished from the room. After a few minutes, my father broke the silence. Don't worry, son. Though you got rank F skill, Dad will promise you that I will get you a rank B skill, FAF. Father no needs to spend more resources on me. Even if Dad is the guild master, other executives of the guild will not be happy for spending this much resource on me. I will definitely work hard in the academy and become powerful even without skill. I tried to persuade my dad into not spending any more Ethan coins on me. It was already hard for my parent to get me random skill box. If they decide to take a rank B skill from guild, then my parents' position in guild could be jeopardized. Even though I didn't get a powerful skill, I could still get strong from the teaching of Ace Academy. I also have the option of making money from working part-time and buying a rank B skill when I get enough money. Dad tried to insist that he could still try to get a skill for me, but I refused by saying that skill is not everything and we should work hard without relying on external things. Though unconvinced, Dad dropped the matter after seeing my resolute face. We went home together and there was a small family party for my successful enrollment in Ace Academy. We ate and talked happily until it was time for bed. In bed, I was thinking about what happened in the guild. Honestly, I was depressed and disappointed. It was my chance to get a good skill and get to the level of other top students, but I ruined my chance and got a skill that only increases your memory. Though the skill may sound incredible, the increased memory is only when you use the skill which uses mana. So it was a pretty useless skill even among other rank F skill. Sigh. Before going to bed I wanted to check my status again. Though I know the skill will not change, but I wanted to make sure whether what I got was really a rank F skill. Status, status, name, 0 Elea. Rank, F, strength, F, speed, F, stamina, E, mana, F, luck, B, charm, C, skill, rank SS, parallel memory, art, LVL3, shadow style proficiency, practitioner, Sigh, I got really shitty luck today. Getting rank F skill from random skill box was as rare as getting an A rank skill. As I continued staring at the status screen, I noticed that the rank of my parallel memory is SS. What the? I rubbed my eye and looked carefully to confirm whether what I was seeing was correct. Yes, indeed the rank is SS, I thought for a moment, but I don't remember skill parallel memory being rank SS. I thought it may be a new skill, but parallel memory was already a known skill. Just that the rank is not SS, parallel memory. No use thinking about something you don't know, instead I can see what it does by using it. I used the skill to see what was the effect of rank SS parallel memory. After a few minutes, I waited for something to happen. Nothing happened. Not even my memory was being affected. Is this skill flawed? Or is it that I am not capable of using it? I thought for a moment before deciding that the first option was ridiculous. There was never an incident of a skill being flawed, but there was a situation where skill cannot be executed by the user. The reason could be a lack of mana or doesn't have the appropriate tool for execution. How can you use sword skills without a sword? So, maybe my mana capacity does not reach its requirement. I wanted to know why it was not working, but I kept it for tomorrow. I am already tired from the entrance exam. Tomorrow I can discuss it with my parents. Honestly, I was a little happy since the rank is SS. Even if the skill increases the memory, the effect will be much better than a rank F skill. Though I would have preferred if the skill was for combat. Rank SS skill means that you have a chance of becoming one of the strongest humans. Not even Platinum Guild would have a rank SS skill. It was extremely rare, and it is only those rank S and rank SS humans that could have 1 or 2 rank SS skills. Strongest. I slept as I thought about being strongest, not knowing that I, 0 Elea, would wake up tomorrow as a completely different person. Chapter 2. Me and I. While sleeping, I was dreaming about a world where there was no mana and I was living a life of a boy who was similar to me in the dream. I was reading a novel that is similar to my current world. In other words, that novel was about this world. Why I think that novel is similar to my world is because the name of the academy that the MC attends is the same one that I am going to join, and I also know the MC of the novel, Hero Ernest, who is the rank 1 of the entrance exam. He had become famous after the entrance exam and you could see him on every media. Hero Ernest has achieved the highest grade to date in the Ace Academy entrance exam. Additionally, with his handsome looks, he has become very popular among girls and boys. Right now, multiple media are covering his potential and how he can become the strongest human. Some media even talked about Hero by saying that Hero Ernest will become the hero of humanity. Well, according to the novel, he became so strong because of the help of a cheat power called a system that allowed him to power up faster than other people. The system also provides the main character with all sorts of resources such as stamina potion, mana recovery potion, which is very expensive in the market. The novel state that he got the power of the system when he was on verge of dying on Rank E dungeon. The reason he was attempting the Rank E dungeon alone despite only being rank F at that time was that he wanted legendary elixir. The elixir he wants is an S-rank item that can heal any injury or disease, and the peculiar thing about this item is that it doesn't always appear in a high-ranking dungeon like other items. Normally, items rank will be similar to dungeon rank, but this elixir would randomly appear in any rank of the dungeon, though the chance of getting this item is very slim. Last time this elixir was discovered from rank C dungeon, Anyway, the reason for finding the elixir was to cure his parents who are in a coma. He also wanted to be strong to take revenge for his parent, the demon who had attacked his family and sent his parents to a coma. A very strong demon at Earl rank, which is as strong as rank a human. So in the novel, it says that while he was exploring the dungeon he encounters a dungeon boss of rank E ogre and several of his goblin army. Though he managed to survive the ordeal and defeat the boss Orge, he was fatally wounded. There he got a treasure chest for defeating the boss and inside was a potion. He didn't know what the potion did because it was transparent and there was no transparent potion available in the market, but since he was dying, he took the chance and drank it anyway. It was then that the system named Level Up System was integrated with the MC hero Ernest. As a reward for conquering the dungeon, the system healed him and explained the power of the system. From then on, system gave lots of missions to hero Ernest with all kinds of rewards that made MC powerful. So when he took the entrance exam he had reached rank E, which is way too powerful for a 15-year boy. The average student will still be ranked F, without taking any potion. I was ranked F because I trained hard and took some potion for leveling up. But even though I ranked 970, it doesn't mean I am weak. No, in fact, whosoever got admitted to Ace Academy can be considered high-level human among other humans. Generally, only the top student would have rank E, or in rare cases rank E student as the highest rank in the entrance exam. But Hero got to rank E while still being a middle schooler, which is super rare, or maybe it is the first case since the establishment of Ace Academy. I continue to see many things besides the novel, a world divided into 7 landmasses instead of one like Idolos, a normal life without fighting and enjoying the youth without worry. It was a life without war, a future we could have without demons. The memories of the boy continued until he was 15 years old. Gasp, 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 I opened my eyes. I felt like I had a really long dream. No, not a dream, but I feel like I have lived those 15 years myself in that world called Earth. Or is it that I am transmigrated in this world? No. I know I have lived in this world. I remember my childhood to my middle school days. I know it was me that lived here, but I also feel like I have lived on Earth. Earth, a world without mana or monster. There I was just a regular student who goes to school and dreams of working after graduating from college. I dreamed of going to a tech company and working there, so I really studied hard and my only hobby was reading web novels. I feel like I have transmigrated from Earth to Idolos like in some web novel, but I know that I have lived in Idolos. So confusing, feels like 2 of me had become 1. Is it the effects of parallel memory or just a nightmare? I sat on the bed thinking about what I was doing last night. I think I was contemplating about the new skill parallel memory before sleeping. So, is it really the effect of this new skill? I don't really know, but I knew the method for knowing. I stood up and washed my face before going for breakfast. As we were eating, I asked my dad, "Father, can I get a skill identification scroll?" My father chewed the bread before replying, "What for?" "I want to find the effect of parallel memory skill. Even if I know some things about it, I want to know all the details about it." Skill identification scroll, an item made by Dwarf for identifying the detail of a skill. I want to use that to find out the effect of my parallel memory skill. Whether the dream or the life that I lived has a connection with the skill or not can be confirmed by checking the detail of the skill. Okay. It's always good to know about your skill. It can come in handy at certain times even if it is rank F. I didn't reveal that the skill was rank SS, even I am not sure whether it was SS rank or some flaw in the status screen. I wanted to make sure I understand what my skill was before revealing it to my parents. I continued eating my breakfast. We went to the guild together after breakfast and I was given the skill identification scroll from the guild storage. I came back home to use the scroll. I imbued the scroll with my mana and then the description of my skill can be seen on my status screen. Status name 0 Elea, rank F, strength F, speed F, stamina E, mana F, luck B, charm C, skill rank SS, parallel memory, a skill that enables the user to get the memories from their alternative self from another world. Side effect: the user may sometimes be overwhelmed by the emotion and personality of the alternative self. Art LVL3 Shadow Style Proficiency, practitioner, ========================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================= memory, instead it lets the user have the memory of his alternative world self. No wonder I feel like I am who I was as well as someone else at the same time. It was the side effect of the skill. Though I don't feel overwhelmed by the emotion of my alternative self right now, I feel some change in my thinking. Now that I got the memory of my Earth self, I feel insignificant or like some mob character. After recalling the novel from my memory, I know that the world revolves around Hero Ernest and his group as main character, and me and others are just there to make them shine. Though I recalled the name Zero Elea in the novel, his part was very insignificant, or rather he only appears twice or thrice in the novel. You may think it's obvious as the novel MC is Hero Ernest, but considering the novel, it was not. The novel was not your typical novel. It was very popular, and the novel had reached 10,000 plus chapters. The word may have reached tens of million words, and the novel doesn't always show the MC part but covers all the significant characters from his rival life story to some of his enemy life stories. The novel also shows the life of a side character who was just Hero's classmate and insignificant to MC's growth. It also explains the location of various skills and art which are acquired by a villain and some other side character. The world in the novel was described very well, and even if it was just describing some insignificant character, it was done so well, giving more depth to the world and character of the novel. The novel was also covering lots of side characters. So for my name to be mentioned twice or thrice was pretty uncommon. This could mean that my existence in the novel was as insignificant as it can get. I sat down on my bed, recalling the memories of my alternate self. The biggest thing about the memories was not the presence of an alternative world but knowing that this world is similar to the novel in the alternate world. I am not 100% sure whether what was written in the novel is true or not, but what happened in the entrance exam was very similar to what is written in the novel. So to speak, if the novel is the same as my world, then the prologue has just started. The MC will be in the same class as me, a completely average student and an insignificant character with rank F power without any special power. And the perk of MC are that they are trouble magnets. Whenever they are involved, things will go down and villains and demons will attack MC as well as other students who are with him. I don't think I have the power to constantly fight with demons and villains of higher rank. And due to MC being the MC, every villain and demon will target and attack our class. So to summarize, I am FKED up, Chapter 3 Me and I, 2, for other people. The main character may be someone that they want to get close to and is proud to be his friend due to MC being brilliant. The people saved by MC may be grateful to MC for saving them, but from the reader's point of view, there is nothing good about being with MC. The main character is always a trouble magnet. He will be targeted by the various villain and other people near him will get dragged into his mess. Grateful for saving, my ass, the reason you all are in danger is due to the presence of MC. All in all, Hero Ernest is someone I should avoid at all costs. However, it's not that I am blaming him for attracting the villain's attention. It just means he is just that much of a threat to villains. That's why they openly attack him and other people around him. Who knows, without MC, villains may have caused a bigger problem for other people in the future and we may have to deal with a bigger problem. Although I would like to not be around MC and his group, however, I appreciate them for standing up to injustice and helping others. Anyways, I am not really sure whether the world is the same as what is written in the novel or it is just some similarities. I would eventually know the answer if I observe the MC for a long time. I could compare what is happening to Hero Ernest to the events of the novel, but the problem is I don't have that much time. If the world is really the same as the novel, then the problem will start brewing as soon as school starts, and I don't really know whether I will survive if I don't become stronger. So my first problem is to confirm whether the world really is the same as the novel or not, and the second problem is to get stronger. At least I need to reach rank E by the end of this month before starting school. I thought of an idea that could solve both problems. The idea is to go to the location of some art or skill mentioned in the novel and get it. If there is an art or skill there, then it will confirm that the world is the same as the novel, and at the same time the skill and art can make me powerful. I decided that looking for art and skill will solve both the problem, and I started to plan for getting the skill or an art. Firstly, I had to choose which skill and art to look for. I could just look for the most powerful skill, rank SSS, but the location of the skill is in a very dangerous zone, and even if I could get it, I don't have the capability to use the skill. Therefore, I decided to look for art that can be learned as long as you get it, and stronger art can make you rank up faster. The location should also be taken into consideration, as I live in the star city of Himalaya domain. I can't go to other domains which are far too dangerous and time-consuming. It is not hard to find the art, as the novel has extensively described the location of some of the art. It's just that I don't have the capability to enter all those places. I thought of some art and eventually decided on magic art, cryomancy. The reason for this is because the location of the art is nearby, just 120 kilometers from Star City, and that place is relatively safe. Another reason is that the magic art will be discovered by the villain, not the MC. I don't really want to take the art of MC and make him less powerful. Hero Ernest will be soon regarded as the savior of humans, and I as a human don't wish to destroy that future. Though I don't really mind taking the opportunity of villain to become stronger, the location of art is in Sunset Forest, a rank F place that is accessible to anyone with rank F power. Since I am rank F, I am allowed to explore the place. I decided that tomorrow I will visit the place and decide what to do after confirming whether the art is there or not. I spend the rest of my day preparing for tomorrow's journey. Taking enough ration and having some potion is mandatory when exploring these places. Even in a low danger zone, we may meet higher rank monsters and may meet some mishap. I also bought an art identification scroll for identifying the art if I do find it. During dinner, I told my parents about my plan for tomorrow. I naturally didn't tell them that I was looking for art, but gave the reason that I want to explore and train myself. My parents gave me their consent. Though dangerous, this world is not a peaceful one, and it is normal for people to risk their lives to become stronger. The next day I booked my train ticket for a place near the Sunset Forest. It took the train 45 minutes before arriving at the destination, and I still needed to walk 10 kilometers before reaching the entrance of the forest. I took out the map and looked at it. According to memory, cryomancy art will be in the middle of the forest after 7 kilometers from the entrance. The art is hidden near the tree that has snowy color. Maybe due to the art mana the tree was affected and turned snowy. Well, since the tree's appearance is unique, it will be easier for me to identify the tree. In 30 minutes I reached the entrance and showed my ID to the guards. After that, I increased my alertness and continued walking in the forest for 10 minutes before encountering Swamp Money, who is a rank F monster. I steadily walked near the monster before unsheathing the sword, SHUA. Using my shadow style I quickly struck the monster and beheaded him. The monster was lifeless with its head separated from its body. It was not my first time encountering this type of monster. Unlike Earth, which is peaceful, here kids in middle school are taught to kill the monster, and third years of middle school are required to explore the rank F dungeon for gaining experience. I have additional experience as I have gone to a higher ranked dungeon with my dad and other guild members. So, this type of low rank monster is easy for me to handle. I looked whether there is a monster core or not. Monster cores are a round object that is sometimes found in monster. It is usually located around the chest and can be exchanged for a pretty big amount of money. The monster core can be used to enhance the weapon or to generate energy from it. Anyway, this monster didn't have it, and I was not disappointed because only a higher rank monster who could use mana will have the core. I continued my journey and I didn't encounter another monster, which was lucky for me. I searched for the tree. After calculating the distance that I walked, I knew it was around 7 kilometers from the entrance. I looked around before noticing a tree with a unique appearance. It has the same appearance as described in the novel. Row, thump. Thump, my heart beat loudly as I was both excited and nervous. As of now, the place described and location of the tree is as mentioned in the novel. If the world is the same as a novel, then I will get a pretty strong art. I approached the tree and took a look at it. Snowy tree, same as what was in the novel. The art is buried in the ground in front of the tree, and the reason for the villain finding this skill in the novel was that he wanted to hide the rank A pill that he stole and stumbled upon the art. So, I took out the shovel and started to dig in front of the tree. After I dug about 1 meter, I feel like the shovel hit on a steel box. So I continued to dig until I could see a steel box. I took the box out and placed it on the ground. I swiftly opened the box and inside was the art, which was giving a dense and cold mana aura. I took a deep breath and held the book in my hand. I stared at the art that is on my hand. This proves that the world is indeed the same as what is in the novel. With the knowledge of the novel, I could predict some of the events that will happen to me. I got to be prepared for it, and this art is the first preparation. I infused the mana in the art book, and slowly the knowledge got integrated with me. It taught me the practice of cryomancy. I slowly digested the information I got from the art identification. I used the scroll to know the details of the art, status name, 0 Elea, rank, F, strength, F, speed, F, stamina, E, mana, F, luck, B, charm, C, skill, rank SS, parallel memory. A skill that enables the user to get the memories from their alternative self from another world. Side effect: the user may sometimes be overwhelmed by the emotion and personality of the alternative self. Art. LVL 3, Shadow Style Proficiency, Practitioner, art that enables the user to use the sword as if the sword is a shadow. The sword slash will be faster and stronger than a normal swing. After mastering the shadow style, the user will be able to move and attack using the shadow. LVL 9, Cryomancy, Beginner, magic art is said to be made by the strongest ice mage in history after fighting the ice dragon. The user will be able to use ice magic to freeze the enemy to death. The ice-related skill will be twice effective, and the user will gain tolerance to cold. After mastering the cryomancy, the user may be able to freeze the world. Wow. LVL 9. I really got an LVL 9 art, hahaha, it was something that I didn't dare to dream about. Even LVL 5 art was considered precious by the Diamond Graded Guild. Not even the current top 3 strongest fighter has LVL 9 art. Only some of the strongest in history were able to get it, and it is a magic art as well. Magic art is more rare and precious than normal art. While normal art focuses on strengthening the body or weapon, magic art can be used to attack the enemy using mana. For example, I use shadow style to make my sword slash faster, but with a fire magic art, I could shoot out a fireball. I was really excited to practice and learn cryomancy. I would have to reach at least practitioner proficiency in cryomancy before it becomes useful in combat. With beginner proficiency, I can only shoot some ice shards, freeze the water, and gain immunity to cold. But from practitioner proficiency, I will be able to make ice walls for defense and freeze enemies on a large scale. I returned to the Sunset Forest entrance immediately by following the route I took. I took the train back to Star City. As I sat on the train seat, I felt like training my cryomancy art but managed to hold it in. It could cause a really big problem if my mana went haywire while training, and I don't really want to expose my art to other people. I will wait until I am strong enough before revealing anything about my art, hehe. Low key. Chapter 4 Training. After returning to Star City, I was on my way to Shadow Genesis. I was not there to meet my parents but to train, as the guild provide us with a training room. I registered for one private training room for 8 hours. Since I am the son of the guild master, I don't need to pay them for the room. Including me, sons and daughters of other B rank members enjoy this privilege. I went to training room No. 1. C, the number indicates that the room can handle rank F energy. Our guild has room from numbers 1 to 5, number 5 being the room that can handle rank B energy. Our guild only has 3 such rooms, and the charges for those rooms are very high. The raw materials required to build those rooms are rare and expensive. So naturally, it is very expensive to book those places. My training room was 10 meters long and 15 meters wide. It was quite spacious and had training equipment such as a dumbbell weighing 100 kilograms and a sword of various kinds. The training room walls are able to withstand attacks from rank F heroes and are also soundproof. I sat down on my mat and started to channel my mana according to the cryomancy art. The mana needs to be converted to ice energy for the art. I need to do it until I can easily convert my mana into ice energy. It took me 2 hours before I can convert my mana into ice energy, but it was not good enough. For me to use the cryomancy art, I need to be able to convert mana into ice energy faster and easier. You don't want to use your entire mana just to freeze a glass of water. I should practice like this until I efficiently convert mana into ice energy without wasting much mana. I continue to practice like this, and in between, I also tried to use cryomancy art, ice shard that is attacking using the ice shard. It took me 10 minutes in the beginning to form 1 meter of ice and use it. Using the last 6 hours, I have gone from basic understanding to utilizing the ice magic more efficiently. In the end, I was able to form 1 meter of ice in under 8 minutes. Though this was useless right now as it took me most of my mana to form 1 ice shard and the time needed was 8 minutes. It will be quite useful in battle if the execution time was less, like I can use it as my long-distance attack. I continued to come to visit the guild for the following days. I informed my parents that I will be training in the guild until school starts. I continued practicing the cryomancy art and I could feel every day that my time was getting faster for converting mana into ice energy. If the mana took 1 minute to form ice energy that is needed to freeze a glass of water in the beginning, now I can do the same in 1 second. Now I can use cryomancy art, ice shard in 10 seconds, and it is also possible to use it consecutively for 4 times. Due to my constant effort in cryomancy being LVL9 art, my usage for ice magic has reached such a stage that even the rank E ice mage may not be able to control ice magic as I can. It is also possible for me to increase the size of the ice shard from 1 meter to 3 meters, though it takes most of my mana. However, the destructiveness of that attack has reached the power of rank E attack. The magic art truly is worthy of being LVL9, being able to display the power of LVL9 attacks when I am just a rank F and art being just beginner proficiency is rare. If the art was expert proficiency, maybe you can display the power that is rank higher than yourself, but my proficiency is just beginner and I can display power higher than my rank, though it takes almost all my mana. It has almost been a month since I got parallel memory and my thought has been collected. I know that this world is going in the direction of the novel that I have read in Another World. I thought about what I should do. Do I act as what is written in the novel or do I not give a damn about it? I may have naturally acted the way I have in the novel if it was before knowing that this world is similar to the novel, but now. I don't know. I want the world to go in the same direction as the novel, though the novel is not completed and I don't know everything that is going to happen, but I do know that MC Help solves lots of problems, and if we go in the novel direction then many evil organization will be destroyed, which is a good thing for society. It may be a good idea to do things as stated in the novel, but I don't know if it is my Another World memory that is affecting me, but I don't think I can act like what is written in the novel. Though in the novel I was an insignificant character, however I was given one important thing to do and only one thing, that is making the female lead character shine. I don't know if my personality is the same as stated in the novel or not. In the novel from the start, Elea was a character who was just there in the novel to praise and revere the character called Lisa Kielpas. She is one of the future companions of hero Ernest and lauded as Gerbera Daisy's flower that smiles. It is because she is always smiling and never angry at anyone. I know I am quite straightforward, but to openly express my feelings in front of the whole school, I don't know. In the novel not only do I pester her every day, but I would also confess to her in the class. Yes, that right, this was the role given to me, Elea in the novel. I have to first praise her every day, confess, and in the end be rejected by her. I don't know how I got the courage to do it, as she is not only the most beautiful girl but her rank is E and she is the daughter of the guild master of one of the platinum guilds. She is like a noble and I, a commoner. A toad wishing to eat swan meat is a perfect proverb to describe this situation. Maybe after going to school my personality changed, or is it that my feeling for her was so strong that I didn't care about anything else? I don't know. Just because I know what will happen doesn't mean I know why it happened, though thinking about it. I don't know who gave me the courage to pursue her. She was described as one of the most beautiful girls in the school and has many pursuers, including MC rival Zion Maxwell, who is ranked second in the entrance exam. Though in the novel, Zion was constantly being rejected by Lisa, however he didn't allow other boys to be near her. I don't know why in the novel he didn't beat me up like the other boys. He would not only beat other pursuers but also use his father's name, who is a rank SS hero and guild master of one of the platinum guilds, to threaten them into not approaching Lisa. He has started to fall for her since the age of 10 when they first met each other at a birthday party, and since then he has started to court her. Never mind, I decided to follow the novel, though embarrassing. However, I only need to follow the novel for the first year, and then according to the novel, I was never involved with the main story of the novel. After getting rejected by Lisa, I shall confess, be rejected, and then exit the main story. This was my plan to keep the future of this world the same as the novel. I would do things according to what is written in the novel. I would keep my involvement with hero Ernest and other main characters as little as possible. After the decision, I continued my training. 1 week was left before I go to Ace Academy and live there as a student were mandatory to live in the dorm because they want the student to entirely focus on improving their strength and the environment provided by the academy was best for improving the student. I can feel that I am on the verge of breaking through the next rank. With the practice of cryomancy art, my mana absorption rate has increased. Higher level art means more absorption of mana, so faster they are able to rank up. I also have enough control over ice energy and am also on the way to reach practitioner proficiency in cryomancy art. I have spent the last 7 days practicing intensely to break through. I also practice my sword art shadow style. I was able to increase my strength of shadow style with an increase in the control of mana due to practicing cryomancy art. I thought I needed more control over the mana before reaching the next proficiency level, but due to practice of cryomancy art, I feel I reached the requirement needed for reaching proficiency. Tomorrow is the day I go to school and chapter 1 of the novel kicks off. Status status name 0 Elea, rank E dash, strength E, speed E, stamina E, mana E, luck B, charm C, skill, rank SS, parallel memory. A skill that enables the user to get the memories from their alternative self from another world. Side effect, the user may sometimes be overwhelmed by the emotion and personality of the alternative self. Art, LVL3, shadow style proficiency, proficient, art that enables the user to use the sword as if the sword is a shadow. The sword slash will be faster and stronger than a normal swing. After mastering the shadow style, the user will be able to move and attack using the shadow. LVL9, cryomancy, practitioner, magic art is said to be made by the strongest ice mage in history after fighting the ice dragon. The user will be able to use ice magic to freeze the enemy to death. The ice-related skill will be twice effective and the user will gain tolerance to cold. After mastering the cryomancy, the user may be able to freeze the world. My hard work did pay off. I looked at my status screen, completely impressed. I was able to reach rank E and practitioner proficiency for cryomancy art as planned. Additionally, I have also broken through proficiency in shadow style, which enabled me to shoot shadow slash. The concept is similar to ice shard, but it needed a sword as medium and was much faster and more deadly than ice shard. I have done and gone beyond what I had planned. My strength is at least in the top 50 of the new student. I am prepared. Destiny, here I come. Chapter 5 Ace Academy, Beginner, Alpha. I stared at the door of the classroom, making sure that this was my classroom. I was excited and nervous at the same time. Not only is this my first day at school, but beyond the door are the main character of the novel. My classroom was for beginners or for first years. The class was named Alpha. This was the classroom of the main characters and his friend in the novel. Not only does the main character need to deal with challenges from other students of this class, but also suffer jealousy and unfairness from some teacher. In short, this class is nothing but trouble. I entered the classroom slowly and I could see lots of students sitting in groups and chatting with each other. The most noticeable group was Hero Ernest and his future companion group. They were surrounded by at least 15 students and they seemed to be trying to have a friendly conversation with the main characters. Most girls in the class were staring at Hero Ernest and they seems to blush and giggle while glancing at him. That's MC for sure. Stealing girls' heart by just sitting. The MC Hero Ernest has a very attractive face with black hair and a black eye. He gives a vibe of an innocent person with his friendly smile, attracting lots of people with his approachable aura. He is also very strong, so naturally, people want to be friends with him. I could also see Zion Maxwell, MC rival, sitting near the MC. He is mostly surrounded by his lackey who seems to be protecting him or something. Anyways, with his cold demeanor, I don't think any normal student would approach him. He gives off an aura that seems to look down on other people. He has red hair combined with his red eye, which makes him look wild and dangerous. Then we have another group which is full of girls. Right next to MC is Lisa Kielpas and Sylvia Mavis, who are both female main characters in the novel. They seem to have a friendly conversation with other girls. Sylvia is speaking while Lisa is just listening and smiling. Sylvia was an extrovert character who was friendly and talkative in the novel. from the four main characters, she was the most social person, and if we exclude her strength then everything about her seems like a normal student except her beauty. Her face seems to be radiating light, and whenever she smiles, boys seem to be in a daze. With her blue hair and similarly colored eye, she looks dazzling even in a normal school uniform. With her is the goddess, Lisa Kielpas, who seems quite shy and is reserved with her word. Opposite of Sylvia, who is talkative, with long black hair and golden eye, she truly resembles a goddess. She seems like someone you can't help but want to protect, except she doesn't need others' protection. With rank being E and ranked third among the first year in the entrance exam, you don't need to worry about her strength. My heart skipped a beat when I look at Lisa. She looks absolutely beautiful, but from the novel I know she isn't someone you can have, only someone you can yearn for. Even hero Ernest and Zion Maxwell were unable to earn affection from her. Zion Maxwell uses everything to impress her, be it wealth, power, or fame. She doesn't seem to care even about his love for her. Though hero Ernest doesn't actively pursue her, being MC, it is weird that she doesn't show affection to him like other girls in the novel. I walked nervously and sat on the chair which was far opposite from MC's place. I continued to look around. After some time, I felt sleepy until I heard some student exclaim loudly, "Wow! It's the Ice Enchantress. I didn't know we are going to get her as our classroom teacher. I believe in love again. Please don't wake me up." I can see lots of students making noise with faces filled with excitement, especially boys. Though I can understand their excitement, the classroom teacher of Alpha class was Mia Frostein, also known as Ice Enchantress, who is the youngest to reach rank A. Becoming rank A at the age of 20, she is also believed to have rank SSS potential. Her strength in ice magic coupled with her beauty has earned her the title of Ice Enchantress. Her hair is as white as snow and her eye as black as coal. Her cold expression is as cold as ice magic. Clap. Clap, attention. I am your homeroom teacher, and for the rest of the year, I will be in charge of you all. Today is the first day of your school, so let me introduce myself. I am Mia Frostein. My rank is A, and I hope you all will work hard and make a great contribution to humanity, she said with a stern expression. We don't entertain slackers, and everything in this academy will be based on the result. Your talent and background don't matter, only when you show results will you be appreciated by the academy. With this, we will have attendance. Rank 1 hero Ernest, present. She took a look at the student info book and back at the boy. She seemed to be content with the information shown in the book. She nodded and continued. Row, rank 2 Zion Maxwell, present. Rank 3 Lisa Kielpas, present. Rank 4 Sylvia Mavis, here. Here, rank 8 Flash Irvin, rank 970 Elea, present. Good. Everybody is present. Now let us proceed as scheduled. Today you be choosing weapons as well as practical class. For practical class, you all will be assigned with a teacher that is good at using that weapon. Having to choose a compatible weapon is very important, the skill and art that you need to be compatible with your choice of weapon. Stat should also be taken into consideration, especially if you are thinking of taking a magic art class. You need to have a high stat for mana to be able to enroll there. She took us to a venue where there was lots of weapon of a different type. Choosing a weapon is not only choosing the tool, but along with it, we are choosing which practical class to go. If I choose a sword, then I will be assigned to sword class for the practical period where we will teach by the teacher who learns sword art. I was honestly struggling with which weapon to use. I can use sword type weapon or magic type weapon. My sword art proficiency is high, and sword training was something I was taught from a young age. On other hand, I have is LVL9 magic art cryomancy, which is high level art. After thinking, I choose to take a magic wand as a weapon. I already have received training from the guild on sword art and I can already use it well in battle. But magic art was acquired recently only, and I have only trained to control the ice magic. Besides having high control, I really don't know how to efficiently fight using this art. So, I decided to take a magic wand instead of sword as a weapon. I noticed that the weapons chosen by the main character are the same as in the novel. Hero Ernest chooses the sword, Zion Maxwell chooses the spear, Sylvia Mavis chooses the bow, and Lisa Kielpas chooses magic wand as a weapon. Most students choose swords and bow as weapons. Barely anyone has chosen magic weapon, though it is understandable as magic art is very rare and expensive compared to normal art, and the mana required is also high. Attention. If you are done choosing, go and register yourself with the respective teacher. Those who chose magic weapon, follow me. I followed Miss Mia Frostein along with 12 other students. After 6-minute walk, we reached another venue filled with target dummies. This venue is for magic department. You all will be training here during practical class. I will teach you everything I know and make you not regret choosing this path, though if you disturb my class and slack off you are instantly expelled, she told everyone with a serious tone. Then she started writing down the name of the student and my turn came. Name, 0 Elea. She checked her student book. You seem to practice sword art previously with no usage of any magic art. Your mana is also not up to standard. Are you sure you want to join the magic department? Yes, okay then, if you are sure about it then I shall not pursue further. She registered my name before moving to the next student. After she finished the registration, she told us to tour the school and make ourselves familiar with the place. After saying that she went to her office, we, students, were left alone. Some students started chatting with one another while some started to train in the venue. However, I had done neither because I have an important mission to accomplish. I quickly approached Lisa, who is talking with her friends. Goddess Lisa, yes. She turned around to see who called her name. Chapter 6 Ace Academy 2, Goddess, I wonder if you have some spare time to have tea with me, Goddess. Are you talking to me? She looked at me rather astonishingly. She seems to be embarrassed to be called goddess in front of other students. Others were also paying attention to us. Girls were excitedly looking at the event before them, whereas boys were obviously filled with resentment. Indeed, your beauty which radiates like the ray of the sun. Your smile overwhelming like the embrace of the earth, and your eye shines like a rare jewel. You are only the worthy to called goddess. Endure. 0 Endure. What a cringy line. I wished I have a hole to bury my face. Look at that. Who gave him the guts to pursue her? Doesn't he know? Zion is pursuing her. Guess we will have one classmate missing tomorrow, a bottom ranker trying his luck with top ranker. What a funny situation. All the attention was directed at me. Some of the bastards were even pointing the sharp ends of their weapons at me. Hey now, don't be doing that. I don't enjoy this at all. I am just trying to do what I was meant to do, like in the novel. Mr. Elea, even if you suddenly tell me that, I am not going to. Just call me 0, right. I would regretfully decline your invitation as I have already made a plan with my friends. She declined me. Although I knew the outcome from the novel, I was still disappointed. Even if my feeling isn't as intense as stated in the novel, I feel regretful for getting rejected. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that ever happened in my life. And I'd like to share this wonderful feeling with you someday. I would be honored to speak with Goddess some other time. As I finished saying what I want and was about to leave, I felt 2 hands on my shoulder. I admire your courage for going after our boss women. Let us have some talk about life in that room. They were obviously Zion's lackey. They tried to drag me and take me to a secluded place to teach me a lesson. An obvious pattern, where bullies beat others and threaten them. As I was waiting for them to drag me, wait, where are taking him, my lady? We are just trying to teach him a lesson for harassing you. You can't associate with bottom ranker like him, one of the lackeys replied to Lisa, trying to reason that they are doing this for her own good. Whoever I associate doesn't concern you. He was merely inviting me and didn't harass me. Don't think I don't know why you are doing this. I will report to the teacher if you go further than this, but our boss said to protect you. Protect me? I am not his object and I don't need his protection. She sounded quite upset. Leave him be. A voice came from the entrance. Boss, Zion boss. A handsome male slowly approached Lisa. Lots of girls were looking at him, eyes full of heart marks. Lisa, do you want to have dinner with me after class? I have booked a place at the famous 5-star restaurant Ocean Prime. No, I have already made a plan with my friends. Anyway, tell your friend to not bother me. As she said that, she left with her 2 friends while also bringing me with her. Boss, why did you stop us? He didn't put you in his eye and went for your women. Yes boss, we could have taught him a lesson like other boys who went after her. huh? Do you seriously think that he could touch her heart? Even someone like me failed after so many years. He doesn't have the strength, wealth, fame, or looks to make her fall in love. Let him pester her for some time, then Lisa will realize how much of a gentleman I am compared to disgusting men like him. Wow. What a great plan, boss. Your thinking is really different from people like us. They were flattering him. Toad wishing to eat swan meat, Zion thought. Anyway, try to keep your distance from Lisa. She doesn't like others getting in her business. After we walked some distance, she released my hand. My apologies, Mr. Zero. You had to encounter such misfortune due to me. No. It is my own fault. They didn't like me for approaching you, yeah. It's not your fault. It's already a blessing for him that you are willing to talk to him, Ro, one of the girls said. Well, I should warn you not to approach me. Even if Zion didn't do anything right now, he may do so in the future. It will be in the best interest if you don't associate with me. As she finished saying her piece, she left with her friend. Well, that went well, I thought. I have done what Zero did in the novel. So the world right now should follow the story of the novel. I shall wait and see if there is any change in the scenario. I went back to the dorm assigned to me. I was surprised to see that the room was as good as the hotel room. It was clean and the room had a big bathroom and kitchen. It looks like Ace Academy is really rich, being able to provide thousands of similar rooms. I took a shower and went to train my cryomancy art in the training room. I trained until it was midnight. I used magic wand to see the effect, and the effect stunned me. The power of ice shard increased by 1.3 times and I felt my control on magic increase. Having finished training, I went back to my room and slept. The next morning, after breakfast, I made my way to my class. The moment I entered the class, all attention was on me. Is he the one who confessed to Lisa? I heard he fought with Zion to claim Lisa. He is ranked 970 and fought with a top student. Everyone was discussing about me. Looks like yesterday's event has been known by everyone. The truth was even changed to me confessing to Lisa and Zion and me fighting for Lisa. Hugh, I don't even know what to say. From the moment I confirmed this world is the same as the novel. I wanted to change the world as little as possible. Though I took LVL9 art and made changes in the novel, however, the art is discovered only in the latter half of the novel, and it wouldn't really matter if the world changed from that point onwards, because from that point MC will be really powerful and only handful of people can kill him, but right now it is important to keep the world as same as the novel. MC is vulnerable right now and even a small mistake may lead to the death of MC. I want to keep the world as a novel, but having to stand out is not something that I like. I did something that I didn't want to do and the result is something I didn't like. I think that even if I didn't do the thing written in the novel, it would hardly affect the novel because I am just a very insignificant mob. I think I need to revise my plan of keeping the world same as the novel. As I kept on thinking, I remember about yesterday's event. I frown. Well, what's done is done. Let's continue to see what happens from now on. Hey, Lisa, is he the one who confesses to you? Slivia asked Lisa. He didn't confess to me. He was just inviting me for tea. Oh. Really? Hey, Zion, did you really fight him? No. He does not deserve to fight me. If we fought he wouldn't be able to attend class today. So boring. But I really like his guts being able to chase after the Princess of Sacred Light. Just another no-name who doesn't understand his own place, Zion said with disdain, looking in the direction of the one who caused this commotion. What do you think, hero? About what? Huh? You are not listening. We are talking about the one who is chasing our princess. What do you think about him? She asked while pointing her finger at Zero. Him, huh? Well, I don't really know him. And it's not really polite to interfere in others' business. So, I would refrain from making any comment. Fair point. So, Lisa, how do you feel about him? Well, it was my first time meeting such a gentleman. I don't think he has any ulterior motive, but he was exaggerating things and saying about me going. She blushed and stopped talking. What? What about you being? Come tell me the truth. Sylvia, having been interested after seeing such a reaction from Lisa, pressed on. She continued to ask until Lisa answered, Gee, goddess. He called me goddess. Lisa blushed and her face was all red. Really? What a bold person. Slivia thought about him and then about Zion. You have been chasing her for too long and you didn't even sincerely praise her. Now, look, a person came who can honestly praise her. Zion has been arrogant since a young age, being applauded as a genius by adults around him. Even while courting Lisa, he is arrogantly expecting her to love and worship him. He is so proud that he does not even praise her, always talking about him being great and all. What a snob. While Sylvia was thinking that, an interesting event was taking place in front of them. Chapter 7 Attack. I went and sat in my seat. I could feel the stare of all the students. As I was thinking about what to do today, bang, a loud sound woke me up from my thoughts. Hey, are you ignoring me? What? Who is this guy? What? Huh? Did you not hear what I just said? I told you to follow me, huh? Who the hell are you? What do you want? Don't you know Flash Irwin? The 8th ranker of the first year, one of his friends replied, Humph. Just follow us outside the class. It is not a request but an order. No, I straight up rejected his order. What a rude fellow. You didn't explain anything to me and expect me to follow you like I am one of your lackeys. You bottom feeder dare to refuse a top ranker like me. How dare you? Are you a top ranker? Yes. Didn't you hear my men say I am 8th ranker in the first year? Then yes, I dare to refuse a top ranker. Why you dare mock me? I am going to show you the power of a top ranker. He imbued his fist with mana and was about to punch me. I readied my hand to block his attack when I suddenly felt cold mana. Flash Irwin was frozen on the spot. Silence. No unauthorized fights are allowed in the school. If you break this rule next time, you will be expelled. The homeroom teacher Mia Frostein entered the class. She unfroze Flash Irwin and told him to stand in the hall. I don't want to see another one of you creating a disturbance in the class again. This academy is for nurturing future heroes who will defend humanity. I hope you all practice and improve yourself rather than chasing girls. As she said that, she gave me a cold glare. Looks like yesterday's incident was heard by the teacher. What can I do? What do you expect me to do? It is the role bestowed by the god. It's not like I like to cause disturbance, okay? Annoying pests were just attracted by the job that I did yesterday. The attendance was taken and she left the class. Today there was 1 hour lecture by the teacher and the rest of the day was free training. The professor was an old man who was introducing us to mana and its usage. Do you know why some people art are more powerful even when it is same art at same proficiency? It is because of mana control. People with more mana control will exhibit more power even if the art is same. Professor continued to explain different things about mana, such as the importance of having good mana control and using mana more efficiently. After 1 hour, we were allowed to go and train on our own as the teacher had a meeting. I was about to go to the magic venue when 3 boys stepped in front of me. Hey, loser, let's duel on the stage. It was Flash again. He seems to be angry about receiving punishment. Well, not my fault. He invited me to duel on stage, a stage where authorized duels supervised by professors take place. It is meant for students to fight and learn from each other. I ignored him. What? Scared? What a coward. Hey, coward, get ready to have your spine broken in the upcoming combat exam. I'll disable you and... Row. I stopped listening and just continued walking. After Mrs. Frostein warning, it doesn't seem like he will attack me again. He will be expelled if he attacked me this time. It seemed I became a target of bullying. I don't know why they have a problem with me chasing after a girl. If you like a girl then just court her yourself. Why are messing with me if you can't even court her yourself? It seems they don't dare to go after Lisa because of their fear of Zion, but when a person lower than themselves has done what they are scared of, they became angry. They vented their anger to me instead of Zion. They can't beat him but they think they can beat me. What a chicken. They fear the strong but bullies the weak. The training venue was filled with people. Some people who were not of the magic class were also there. They were practicing magic art. Even if you have chosen different practical classes, it was okay to practice in the different venues during free class. Some people practice spear as the main weapon and bow as the secondary weapon. They needed a different venue while practicing art of another type. There I also saw Lisa with Slivia. Guess I should play my role. An arrogant blonde man stood by the side of the training venue. He was wearing an expensive dress and a golden watch, giving off the aura of an elite. He was looking at the student, then he turned around and asked. Anyone with good potential, staring at the student, the cold beauty who was Mia Frostein, looked around and said, yes. This year is filled with students who can reach SS rank someday, especially Hero Ernest, Zion Maxwell, Lisa Kielpas, and Slivia Mavis. One of them may even reach the legendary SSS rank. Hearing the name, the man nodded and arrogantly said, well, this is not surprising since they are from an elite background. Frostein with no change in emotion replied, I agree. Their background is impressive, but that's not what made them strong. It's their dedication to their training and the hard work that they put in that made them this strong. Even if you have an elite background with a good bloodline and countless resources, if you don't work hard, you will never become strong. Hard work without a noble bloodline is useless. A commoner can never surpass a noble. Anyways, I think we should check their background carefully, especially since there is some commoner who took top rank by cheating. William. Don't take it too far. The exam was overseen by a 5A rank professor. Do you want to say we can't see through tricks used by an E-rank student? Hero Ernest may not have an impressive background, but his talent for sword and mana control is number one among the first year. I can confidently say that within 5 years he will be a rank, Frostein said with an upset tone. Oh, for Ice Enchantress to say so much for him, he must be really talented. I hope that he can learn more in my class. He spoke with coldness in his eye. I just hope you teach students without discriminating them against their lineage. All students who are qualified to study in this academy are all talented and have worked very hard. They are spending most of their time training. Professor William was admitted as a professor in Ace Academy in the same year as Mia Frostein. Using his father's connection, he was able to become a teacher at Ace Academy despite being less qualified than other candidates. He is a talented person, though being rank B despite being only 27 years old, but the rank was below most teachers in Ace Academy. William has been courting Mia Frostein ever since her first year of teaching with no success. She hates him for wasting her time and also for being a blood supremacist. He is always pursuing her and not concentrating on improving his strength despite all the resources he got from his family. All in all, he is just a person that reached rank B with elixir in the eye of Frostein, who has nothing but a background to show off. He was about to retort when he saw something. PFFF spend all their time only on the training. See that? I just see his dedication in chasing a girl. Without hiding his laughter, he pointed in the direction where apparently a boy was presenting some flower and sweet-talking to a girl, taking out the tablet. William quickly checked the student information of the boy. 0 Elea. Rank 970. Son of Shadow Genesis Guild Master. The rank is F. Look, what did I tell you? Only the people with the elite background will have strength. People like him are destined to be the bottom feeder of the strong forever. Even though Mia wanted to refute, she couldn't. She looked in the direction of Zero, who was busy singing in the praise of Lisa. What kind of person is this? At least tell her that in private. Now, you embarrassed me in front of another professor. Looks like just my warning is not enough. She coldly stared at the boy. Chapter 8 Attack 2. I walked towards Lisa. Hello, today also your beauty shine and bless all the living being. You are like the flower in the middle of mushrooms. Having the chance to speak with you is the luckiest thing that happened to me. Hey Zero, you mean to say I am a mushroom? Slivia asked me while grinning. Of course not. You are a colorful butterfly who makes the flower more beautiful. You two are like a pair of beautiful paintings, hee. Thanks for the compliments, but only sweet words will not get you anywhere. I continue to praise their beauty. As I thought I had done enough and was about to leave when suddenly I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. I turned around to see Mia Frostein and I could tell she was not in the best mood. 0 Elea, looks like morning warning was not enough for you. How can you be flirting while others are training hard? This academy is not for you to chase girls. I don't want to see you slacking off instead of training. What the hell? Not only bullies but also teachers want to bully me. Do they think I am easy to bully? My patience was already limited by all the harassment, now I get to be lectured by a teacher just because I complimented a girl for a minute, heh. It doesn't look different for you too. I glanced at the other man who was with Mrs. Mia Frostein. You were also not training in talking with another teacher. Do I need to be lectured when I just took a minute to praise a girl? I am working hard, I train hard every day, but here is a teacher who was criticizing me for not working hard. To survive, I had endured harsh training for months. I hardly took a break because I know that having to increase my strength even by a bit will increase my chance of survival in upcoming disasters. You can criticize me for going after a girl, but to say I was slacking is not something I will agree with even if you are the ice enchantress, huh? Do you think I was flirting with him like you? Humph, doesn't look different from what I am doing. You are also just talking with a guy, while I am also talking to a girl. You dare to talk back to your teacher. Also, how dare you say I was flirting like you? You dare to slack off to chase a girl even after my warning, humph. It's not like I am chasing after you. Who would chase after you, a hot-tempered woman, except for an idiot like that guy? I pointed to William, who seemed to be just staring at Mia Frostein. Hot-tempered women, I am a calm person. If not for you slacking and pestering other girls, I wouldn't have lost my temper. What happened? Professor William came over after Mia Frostein outburst and asked. Nothing, I was just warning him to not disturb other students. She doesn't want him to bully her student in the pretenses of helping her. William was a very narrow-minded man who would do anything to achieve his goal. Oh. So you are the commoner who is chasing a girl of elite background. Commoners should know their place and try not to offend noble like us. What the? Now another one who seems to have a problem with me. Professor Mia, if you don't have anything more to say, then I will take my leave. I blatantly ignored the other person. Boy. You dare ignore me? You don't seem to know me. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Professor Mia. Stop. The professor, we apologize for disturbing other students. Zero, please apologize to the professor, Lisa interrupted. Seeing the commotion getting bigger and bigger, Lisa had no other choice than to interrupt them. I glanced at Lisa. She was helping me see that professors are angry at me. Sorry, Professor Mia, I let my anger get the best of me. I will train hard and not disturb others anymore. After calming down, I found that I was just venting my anger at Mrs. Mia. How can I expect a stranger to know I was working hard? She just saw me chasing a girl and not training, and as a professor she warned me, it's okay. I also lost my temper. But I do hope you work hard. So embarrassing. I was just arguing with a student. Well. I did get angry because he said I was flirting with William. This William has been pestering me for the last 3 years. If not for his family, I would have already beat him up. I hate him. Still, as punishment, I will be monitoring your practice for today. Now let us go and train. She dragged me in embarrassment. All the other student was looking at us, and she was just arguing with me, which is embarrassing as she has always apathetic attitude. I went with her. I glanced back and I could see Sylvia waving at me while grinning and Lisa with a worried face. Also, I could see the unhappy face of Professor William. Why is Sylvia grinning and Lisa worried? As I was thinking about the reason, I remembered something about Professor Mia from the novel. Professor Mia Frostein has this habit of thinking that all people were like her. Which means that the training she does can be done by other people. Her training consists of mediating in temperature -50-degree room to increase cold resistance. She trains other students similarly, making them go through an extreme environment to hone themselves. Most student ends up in the infirmary after their training session. I started to sweat as I remembered her training method, but I didn't complain. To become strong you need to go through harsh training. She took me to a room where the temperature was very cold. Let's train here today. It will let us resist against cold temperature. She took me into the room and set the temperature to -50 degrees. She started to meditate as soon as the temperature started to drop. Well, this is good for me. This training was extra beneficial to me as I have cryomancy art. It will increase my resistance to ice magic and also increase my mana capacity. I also started to sit and meditate. I used my cryomancy art training method. converting my mana into ice energy, and repeated. After 3 hours, well, the training went well. I could feel my ice magic getting better. Looks like my rank will soon rise to S-. Mia checked her watch and was shocked to find 3 hours has passed. She hurriedly looked around to check the other student who came with her. He could be frozen to death. I was careless. In 3 hours even other teachers will have difficulties remaining unharmed, but what she saw shocked her. She saw Zero perfectly fine, meditating seriously. She can also feel that he was practicing an ice magic art that was also of high level, maybe comparable to her LVL7 magic art, Ice Throne. She was surprised by his dedication. She waited for him to finish his training, which took another 2 hours. He was completely immersed in training, converting mana to ice magic efficiently. Such dedication. How can he be mediating straight for 5 hours? It was difficult for an average person to continuously practice for hours. Even she finds it difficult to maintain her concentration for 5 hours continuously, for him to practice continuously for 5 hours effortlessly. Looks like he regularly trains this much. I made a mistake by blaming him for not working hard, Professor. What are you doing, huh? Nothing, so you have finished meditating. Looks like we can go out now. Mia could see that he was not struggling after being in the ice room for 5 hours, which means he have high resistance to ice magic. After exiting the room, Zero went to practice his cryomancy art. He was in practitioner proficiency and could use ice wall and ground freeze. The ice wall was making a shield of wall made of ice, and ground freeze could freeze 10 meters of his surrounding. If he used all his mana, it was also possible to freeze 25 meters of his surrounding, a truly strong crowd control skill. He could trap all his enemies surrounding him and let his teammates take care of them. Mia was again astonished by Zero. His ground freeze could even stop D-ranker if they have less resistance to ice magic. He was also efficient in converting his mana to ice energy. His mana control is the same as Hero Ernest. No, he is even better. Looks like we have another genius among our students, and his dedication to training is clearly there. He directly went to train after exiting the mediation without resting, which shows his dedication. She was also not idling around. She showed an advanced way to utilize his attack and also taught a more efficient way to cast an attack. After 4 hours, if only you were always dedicated to training instead of chasing girls. She wants him to focus on improving his strength. She found that his potential is the same as Lisa and others. He could be another SS rank hero in the future, and after spending time with him, she found him to be a hardworking student. He was serious about training, asking a good question when he stumbled upon problems in his training, not like in the morning where he was stupidly pestering Lisa. Is this the real him or the one in the morning? Well, people do say love makes a person blind. Well, I don't want to end up single like you when I grow up, Zero replied jokingly. What? Humph. If you have enough strength, girls will chase you, not others around. You have great potential, why waste time chasing girls like William? You will be hated instead, she told him in a serious tone. Looks like she seriously detests William for pestering her, hee. I was just kidding. I will decrease my time to chase girls to 1 hour, I jokingly said to her. Even though Mrs. Mia seems cold, but after spending time with her, I found out that she cares about students more than she showed on her face. She was just bad at expressing herself. We became a little closer after training for almost 9 hours together. She was great at pointing out mistakes and showing me ways to fix my mistakes. Why you? Seriously, don't pester Lisa so much. Her background is very strong. Her father is guild master of the platinum-graded guild, Sacred Light. If you want a court, you at least need to rank in the top 5, then you may have a chance. You don't want to stop pestering Lisa, but I can at least turn that into something which will motivate you to become stronger. I nodded. Though I could guess why she told me that. She wants to motivate me to work harder. Looks like she is very serious about teaching, finding ways to make students work harder. My respect for Professor Mia increased. It was evening when we decided to end our training and go back to our room. We argue again jokingly, not like in the morning. She seems to detest the idea of me chasing girls even for a minute. Guess William's pestering has made her think that pursuing others is a bad thing. well in the novel, William does get overboard with his pursuit. Having not earned her affection after trying so many times and Hero getting her attention leads to conflict between Hero and William. William already hated Hero for being first even after being a commoner, on top of that he gets the attention of the girl he likes. So, a fight between Hero and William happens in the second semester. Well, good luck, Hero. You are the main character after all. An antagonist hating you is the norm. I separated from Professor Mia after we exited the training hall building. I thanked her and said goodbye. I was happy with my progress today and slept peacefully not knowing that I have caught the attention of someone troublesome. Chapter 9 Attack 3, and tomorrow, first years will have a test in first area of Bloody Wolf Forest, Professor Mia Frostein announced, so make sure you are prepared. Though it is not a very dangerous place but in a forest filled with monster anything can happen, so I hope you all don't take it easy. You all will be divided into teams consisting of 5 members each. The team will be awarded points based on the total number of monsters and the rank of the monster killed. F rank monster, the point is 1, and for rank E, it is 5 points. If the monster you killed is an elite monster, it will be 3 times the rank of monster, and for a boss monster of the same rank, it will be 10 times. Oh. It looks like the first incident of the novel is about to start. In the novel, the MC hero Ernest encounters an assassin in the Bloody Wolf Forest test. The assassins sent were mostly rank E with rank D, being the highest. They almost lose their lives and are only able to survive due to the timely arrival of the professor. The assassin was a devil contractor who was there to eliminate the MC and other top students as they were wary of their overwhelming talent. Devil contractors were those humans who had sold their souls to the devil for power. Many would do anything for power, even selling their soul and swearing loyalty to devils who are the enemy of humans. They were all wanted by the authority. The authority is like a form of government that makes sure to maintain peace and order in Himalaya domain. The member consists of the strongest human, making it the most powerful group in Himalaya domain. Here is the list of groups. The list will be on the notice board. Make sure that you know who all are your teammates. All the students hurried to the notice board. I also went to check the name of my teammates. I searched for my name on the list. Group 8, 1. Cale Thompson, 2. Lisbeth Mooney, 3. Daniel Smith, 4. Isabel Rivera, 5. 0 Elea, I frowned. 2 other members were from our class and 2 other names were from another class. The member was all mob in the novel, having no screen time except Cale Thompson. Rank 26 foot, one of the lackeys of Zion Maxwell. He is the one who tried to teach me a lesson when I was going after Lisa. He is a typical bully who just likes to show off his power to the weak. His arrogance is probably from working under Zion. Using Zion's name, he can pretty much do anything to other students with a weak background. Sigh, I let out a deep sigh. Getting in the same team as him can't be worse. I don't know about his strength, but with his attitude, our team may suffer from cooperation. Then I turned around to go back to my seat, but I discovered Cale staring at me. Humph, he turned around and went back to his seat. What an arrogant prick. Is being a lackey such a grand job? Are you arrogant enough to believe nobody is better than you? I can't just comprehend this type of people. There are countless people in the class who can easily beat him up, but he who is just somewhat strong is acting like he is above all students. I don't have a problem with Zion acting arrogant, as he has every right, being strong to rank second and having a platinum grade guild as his backer. But how can even his lackey act like there is no one above him? Well, no point in thinking, it is better to focus on the upcoming test. The test is not that dangerous if we exclude the assassin going after the MC and other top students. I went back to my seat, and soon after the professor of mana theory class came and started teaching. For today we had a similar schedule as yesterday. We had 1 hour of theory class, and for rest of the day, we were told to prepare for tomorrow's test. Like many others, I also took this time to prepare my supplies for the upcoming test. I packed my bag with potion and rations. I also had to check my weapon for any damage. My sword and magic wand were fine. I will use magic wand as the main weapon and sword as my secondary weapon. The next day I went to the entrance of Bloody Wolf Forest, which was located near our campus. Bloody Wolf Forest is frequently used by Ace Academy to train students in real combat. Several teachers were accompanying us, they were there to help students in case of danger. Looking around the place, I could see a couple of students from my class who also seems to be busy checking their surroundings. After a couple of minutes, I saw the place where my teammates were gathered. I made my way towards my classmate. There was a total of 3 people excluding myself in that place. 2 were from another class and 1 was from my class. As I reached near them, some students came to introduce themselves. Hello. My name is Isabel Rivera. Rank 412. Nice to meet you. The first person to introduce was a rather short girl with brown and curly hair. She has a friendly voice and seems to be a very spirited person. Lisbeth Mooney rank 328, Daniel Smith rank 356, following Isabel, was another female with midnight black hair which flowed over her shoulders. She gives off the impression that she has no interest in anything. Those 2 girls were from another class. Next, is Daniel Smith from my class. He has blonde hair with square-shaped glasses and greeted me as if disgusted. Well, being in the same class, he must have heard the rumor about me. Well, there is a rumor circulating in the class that I harass females including Goddess Lisa and Professor Mia. The rumor with Lisa was that I have kept on wooing her even when she told me to stop and that I was blackmailing Professor Mia to help me train. I don't know who is spreading the rumor, but don't let me find you. Well, including Daniel, I have another teammate who has a problem with me. I turn my head sideways to check for the last member who seems to miss from the place. Well, whatever, I should just introduce myself to the present member. He knows me anyway. Nice to make your acquaintance, everyone. I'm Zero Elea rank 970 weakling. As soon as I finished my introduction, someone interjected. I turned my back to see the last remaining person of Group 8. Don't drag me down in the test, you weaklings, especially you. Kale arrogantly pointed his finger at me. I really wanted to beat him up to show who really is weakling here, but refrained myself. We are going to a dangerous place as a team. To fight because of some words would be pointless. Well, whatever, I will stay quiet for now and wait for the test to start. Humph. You lot will do as I say, and if you don't comply with my order then I will beat you up. Kale proclaimed himself as a leader of our group. Well, considering he has the highest rank among us, it was natural for him to claim this position. Nobody argued with that, though they seems to be unhappy with his arrogant behavior. Can you all hear me? The tense atmosphere was disrupted by the teacher's voice. Professor Mia's voice resounded the area. The official test will begin in 10 minutes. Listen carefully because I am going to explain the rule once only. Since this is the first time that you will be attempting this kind of test, we made sure to decrease the time of the test to 3 hours. Your goal for today is to hunt as many monsters as you can under 3 hours. Let me remind you that the rank of today's test will affect your student ranking. Best of luck to all the students. With this, the test will officially begin in 3.2.1, start. Chapter 10 Attack. 4. I use the bow as a weapon. I will be supporting from the rear, Daniel Smith said. Mine is rapier. I can tackle many rank F monster easily. Mine is a sword. I have powerful slash attacks which can even kill rank E monsters if they are caught off guard. I use magic wand. Well, I can use my ice magic to freeze monsters surrounding us and also guard against their attack using ice wall. Humph. My fist is my weapon. Don't get in my way or you will regret it. Well, looking at the giant body which seems like a wall, fist suits Cale Thompson. He has full body armor and with his fist technique, he is perfect for being a tank. The 5 of us walked through the forest. The formation was perfect. There were 1 tank and 2 attackers at the front, 1 long-range attacker, and 1 support at the rear. Which path should we take? Isabel asked us. Cale, what do you think? Daniel Smith asked Cale as he is our leader for now. Though Daniel should be the one to choose the way as bow users usually have good eyes or skill that allows them to see clearly in long distance. Let's walk straight through the forest. We will encounter monsters as long as we are in the forest, a simple and straightforward strategy, but I also like it. What's the use of thinking where we will go as this is the first time we are exploring this place? If we know the place beforehand then we could go to places where monsters are likely to appear, but since it is the first time for everyone, This strategy was best. Let's move deeper in the forest. With that, our team walked deeper into the forest. The forest was dark even when there should be sunlight outside. It was due to the tree being bigger than normal. The tree found in this area were all 10 meters in height. After 10 minutes of walking in the forest, we finally encountered a monster. In front, a monster detected. It seems to be alone, Daniel said, flashing its bloodthirsty eyes and showing its savage teeth. Was a monster known as Lone Wolf. It was a ranky monster who likes to hunt alone. The monster's specialty was its speed, which can match the speed of a rank D human. Lone Wolf, get ready for battle. I took out my magic wand. A lone wolf should be easy to kill by 5 students at rank F, and we have me as rank E, which should be more than enough to take care of Lone Wolf. The team members moved forward with their senses heightened. Humph. It should be easy. Kale jumped and attacked the Lone Wolf. Explosive fist, swoosh. The Lone Wolf quickly dodged the attack. Immediately afterward, 2 girls attacked the Lone Wolf. Quick thrust, flame burst. They both attacked consecutively but to no avail. Lone Wolf was too fast for them. It easily dodged their attack. Growling, the Lone Wolf started to attack us. The Lone Wolf ignored those 3 at the front and was coming to attack Daniel. He must be trying to reduce the number by eliminating the weakest one first. It took only a few seconds for Lone Wolf to reach his target. The Lone Wolf raised its paw and was about to attack when, ground freeze, what? Before Daniel could react, I launched my attack. The attack couldn't take Lone Wolf live, but with its mobility gone, it was but a sitting duck. My attack ground freeze could freeze any enemy who is in the attack range. The Lone Wolf was no exception. He froze in his attacking position. After a few seconds of astonishment, the team members came back to their senses. They attacked and killed the immobile Lone Wolf easily. The body of the Lone Wolf was stored in the storage bag given by the academy. Though not very rare, but the price of the storage bag was in tens of thousands of Ethan coins. To acquires, hundreds of such bags show that the Ace Academy's financial power is very strong. This Lone Wolf will give us 5 points, and we could even sell the Lone Wolf body to the school for money or school credit. School credit is like money which is valid in the Ace Academy. We could exchange it for skill, art, and other things available in the school. Unfortunately, Lone Wolf didn't have a monster core. If not, the price would be very high. Wow. With your help, we have easily taken down a Lone Wolf. You could even freeze Ranky Monster easily. I never thought you could freeze Ranky Monster. Isabel and Lisbeth were both surprised to find such a strong freezing spell. The only high-level skill could freeze Ranky Monster given their defense. I was able to freeze the Lone Wolf because it has a very weak defense compared to other Ranky monsters, and also because I am Ranky - Humph. Looks like you are not entirely useless. Let's go. We continued to walk into the forest. We encountered a pack of white wolf. They were only rank F monsters, but with 10 in number, even rank E humans might face difficulties in killing them, though it was no problem for us at all. Firstly, Kale attracted their attention by attacking their heads on and taunting them. Then, I used my attack ground freeze to freeze all the monsters. It was just killing them after that. After 2 hours of hunting in the forest, we encountered one more lone wolf and 3 pack of white wolf, each consisting of 12 to 14 white wolf. It was very easy to deal with them after we have grown accustomed to them. I had underestimated the power of ground freeze. Though only in practitioner proficiency, but cryomancy art is truly powerful. I just had to attack while the enemy was distracted and I could freeze the enemy. With this many points we could honestly be placed in top 10. With 0 support we could face any number of monsters we encounter, Daniel exclaimed happily. Seems like he had changed his opinion of me. Well, at first he was surprised by my skill, but as I continued showing my skill, he came to regard me as a powerful teammate. Well, I need to thank you, 0. We could earn this many points due to your skill. I may even rank 200 in student ranking after the test, Lisbeth said to me. Top 200, after the test, the points will be added and student ranking will be modified. With my current point, I think could reach rank 700, I am also grateful to you. I feel like I riding on your coattail. Hee hee, Humph. Well, you did a good job for a weakling, can't you thank me without insulting me, but for you to show appreciation. Looks like you are not that bad at all. Only if you could speak politely. Cale Thompson was more useful than I expected. He could defend against all the monsters we encounter and even the attack of rank E monster. He would surround himself with monsters while I freeze all the monsters surrounding him. Honestly, our teamwork was perfect. Cale would cooperate with us when needed and also listen to our warning well. He was a talented person, but his only shortcoming is his insolent mouth. Only 1 hour was left. So we decided to return. We were all excited to see our result. After 40 minutes of walking, we encounter no monster. Just when we thought we were safe, an attack, Daniel shouted. What? The attack was aimed at Cale. We were shocked, not to find the attack but to find that the attackers were human. They shot an arrow towards Cale. He quickly dodges the arrow, but then, firebomb, the attacker immediately fired his spell. We had no time to dodge. The range of his attack was too large for us to dodge. Ice wall. I immediately used my skill to block his attack. Boom. Though my ice wall managed to block the attack, my ice wall was blasted to pieces. I shudder thinking that if I didn't block that attack then it would have been us that was in pieces. How? The attacker shouted angrily. Who is that? Why are they attacking us? Daniel asked while trembling. I looked in the attacker's direction, only to see 2 men wearing black robes, but one had a silver badge. My eye twitched as I recognized the badge. Why? Why the hell are you here? Chapter 11 Attack 5. I recognize the badge. The silver badge with the knife picture indicates that they are a member of the assassin group of devil contractors, and the silver badge is worn by the vice leader of the group. In the novel, they send rank D, team leader, and 2 rank E vice leader to kill MC and other top students. But in the novel, they will all be battling MC and other top students. It is unimaginable that they managed to kill them. Then the only reason we encounter them should be that we returned earlier than MC and the other group and we are the first student that they encountered. Why are you attacking us? We are students of Ace Academy. You will face consequences if you kill us, Daniel shouted at the attackers. Trying to scare the attackers, it is no use. They are devil contractor sends to assassinate us. What? Devil contractor? They seem to finally realize who the attacker is and how much of a trouble we are in. Devil contractors can either complete their job or die trying. In this case, it is either we kill them or they kill us. What should we do? Isabel asked. Try to contact the academy, SHT. There is no signal. They seem to have used some kind of skill or device to block the whole area from sending the signal. Daniel said after trying to call the academy, some skills can cover an area to make it seem like an independent space detached from the world. A skill required while trying to massacre a huge number of people. Looks like they are really prepared. Looks like we have to handle this ourselves. I will defend against their attack while you all attack them. Don't try to block his attack, he is likely E-mage. If we include the archer then those 2 are good at long-distance attacks but should be weak at close combat. We will take advantage of that, I said to them. According to the novel it takes professors 30 minutes more to realize something has gone wrong after no student returned after time was finished. It is less likely we all will survive for 30 minutes just by defending. We need to take the initiative and defeat them while they are underestimating us. Understood? Seem like they understood. In this world, it is easy for one to encounter such misfortune, especially if you are aiming to be an explorer, and it is not like we can escape from them. If we try to run, that mage and archer will just attack and annihilate us. We will win if we let Cale and the other 2 girls reach the target. I nodded. Let's start. Ice shard. I first attacked them to make their guard down. Fire wall. An attacker with a silver badge made a protective wall of fire, just what I wanted. With this, their vision will be limited. It will give Cale and others a chance to close the distance and attack them. Right after the firewall was gone, explosive fist, quick thrust, flame burst, penetrating shot, all 4 attack together trying to kill them while they are distracted by ice shard. At that moment, other members of Devil Contractor stood in front of the mage, Mammoth Strike. Before the attack reached them, they were all blown over by the impact of his attack. The attack was so strong that Isabel and Lisbeth were blown over and fell down. Only 3 of us were standing, me and Daniel who were outside his attack range, and Kale. He was able to keep standing though he took most of the damage. Be careful. He is most likely rank E. He is most likely a martial artist, not an archer, Kale shouted. Just as he finished saying that, firebomb, the mage started attacking us. Ice wall, the attack was again stopped by my skill, 0, stall the mage. We will first defeat the martial artist. I nodded. Both Isabel and Lisbeth stood up and positioned themselves to attack the martial artist. Kale roared and strike the martial artist. Martial artist defended himself and counter-attacked. While they were busy fighting the martial artist, I focused on my opponent, Ice Shard. This time I increased my mana input to increase the attack power, Firewall. But the power of rank E mage was no joke. He easily defended against my attack, multiple fireball, Ice Wall. This time he used a stronger spell than Fire Bomb. But his attack was neutralized by my Ice Wall. Ro, you are pretty skilled, boy. I will spare you if you join our group. I was surprised by his offer. The mage wanted me to be devil contractor like them. Well, they do try to recruit students with good potential, but anyone with a sane mind will obviously reject them. Thanks for the offer, but I don't like weak people commanding me, I sneered. You were all so weak that you made a contract with the devil for power. Do you think I am an idiot like you to sell my freedom for power? Boy, you. Humph. You will regret this. Try to defend against my full power. Purgatory Flame, Maximum Cannon, Ice Wall. I used almost all my mana to create Ice Wall. The intensity of the fire was no joke. The power of this attack was almost like a rank D attack. The Ice Wall melted after taking on the attack. The attack continued to make its way to me, but thanks to the Ice Wall, the power of the attack was decreased considerably. I tried to dodge the attack, but my hand was hit and my magic wand broke. I quickly got up and looked at the mage. Phew. Looks like he used all mana on that attack. Otherwise, another attack, and I am dead, ha. Now, you know my power, seeing that my weapon was broken and my hand was injured. He smirked as if he has won. Now is the time. While the enemy had his guard down, I quickly took out the sword from my waist and readied myself to attack him. Shadow style, Shadow Slash. I used my remaining mana to use my Shadow Slash. The mage saw me attacking him. Fire W. Before he could react, my attack had already reached him and cut his body in half. A mage would always have low defense, not to mention even if it was a warrior taking on my Shadow Slash head-on, they will be killed. Huff. Huff, huff, I was drained after killing the mage. I killed an enemy 2 sub-rank higher than me. If he didn't let down his guard, then it would have been impossible for me to kill him. A fight is never truly won until your enemy is dead. You shouldn't have let your guard down. I didn't let my guard down just because I killed him, because I had another enemy to worry about. I looked around and saw my teammates busy fighting with martial artists. Kale was directly engaging with the enemy while those 3 were attacking the martial artist. When they see a chance, I quickly took the mana potion and stamina potion from the bag and drank them. My mana was 50% full. The enemy was too busy to notice that his ally has been killed. I took this chance to quietly approach him. Mammoth Strike. Just when he thought that the attacker was knocked back, Shadow Style, Shadow Slash, shoo, I beheaded him. A complete silence. My teammates were astonished. They took a second to comprehend what has just happened. An enemy which 4 of them took great difficulty to just fight on par with him was killed instantly. They checked to see if the enemy is really dead. They then looked at the person who killed the enemy. You really hid your power well. I thought magic art was your specialty. Turns out you were a greater swordsman than me. What happened to your enemy? Dead. We were having difficulties just fighting a rank E martial artist with 4 of us, and you have already killed a rank E enemy by yourself, Isabel thought. They all stared at me like I was some kind of monster. WL. He let his guard down. We are talking rank E enemy who was stronger than our opponent, and you managed to kill him just because he let his guard down. Even if his guard was down, to kill him so quickly is beyond what the first year should be capable of. Now that our enemies are dead, what shall we do? I asked them. let's rest for 10 minutes. We should recover our mana and stamina in 10 minutes with potions. After that, we should quickly go out of Bloody Wolf Forest, Kale said. We nodded. The fight had taken most of our strength. We need to recover before going as we may encounter more enemies. After resting for 10 minutes, guys, keep your guard up. We may encounter more enemies on our way. They nodded. Let's go. Chapter 12 I Am Zero. The Sylvia Mavis team remained silent. They were waiting for the professor or another team of the student to show up. They had encountered 5 devil contractor assassins who were all rank E. Sylvia's team was going back when suddenly they got hit by a magic attack. 2 of her teammates were knocked out and others were as bad as wounded as her. They were in no shape to fight with enemies who outnumbered and outranked them. At first, they thought of escaping, but with their mage attacking and 2 of their teammates knocked out, they had no chance of escaping. Sylvia used a teleportation scroll, an A rank item, to take her team out of the desperate situation, but the space seemed to be blocked. So, she had no choice but to teleport them to the forest. She wanted to run deeper in the forest to avoid the assassin, but she had to stay close to see the professor or another team coming. Another team could also be ambushed by the assassin, so she had to look out for other students. And it's not like she could run away leaving 2 of her teammates behind. Damn it. When is the professor going to come? We will soon be discovered. I can't just die here. He never thought that his first school test will lead to his death. He was scared by the power of that magic attack. Even with his armor, he was wounded badly. Carl, calm down. They won't find us easily. Misha tried to calm down Carl, who seemed to lose his mind due to fear. Misha, we may need to fight sooner. I don't think the professor will come to help. Our best bet is to team up with other teams and defeat them, Sylvia said to Misha. She didn't mention Carl as she can tell that he will be of no use. He will just get killed if he goes to fight. She nodded. Sylvia smiled, seeing that Misha was resolute. At that moment, found you, Quaak. The silence was broken by the sudden scream from Carl. Both girls turn around to see that a person came out of Carl's body. Parasitic art. Parasitic art was mostly popular among devil contractors. It allowed them to attach themselves to others' bodies and feed on their mana. It was also possible to make their host body strong by supplying them with their mana. A perfect art for support and assassin. Carl's body was like a mummy. Seems like the assassin took all his mana. He will be dead if not treated immediately. Kiki. Let's have fun, little kittens. Misha, stall him. Misha was at rank E, and ranked 35 in student ranking. Though not as strong as Sylvia, she was also one of the best fighters in Ace Academy. Misha took her battle position, shattering flower style, Rose Blossom. Chapter 12 I Am Zero. The Sylvia Mavis team remained silent. They were waiting for the professor or another team of the student to show up. They had encountered 5 devil contractor assassins who were all rank E. Sylvia's team was going back when suddenly they got hit by a magic attack. 2 of her teammates were knocked out and others were as bad as wounded as her. They were in no shape to fight with enemies who outnumbered and outranked them. At first, they thought of escaping, but with their mage attacking and 2 of their teammates knocked out, they had no chance of escaping. Sylvia used a teleportation scroll, an A rank item, to take her team out of the desperate situation, but the space seemed to be blocked. So, she had no choice but to teleport them to the forest. She wanted to run deeper in the forest to avoid the assassin, but she had to stay close to see the professor or another team coming. Another team could also be ambushed by the assassin, so she had to look out for other students. And it's not like she could run away leaving 2 of her teammates behind. Damn it. When is the professor going to come? We will soon be discovered. I can't just die here. He never thought that his first school test will lead to his death. He was scared by the power of that magic attack. Even with his armor, he was wounded badly. Carl, calm down. They won't find us easily. Misha tried to calm down Carl, who seemed to lose his mind due to fear. Misha, we may need to fight sooner. I don't think the professor will come to help. Our best bet is to team up with other teams and defeat them, Sylvia said to Misha. She didn't mention Carl as she can tell that he will be of no use. He will just get killed if he goes to fight. She nodded. Sylvia smiled, seeing that Misha was resolute. At that moment, "Found you, Quack." The silence was broken by the sudden scream from Carl. Both girls turn around to see that a person came out of Carl's body. Parasitic art. Parasitic art was mostly popular among devil contractors. It allowed them to attach themselves to others' bodies and feed on their mana. It was also possible to make their host body strong by supplying them with their mana. A perfect art for support and assassin. Carl's body was like a mummy. Seems like the assassin took all his mana. He will be dead if not treated immediately. Kiki. Let's have fun, little kittens. Misha, stall him. Misha was at rank E, and ranked 35 in student ranking. Though not as strong as Sylvia, she was also one of the best fighters in Ace Academy. Misha took her battle position, shattering flower style, Rose Blossom. The attacker defended the attack with his claw weapon. Misha continued to attack intensely. But the man was defending the attack like it was child play. Misha, get down. Misha quickly jumped to the side. Phoenix Flame shot. The arrow was coated with fire that was as intense as the Vice Leader Mage attack. Fury Slice. The assassin countered with his attack. His attack continuously hit the arrow until the arrow was destroyed in midair. The remaining attack hit Sylvia. Kia, the already wounded body was bleeding more profusely. Kekiki. Not bad. Not bad at all. You two are good. As vice leader, I invite you two to join our group, or else I will kill you. Humph, multiple shot, dazzling light. They ignored him and started attacking him again, shattering flower style, withered petal, Kakik. So, you decided to ignore my kindness. Illusion body. The assassin's body was hit, but it was only the image of his body. His actual body was safe. Poison claw. He immediately attacked Misha, who was exhausted. Misha was knocked back with her arm poisoned. She lost strength in her hand and dropped her sword. Haha. Sylvia, I don't think we can win. I will buy you some time. You need to get out of here and inform a professor. No. You will die if I leave. We will both die even if you stay. It is better if at least one of us survives. I also wanted to live and explore this vast world. Maybe become a hero and defend humanity against an external threat, but looks like this is it for me. Then let me, Misha, do her last duty. Kukuku. Do you think you can escape? Even if you escape from me, do you think you can escape from them? He pointed in the direction of the entrance of Bloody Wolf Forest. Those 5 people that was wearing black robes were approaching the battle area. Vice leader, you didn't finish killing them. Are they strong? Kukuku. Don't you know me? I was just playing around. Both the girls were despairing. There was no hope for them. To run was not an option, and to fight when they can't even defeat a single enemy was more hopeless. HAA. Let's kill them quickly. We have other students to hunt. Fire bomb. They both resigned to their fate. The same attack which almost annihilated their whole team when they were ambushed was fired at them. Ice wall. When all hope seemed lost, a wall of ice blocked the attack. Our team was running toward the entrance after defeating the enemies. We were fortunate to encounter only 2 enemies. We continued running for 5 minutes when we heard the sound of an explosion. Ro, what is that sound? Kale asked. Daniel turned around to look in the direction of the sound. 1 enemy detected. He is currently fighting with Sylvia and one another girl. We stood still. What shall we do? Help them or go bring Professor? Isabel asked. We were currently near the entrance of Bloody Wolf Forest. We run at full speed. We go and bring back the Professor in 5 minutes. But can they survive for 5 minutes? Let's help them. We don't know whether we will encounter another group of devil contractors or not. Surely, someone must be guarding near the entrance. If we go, they will die, I said. From what I remember, in the novel rank D, devil contractor will be there before the entrance. The hope of the student is crushed by him. They couldn't escape, and even MC takes a good beating before professors appeared. 5 more enemies detected. They will soon reach the battleground. They seem to have noticed them too. SHT 5 more enemies. We could have handled 3 enemies with the help of Sylvia and others, but 6 enemies are currently impossible for our group. The rank of Devil Contractor are all rank E, one sub-rank higher than us, and there is no advantage in number like before. I gritted my teeth. What is happening? Isn't Sylvia supposed to be with Hero Ernest and fight with the Devil Contractor leader? Why is she about to die? I don't think I have interfered that much. Is it my FAU? Zero, huh? Kale's voice pulled me out of my thought. Zero, what are you thinking? Lisbeth asked me, and nothing. As I was saying, we have to bring the professor. We can't defeat them by ourselves, Kale said. With the appearance of 6 more enemies, we couldn't survive if we go to help them, no. There must be someone strong preventing us from leaving. They will die if we leave. How about we divide the group? One can go rescue them while others go bring back the professor, Lisbeth said. 2 groups, one to help Sylvia's team and the other to bring back the professor. Okay, let's do it this way. Me and Kale will go help them. You 3 go bring the professor. Okay, be careful. There must be a strong Devil Contractor protecting the entrance. You should avoid going from the straight path, go from other routes. Let's go. We went separately. Honestly, I am worried about those 3 encountering the leader, but if they go from another path then they may not meet him at all. And I had my own things to worry about. Not only are we outranked but outnumbered. It is honestly a suicide mission now. Zero, I must apologize to you. That came out of nowhere. I am sorry about before. You know, when I try to fight you, and also for looking down on you. Kale looks resolute, like he is saying his final word. Though I can understand where he comes from, we are going to encounter powerful enemies who are hell-bent on killing us. Oh. Heh. No need to apologize. I already forgot those things. I truly meant those words. He didn't beat me, and the only reason he looked down on me was that I was always making a fool in front of Lisa. So, there was no reason to blame Kale. And we were comrades who fought together against Devil Contractor. After 2 minutes, we were close to the battle place. But those 5 Devil Contractor has already reached the place. One of them fired fire bomb at Sylvia and other girl, Ice Wall. I quickly used Ice Wall to block the attack, though the skill was weaker without my magic wand. But the enemy mage was rank E, which was weaker than the mage that I fought previously. Zero, both girls shouted my name. I checked whether they were both okay. Sylvia was badly wounded, and Misha, who seems to be the other girl, was also wounded with her hands swollen and purple in color. Get back. I assumed my battle position, focusing on the enemies in front of me. Who are you? The Devil Contractor with claw weapon asked me. He was wearing the same silver badge indicating he was vice leader and rank E Devil Contractor. Do-it, gigantic fist, overflowing power strike. While the enemies were focused on me, Kale sneakily attacked the group of enemies. Another person, defend, wind swirl, before Kale even hit the enemy. He was pushed in midair. But this is exactly what I needed. Shadow style, peerless strike. I beheaded the mage who used the wind swirl skill. Mage is most vulnerable when they are using their skill. I took the opportunity when they had let down their guard. I coldly looked at the dead body. What? How? Be careful. He is strong. Just who are you? The vice leader asked again. I am Zero. Chapter 13. I am Zero. 2-0. You are strong, but do you think you would be able to defeat us? The person then attacked with his claw weapon. He rushes to attack me without waiting for his comrades. Clash. Clash. We fought for 30 seconds. The power behind his claw was strong but not unbearable for me. I could defend against his claw attack with my sword. Attack him. 3 more Devil Contractors join in the fight while the mage Devil Contractor was preparing to fire his magic. I pushed the vice leader using the sword with all my strength. He was only pushed away 5 meters, but still, I got time to use my magic art, ground freeze. All the Devil Contractor who was going to attack me froze on the spot. Kale, attack them. I can't move while I am using my ground freeze. I needed somebody to kill them while they were still immobile. It took a huge amount of mana to just keep dozen rank E fighters frozen. I needed him to quickly strike them while I still can keep them frozen. Coming, Kale quickly ran towards me. It was a golden opportunity for us to defeat all of them. They were all caught in my attack because it was a surprise attack and had their guard down. We will not get another chance like this. This was the deciding moment. Oh, no you don't, firebomb. The mage was not frozen because he was outside my attack range. He seemed to realize that I couldn't finish them myself. So he interrupted Kale from coming. Boom, Kale was blown over. The last hope was also gone with it. The devil contractor was freed from my attack since my mana was about to be exhausted. Ha ha ha. Damn it, I was already at my limit when I froze those devil contractors. I don't think I can last much longer with my strength. Cuckoo, I didn't think that you could stop all of us with your power. You really are strong, but you are going to die nevertheless. Poison Claw. I tried my best to dodge, but with my exhausted body, I couldn't move my body in time. I was hit on my stomach with the Poison Claw attack. The cut was quite deep and its poison was quickly spreading in my body. I quickly use ice magic to freeze the part where the poison attack was hit. Poison will not spread if I freeze it with my ice energy. They didn't give me chance to rest. Another devil contractor used his sword to attack me from the side. I quickly dodged it by rolling to another side. Fire bomb, ice wall. I blocked the attack of the mage with my ice wall. We will be annihilated if I am defeated. Sylvia and Misha can't escape with their injury. 3 other students were knocked out in the distance. Kale was blown over. I don't know if he is dead or not. And I have to fight them all. Zero, we could help you. Zero, we will fight with you. I held out my hand to stop them from coming forward. They can't help with their injuries, and what I am going to do may cause friendly fire. Ha-da-hoo. I didn't want to use it because it was still incomplete and it takes too much mana and damages my body, but I have no choice. Dual art, ice sword, dual art, an art discovered by one of the top SS heroes in a later stage of the novel. It was new art that was introduced to humanity due to which humans could have the advantage over other species during the war. The concept of technique was to combine 2 art and use it. The concept was simple but very difficult to execute because you will need to control 2 types of mana and use them simultaneously as one. This art was something that I tried to imitate before during my training in the hope to be able to use it. I always tried to use it, but the art was never shown in my status, indicating that this art was incomplete and I didn't have enough capacity to use it. Even if this art was incomplete, still the power of this art is incredible. That's why even if I may suffer a backlash, it was worth the shot considering the crisis I am facing. I injected my ice energy into the sword. The sword edge was covered in ice. If the art was complete, then the sword would have been fully covered in ice. Glacial Shadow Slash. What? Row. The attack hit the 3 devil contractor who was close to me. Considering the distance, they had no time to dodge. They blocked the attack with their body. Considering they were rank E fighters, they had high defense and could survive against an attack of rank E, by blocking the attack with their body. The attack hit them, but the cut was too shallow. But what I needed was only the cut. Since my Shadow Slash contained the ice energy, even if my attack didn't take their life directly, it could still freeze the parts which were in contact with my attack. And considering that my ice energy made contact with their blood is being turned into ice, they immediately fell down. They were dead. 1 attack to take 3 rank E fighters. Quite a powerful attack if I say so myself. What? How did you kill 3 rank E, and what was that attack? That art contained ice energy, but he was clearly using a sword art. How is it possible to use both sword art and magic art? This is impossible. The vice leader stared at Zero and then at the dead body as if he couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. This is impossible. How did you do it? Really, who are you, Humph? You are next. I point the edge of my sword to the vice leader. My mana will soon become empty, which could be quite life-threatening. My body can't handle both the mana type. The conflict between the mana in my body is tearing my veins. I need to finish this soon. Zero, was it? Don't think I am weak like them. I am more than enough to kill you. Fury Slice, maximum strength, Peerless Ice Strike, Clash. I was cut like 100 times on my body. My hand, leg, chest, and face was full of cut. Even after bleeding from every part of my body, I remained standing because I know I can't fall when my enemy is standing. Kukiki. I will be waiting for you in hell. 0, splash, the blood was splashed out before it froze. His upper body was cut deeply and frozen my attack. The slit was so deep that his body was only in one piece thanks to his body being frozen. Just as I was about to say that I won. I felt my strength leaving my body and my whole body becoming sore. My whole felt as if 1,000 sharp knife was poking at me. Blarg, I spurted blood from my mouth. Most of the internal injury was due to using my incomplete art. My vein feel like popping and my connection with my joint was losing with every second. I was kneeling with my sword supporting my body. 0, the girls came over to support me. Just when I thought that it was over, I will kill you, firebomb, damn it, I forgot about the mage, ice wah, I fell down. I had no more mana to use my magic art nor strength to remain standing. I looked up to see the attack making its way towards me. 0, Mia, take him out of here. I will block the attack with my body, Sylvia. It's no use. We have no time, I was about to survive. With all odds against me, I had eliminated 5 devil contractors. Only if I had more power, I was just about to resign to my fate when, gigantic fist barricade, Kale suddenly appeared in front of them and used his skill to block the attack. He seems to have recovered from the earlier attack. He is quite a tough guy. You are late. Why do you have to do a late entry like some hero? I would have preferred it if you had come earlier. Kale has no idea that I was cursing him for coming late like some hero. I had no more strength to even keep my consciousness alive. My consciousness kept on fading. And I couldn't hear properly. 0. Chapter 14. What happened? I opened my eye, albeit rather slowly. I could only see things in white color like in movies when someone dies and open their see in heaven. Am I dead? No way, my eye was wide open when I thought about the prospect of me being dead, but then I noticed the white ceiling. I tried to turn my face but I couldn't. Where am I? Then I tried to move my body. The pain was like the needles that had been soaked in acid had been stabbed into every part of my body, and that acid was dripping on my veins. Healing magic, soothing pain, while I was enduring the pain. A healer rushed into my place and cast his healing skill. Though only 1 minute has passed since I woke up, the pain made me feel like 100 years had passed. After having cast the spell over me, I felt my pain being alleviated, though I still couldn't move my body. Though with the damage that my body has sustained, it was already a miracle for me to be alive. The healer went outside. He seems to be talking with someone. The voice sounded was rather loud and lively, but I couldn't turn my face to see who it was. Yo. 0, Elea, looks like you are up. Can you talk? I tried to answer the man who seems to be the doctor judging by his outfit, but I couldn't even move my mouth. It's okay if you can't speak. I am here to tell you to not try to move your body. Your body is in an awful state. It is already a miracle for you to be alive. He came closer to me, checking my body to see whether something is wrong or not. Man, how did you really survive, man? All your muscle was torn and some of the veins were burst open. Your body is really sturdy. I really want to cut open your body to see what your body is made up of. He strangely looked at me, like when you find a new toy or something. He sounded like a mad scientist, which made me scared of him. I got a dangerous vibe from that man. Anyway, it will take around 3 days for you to recover, but if you don't recover by then, don't worry, I have a new medicine developed which will make you healthy in seconds. He checked the health monitor before leaving. 0. I think he has just fainted from exhaustion. Misha, go take him to the forest. I will help Kale to take care of that last person. Misha nodded and immediately carried Zero's body into the forest. Misha noticed Zero's body becoming colder and colder, like his blood was becoming ice. This made Misha nervous. She watched Zero fight the devil contractors all by himself. Even when they overwhelmed him with the number, he didn't back down nor escaped. Instead, he killed them one after another, even when sustaining heavy injuries. She was worried when he was fighting alone, astonished and then happy when he killed 3 devil contractors. And scared when he collapsed. She couldn't do anything but respect and admire such a person. He was powerful. No, he was immensely powerful. He had managed to defeat several devil contractors all by himself while she along with her teammates couldn't even take down a single devil contractor. She felt guilt and regret when she saw Zero's unconscious and injured body. She knows that it was their team fault that he became like this. He came to help them when he could have easily escaped by himself. She wanted to beat herself up for being so powerless. She thought she was strong and would help others as a hero when in reality she was so weak that others had to help her by risking their life. Even though she wanted to punish herself, she couldn't because the threat was not over. She stared at the distance where the battle was taking place. Multiple fireball. Kale quickly dodged the attack and continued to close the distance between him and the mage, Ro. He thought he could easily dodge the attack with his speed, but he had forgotten about his injuries. He was heavily injured by firebomb earlier. The injured led to Kale's speed being slowed, and as a result, he couldn't completely dodge the attack. Boom. He was about to be hit by the fireball, but he reacted in time and blocked it with his arm. Kale, I will cover you. Multiple shot, dazzling light. Mana shield. Sylvia attacked with multiple arrows containing destructive power but was easily blocked by the enemy shield. All the attacks failed to break the shield, showing the difference between rank E and rank E power. Sylvia, being only one sub-rank lower than the enemy, had thought that she would be able to deal with her enemy easily, but turns out her attack are nothing to him. Sylvia watched Zero fight. From the fight, she had guessed that Zero was rank E, like herself, or rank E at maximum. Zero was able to defeat rank E, who might have been 2 sub-rank higher than himself, and also managed to defeat the other 3 rank E at the same time. She thought that even she might be able to defeat others who are stronger than herself. She was the daughter of one of the executives of the authority, the strongest group in Himalaya domain. She was given strong skills and art to learn and many other resources to increase her strength, but even that was not enough. Her strength and talent were far inferior to Zero. She was feeling the disparity in talent between herself and Zero. But it was no time to feel jealous or depressed. She had to defeat her opponent first. She continued attacking the mage with her arrows. It was so that she could keep the enemy occupied while Kale makes his way to the enemy. Explosive fist, mana shield, bam. The enemy easily blocked the Kale attack. It didn't matter whether Sylvia attacked or Kale attacked. He could easily defend against them. Gigantic fist, overflowing power strike, bam. Damn it, just why can't I even defeat a single person? I messed up once, I don't want to mess up twice. Kale was feeling the pressure as he couldn't break the enemy's defense. Kale was regretting not defeating other devil contractors when Zero had them frozen. It was a golden opportunity, but due to him having his guard down, he was knocked out before he could even help a little. When he recovered, Zero had already killed the other 3 devil contractors and was fighting with their vice leader. He had scars and bruises all over his body. The body was also covered in blood, and it was all his fault. It was because he couldn't do his job properly. If he had finished devil contractors earlier, Zero wouldn't have been heavily injured and we would have already won. One mistake and all their lives were in danger. He felt pretty pathetic right now. He always called others weakling and coward because they didn't have the talent nor trained enough to become strong. But this incident taught him, it was him who was a weakling. How can I let Zero effort be wasted? We had survived till now thanks to him. Now, it is my turn to finish the job. I had to. Explosive fist, bam, damn it. Ha, 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 the mana shield was still unbroken. Devil contractor mage, seeing that both Kale and Sylvia were exhausted, choose to attack them. Multiple fireball. The experience of devil contractor was vastly more than a mere student. It was already hard for the same rank student to defeat them, not to mention students rank lower than them. Talent and strong skills could cover the gap, but devil contractors was also not a weakling. They had their organization support. The skill and art granted to them was on par with the gold and diamond graded guild, so, for a student to beat them was unthinkable. Only some really powerful students could do that. Kale and Sylvia were also capable of that, but only if they were in their top condition. Right now they can't even exert 50% of their power with their injuries. Both Sylvia and Kale were surprised by the attack. The mage had continued to defend against their attack, and in an instant when they were tired he cancelled his mana shield and fired his magic. It was a perfect time for the enemy to attack them. They had no strength to dodge the attack. They tried but the body was not responding. They could only defend using their hand and wait for the attack to land, but the attack never landed on them. 1 second, 0.2 seconds, 0.3 seconds. They slowly opened their eyes to see a shield of ice in front of them, protecting them from enemy attack. They turned around to see someone familiar protecting them. Chapter 15. What happened? 2. Professor Mia. The person that helped them was Professor Mia. She used her magic art to form an ice wall similar to Zero ice wall, but it was more powerful and the size was twice that of Zero's ice wall. Are you okay? Where are other members of your team? We are fine. Others are hiding in the forest. Professor Mia, how did you find us? Kale, where is Zero? Suddenly, Isabel interjected. She along with Daniel and Lisbeth was running towards them. Oh. You were the one to bring Professor Mia. Zero is in the forest being protected by Misha. We need to immediately him sent to the hospital, Sylvia said. What? What happened? No time to explain. You three bring other students and escape while we defeat the last enemy. With Professor Mia, it will be easy for us to defeat him, no need. You two are seriously injured, go retreat with them, Professor Mia said to Sylvia. Professor, we can endure it, Kale responded, just go. It will not take a minute for me to eliminate him. She then condensed her mana and changed into ice energy, SHT, it is Ice Enchantress. Mission has failed, looks like I need to escape. Do you think you can run away from me after what you did to my students? Ice Spear. Multiple spears appeared above Professor Mia which contained destructive ice energy. She then waved her hand and all the spear was shot at the Mage Devil Contractor, Mana Shield. Crack, this can't be. I can't be killed. All the spears pierced the Mana Shield like it was made out of thin paper, then the spears all pierced his body. The mage had more holes in his body than Swiss cheese, humph. Trying to kill my students. This is what you get for acting without thinking about consequences. She then turned around and signaled them to follow her. Let go. We need to move the injured as soon as possible. Sylvia led them into the forest. They quickly followed her. They soon arrived at the place where other students were lying on the ground. Sylvia, Misha. Are they okay? They are all alive but Zero needs medical attention as soon as possible. I don't know what is happening but his body is becoming colder and colder, Misha said in a panicky voice. She had been treating Zero by giving him potions but his condition was not improving. His face became paler as time passed. Misha was getting more and more worried as time passed. Please make some space. I will see what is wrong with his body. Professor Mia immediately put her down on Zero's body and channeled her mana to his body. After some time, she had an astonished face. What happened to him? He is already seriously injured. Outside and inside his mana are in conflict. Professor, can you save him? Isabel asked in a panicked voice. Ro. I don't know but luckily his energy is ice. I can at least absorb his ice energy and solve the conflict of his mana. However, he suffered too much damage. I don't know whether he can be saved. The statement made everybody stiff. They were all thinking different things but everybody had one realization, that is they weak, too weak. They were all clenching their hands so hard that it was bleeding. Zero had to fight for their life because they were too weak to help him. So what happened to him? I don't think that rank E enemy is enough to injure him to such a state. I know he is at least rank E-, even though the student info has Zero as rank F student, but from training with him. She was certain that he broke through and his rank is at least rank E-. Rank E-. Isabel, Daniel, and Lisbeth were surprised to discover this information. Rank E means his abilities are within the top 50 of all first year. They thought that only Kale was rank E in their team, but turns out Zero was also rank E-. But they soon accepted it as they know he had killed rank E Devil Contractor by himself. Kale, Sylvia, and Misha were not surprised by this as they saw him fight Devil Contractors. They would not even be surprised if the professor told them he was rank E because he had the ability to kill rank E. Soon Kale and Sylvia explained what happened. Kale explained how they encountered Devil Contractors and saw Sylvia's team fighting, which led to the separation of their team. Sylvia explains what happened after Kale was knocked out. How he used a strong art that killed multiple rank E in an instant. Isabel, Daniel, Lisbeth, and even Professor Mia were shocked by their story. He was fighting alone with multiple rank E, and they even had rank E, but Zero had killed most of them and almost won by himself. It would not be an exaggeration to call such combat power rank D or D. We need to get out of this place. I will carry Zero. I need to constantly absorb his ice energy. You three carry the other students. Isabel, Daniel, and Lisbeth nodded. They were the only students with enough energy to carry others. Sylvia, Kale, and Misha were all seriously wounded, though not as bad as Zero, but still bad enough to see that they had a tough battle. They continued running for 10 minutes until they all reached Bloody Wolf entrance, where the medical staff was all busy attending to injured students. Zero's and Sylvia's teams were not the only ones that encountered devil contractors. At least 100 students had a battle with devil contractors, though the most dangerous enemy was encountered by them and Hero's team. Hero, I think we will encounter another group of enemy, Alva said to Hero. While returning after the successful hunt, they had encountered 3 devil contractors who seemed to be dead set on killing them. They had a tough battle. Hero fought with one rank E devil contractor while others took on the other 2 devil contractors. Hero killed his enemy after a few rounds of fighting. After that, it was easy to eliminate other devil contractors, but during the process one of the teammates was seriously injured. They are now moving to the entrance of Bloody Wolf Forest where professors are stationed. Yes, I don't think they send just 3 devil contractors to kill the students. We are moving through the forest where it is difficult for the enemy to notice us. Even so, we should be on our toes. Humph. If we encounter them, we can kill them like those devil contractors. What? Is the number 1 student of our grade scared of enemies? The one who replied was Zarek. He is an arrogant young master of the Diamond Guild. He was always pampered by people around him because of his status until he came to Ace Academy. He was only ranked 416 and no one paid attention to him as there was numerous students more influential than his guild. This led to his resentment toward Hero, who was just a commoner but was always the center of attention. A frown appeared on Hero and his teammate's face. We already have one teammate who is unable to join the fight. If we encounter another group of devil contractors, we may lose another member. We should avoid unnecessary battles, Remus said to Zarek angrily. He was already upset with Zarek's attitude and lack of cooperation. Remus was also a young master of Diamond Graded Guild and he was more talented than Zarek with a rank 375. Their teammates were injured as a result of Zarek letting the enemy attack their teammates when she was preparing magic attack. Let alone apologizing for his mistake, Zarek blamed Lavinia, mage, saying that she was useless and can't even dodge the enemy attack, even though it was his job to keep the enemy from attacking Lavinia. Humph. Words of a coward. You are as weak as that girl, Zarek. You brainless fool. Don't cross the line. You are the one dragging this team down. Don't call others weak when you can't even do your job properly. Humph. I alone would have killed that enemy. Lavinia was the one dragging me down. It is good that she is knocked out and won't disturb me next time. Zarek was arrogant, thinking he could kill devil contractors since Hero was able to kill them. He has still not accepted the fact that there were others who were more powerful than him. He would always accuse others of cheating in the exam, which resulted in him having a low rank. He would blame his mistake on others, thinking he was always right. Zarek doesn't insult Lavinia. She was helping us defeat devil contractors. What were you doing? Suddenly rushing to attack devil contractors without any strategy. Lavinia protected you from their attack and instead of thanking her, you are insulting her. Apologize to her, Hero Ernest was one to say to the Zarek. He had endured his arrogant behavior during the hunt, but he is still acting arrogant when they are facing a crisis with their life on the line. He was angry at him for insulting Lavinia and blaming her for his mistake. Apologize? Me? To her? Don't joke with me. Who gave you the authority to order me? You are just a commoner. Don't forget your place, Zarek. Hero is our leader. Listen to his order. If you want to do, get out from our team. That way you don't have to listen to the leader, but when you are in a team, listen to the team leader. Humph. Do you think I need your help? You should be grateful for being on the same team as me. I should have already gone my own way. Saying that, Zarek speed up and went in front of them. Hero tried to stop him but was stopped by Remus's hand. Let him go. It is better this way for him and us. Hero wanted to say that it is dangerous for him to go alone, but remembering Zarek's attitude, he knows Zarek will not come back. But after a few minutes, he comes to greatly regret his decision. After going through the forest for a few minutes, they were out of the forest. When they were out of the forest, what they saw great surprised them. On the ground was Zarek's dead body. Chapter 16. What happened? 3. Humph. Actually asking me to apologize. They don't know their place. I will ask my dad to teach them a lesson. Zarek has gone out of the forest after running for 8 minutes. He was angry all the way to the exit. He never felt others will condemn him as he was a heir of diamond-graded guild. As he was thinking of taking revenge for the injustice he faced, he saw a brawny man of about 190 centimeters standing in his way. He wore a golden badge on his chest. He stopped for a moment. Devil contractor. He turned his head sideways to check whether he had another companion or not. He was relieved to see that no other devil contractors were there. Yo! You are the first student I met. Looks like others couldn't do their job properly. They let a rank F student escape. What an embarrassment. Devil contractor, I suggest you get out of my way if you don't want to die. I have already killed other devil contractors. If you don't go while I am being nice, you will regret it. Zarek believed he could easily defeat this devil contractor. He thought this devil contractor was weak since he couldn't sense the overwhelming aura like the other devil contractors he had fought previously. But the truth was quite opposite. While a butterfly thinks spiders are dangerous, they wouldn't necessarily be scared of the tiger because the tiger is way stronger than them, that they couldn't comprehend their strength. Similarly, a rank F student couldn't possibly sense the strength of rank D, while they could feel the strength of rank E. Rank D was way beyond a rank F student. Zarek arrogantly thought that the man before him was weak. A man who can't even grasp my power dare to say he will kill me. Ha ha ha. You won't even survive against 1% of my power. A mere devil contractor tries to be arrogant in front of this young master. Begone, Thunder Saber, Power Strike. The man in front of him just stood without showing any movement. He was smiling at Zarek like some kid was going to punch him. You are dead, BM. Seeing that the man was not resisting, Zarek pressed on. He thought he had already won. But when the dust settled, he saw the man was still standing there unscathed. The man looked at Zarek happily as Zarek had a terrified expression on his face. A pretty good attack for an ant. He extended his hand forward and grabbed Zarek's neck. Zarek at first struggled, but he couldn't move devil contractor hand at all. KKGG, please let me go. I will give you everything you want. My dad is a guild master of the Diamond Guild. I can give you treasure and all the money you want. I will even join your group. Please spare me. Spare M, KKKGGH, hehe. We are not here to recruit a weakling like you. It is better to kill weakling like you. He increased the strength of his grip. He continued to increase his strength until Zarek couldn't struggle at all. Crack, Zarek's neck was snapped. He threw Zarek's body on the ground and waited for other students to pass through. Here, is it Zarek? He is dead. Both Alva and Remus were scared after seeing Zarek's body. His head was separated from his body and his whole body was covered in blood and dirt. Hehehe. Are you his friends? Sorry, I had just finished killing him. I will make sure he is not lonely. Let me send you all to him. Let's defeat him and report the situation to the professor. Though terrified, Alva has sensed that the man before them was not very strong. At least not more powerful than what they faced previously. Be careful. He is at least rank D-. I can't properly sense his rank. He is several times stronger than other devil contractors, Hero said to his team worriedly. Only he could sense that the man before them is very strong. Others can't really tell as the man before them had his strength suppressed. Both of them were tenser after Hero told them about their opponent's strength. They thought if Hero was telling them then it must be true as he was a higher rank than them. They were both only rank F and Hero was one whole rank higher than them, so they had to believe him. Hee. You are Hero, aren't you? The only rank E student in this test. Only you could see through my rank, but what can you do even if you know? I suggest you join our rank. We will treat you well and our superiors are also pretty interested in your talent. We could nurture you to become the strongest. The mission of devil contractors sent here was to either recruit Hero or kill him. Along with him, they were also told to recruit other talented students or kill them, slave of devil. Do you think I will join your group? I will kill all the filthy demon along with you all, Hero said to the devil contractor with a voice full of hate. To join devil contractors will be like joining the group that harmed his family. He could never forgive demons and devil contractors who serve under them. Humph. You will be begging for your life like that guy after I torment you, Alva. Cover our back. Remus, we are going to directly fight with him. Both his teammates nodded. Alva kept Lavinia down and prepared for combat. She took out her bow and arrow, shooting wind, airburst. Alva shoot arrow which contained wind energy. The speed has exceeded 200 km per hour, but the devil contractor casually blocked it with his axe, Star Shatterer style, Star Fracture, Piercing Spear style, maximum power. The leader, devil contractor, easily caught their attack with his axe and pushed them. He then began attacking Hero with his axe, though Hero parried it with his sword. Remus tried to attack him while the leader was occupied with Hero, but his attack was caught by his bare hand. Clang, row, they were in stalemate, but the leader was slowly putting more strength, making Hero bend a little. The leader then turned around and kicked Remus with his right leg. Bam, spurt, Remus landed several meters back. He ends up throwing up a handful of blood from his mouth. Remus. You will pay for it, you can't win. Just give up and join us. This is your last offer, in your dreams. Then the leader hacked his axe at Hero. Hero rolled to his side to dodge the leader's attack, shooting wind, penetrating arrow. Alva took this chance to help Hero create distance between them. The attack was once again blocked by the leader. Axe HEW style, Strong Lacerate, Star Shatterer style, Starfall Fracture, Boom. They both used powerful skills. The air seems to be vibrating after their clash. Hero was pushed back 5 meters while the leader was pushed back just 1 meter. The leader didn't give Hero a chance to catch his breath. He started attacking him. Just as Hero was about to block leader's axe attack, the power in his axe increased drastically. Hero was barely able to block leader's attack. Leader continuously attacked Hero, giving him zero chance to counterattack. Axe U style, Killing Strike, Clank. Hero quickly used his sword to block leader's attack. Hero barely managed to stop the leader's attack from stabbing his heart, but a large gash appeared on the lower right side of his stomach. Taking a couple of steps back, Hero manages to create some distance between him and leader. Hero. Retreat, I don't think we can defeat him, Alva shouted. She was giving a health potion to Remus when she saw Hero getting attacked, but she couldn't interrupt as they were too fast for her to aim properly. If she attacked and mistakenly hit Hero, then he would have been seriously injured, while even if she hit the leader, he would be fine. Alva. We can't retreat. Not with him blocking our way. You take Lavinia and retreat and find other students to help us, Remus, who regained his strength, told Alva. Just by getting hit by leader's kick, he had broken some rib, which told him that his strength was several times higher than him or Hero. They needed more help, but, no buts. Your attack can't do anything to him. Even I can't do anything other than distract him for a few seconds. Only Hero can deal some damage to him. We need other rank E students to help us or we are really dead. Alva, thinking for some time, she nodded her head and carried Lavinia, and went back to the forest. After Alva retreated, Remus went to where Hero was. What they needed to do was survive until other students get here to help them. Hero, we need to buy some time for other students to come here. We couldn't beat him by ourselves, Hero nodded. Even with his system and his high-level art and skill, he could hardly close the difference in strength brought by their rank. His opponent was rank D, who seems to be on verge of breaking through rank D. He has just reached rank E 2 months back. It was already good that he survived for so long against a higher rank opponent. I told Alva to retreat and bring other students here. If she manages to bring Zion or Lisa, we could have a chance at victory. Ahaha. Do you seriously think you can survive against me? Let me show you my real power. Devil Contractor's leader released his suppressed mana, which formed a thick and dark aura that surrounded him. Hero and Remus felt pressure on their body like some gravity is pulling them down, especially Remus, who was 2 major ranks below the leader. Remus felt enormous pressure on his body that he even knelt a little. Try to survive against this attack. Axe Hugh style, Malice Adrenaline Surge. The Devil Contractor's body, which was already big, began to become even bigger, ripping his shirt. He was like Orge, who was emitting dark mana. He then held his axe in the air and hacked his sword with his full power. It was so fast that Hero couldn't dodge it. He could only try to block it, but the impact of the attack was too powerful. Both Hero and Remus were flung back. Wham! Spurt. Both Hero and Remus end up throwing up blood. Their body was no longer in any condition to fight, especially Hero, who took the full brunt of that attack. Despite that, Hero stood up. If they give up here, then it will truly be the end of him. In the end, I have to rely on the system. System, how many minutes will system double power last? System, noted. With the host current point, this state will last only for 5 minutes. Okay. Looking at the leader, who was approaching them slowly, Hero took out this time to quickly take out a couple of potions from system inventory and chug down quickly. Hero felt better with his injury, recovering slowly. System double power activate. Chapter 17. What happened? 4. System double power activate. Hero's vein and muscle were freed from any restraint, allowing his mana to flow through more freely and allowing him to exert more power. Hero felt like he could kill 10 rank E Devil Contractors in one move. Though the one he was about to face was not so weak that he could kill him instantly, however, he was confident about defeating him. Ho ho. What a strong aura. You are definitely a talented person. Your mana aura could rival that of a new rank D person. But even if so, what can you do to me, a person at peak of rank D-SHUA? Hero didn't waste his time talking with the leader. This state will only last for about 10 minutes, and every second wasted is every second he is near to his death. He quickly dashes towards the leader and strikes at him. But the leader had already seen through his attack and blocked his attack with the axe. Even so, the leader had underestimated Hero's strength. Hero, after striking the leader, changed his direction midway and redirected his attack to the leader towards his side. The leader quickly reacted to his attack and manages to barely block the attack from stabbing his heart. Though he suffered a deep cut on the side of his stomach, growling. You will pay for this. The leader began swinging his axe rapidly at Hero, which Hero dodged. Hero continued to dodge and block his attack, but the attack kept on becoming more and more fierce. Clank. Hero took the chance to counterattack when the leader began to show signs of exhaustion. Hero parried the attack with his sword and then attacked leader's left leg, which was defenseless. SHAK. Hero successfully landed the attack on the leader's leg, making the leader kneel on his right leg. Hero didn't let this chance slip. He used his strongest attack on the leader, Star Shatterer style, Star Annihilation. A huge amount of mana envelopes Hero's sword, making the sword seem larger than before. He raised his sword and slashed it towards the leader. The leader used his axe to block the attack. SHUA. The leader survived Hero's attack, but his right hand was severed from his body and blood was surging out. I will kill you. The leader was angry after having his arm cut off by a rank E student. He released his dark mana. Dark mana was the reason why Devil Contractors was more powerful than an average human of the same rank. When Devil Contractors complete their mission, they are rewarded with Dark Oregon. Dark Ore contains dark mana, which is absorbed by Devil Contractors to increase the dark mana in their blood. Higher ranked Dark Ore contains higher quality of dark mana. The blood that was flowing out from his severed arm stopped and all other wounds started to heal. The leader began swinging his left punch rapidly at Hero, which Hero dodged. Hero continued to dodge and block his attack, but the attacks kept on becoming stronger and stronger. since the leader's leg was injured, the speed of the leader was decreased considerably, which allowed Hero to easily dodge the leader's attack. Still, the attack which contained dark mana was very destructive. Boom! The leader's attack was slow but destructive while Hero's attack was swift. They fought with each other, neither getting an upper hand to end other's life. Cuts and bruises appeared on both their body, they both were slowly showing the sign of exhaustion. They had fought continuously for 7 minutes and Hero couldn't stay in that state for long. After his skill deactivates, he will not be able to fight with the leader. The leader seemed to notice that Hero's state will not last forever, so he bid his time and continued to attack Hero. Every powerful skill had either a strong side effect or a time limit. It would be unreasonable to have a skill that can increase Hero power drastically while not having a time limit. As 10 minutes passed, Hero's skill was deactivated and his strength was no longer able to match that of the leader. The leader noticed the decrease in Hero's strength, to which he swung his arm at full power towards Hero. Hero was helplessly flung all the way back, bomb, crashing against the ground. Hero was unable to get up and collapsed on the ground. Ha ha, laying on the ground, Hero looked towards the leader who was slowly approaching him. The leader wore a big smile. Ha ha ha. Hero, you have entertained me well, but this is the end. Arriving before Hero, the leader raised his leg to stomp on Hero's head. Staring at the feet above him, Hero thought this was the end for him and closed his eyes. Mom, Dad, I couldn't find the cure for you. Sister, I would not be able to take care of you anymore. However, just as the leader was about to end his life, a shield appeared above his body blocking the leader's attack. Then an attack hit the leader in his chest, pushing him back. Hero opened his eye to see Lisa Kielpas and Zion Maxwell in front of him. Hero's reinforcement has arrived. Zion Maxwell's team met Lisa's team while they were returning from their respective hunt. Since Zion met Lisa, he ordered his team to follow them. Though Lisa was about to reject it, they were ambushed by 3 devil contractors. Luckily, Lisa reacted fast enough to shield them from their attack. Who? How dare you attack us? You don't know who you have attacked. Zion was angry and frustrated because he couldn't see through their ambush. Normally, it will not make him so angry, but since Lisa was there, he couldn't show his cool and reliable side to her by noticing their ambush. Contrary to that, he fell victim to their attack. Though it might not do much damage to him since he has rank A armor, it certainly has damaged his reputation. Imperial Spear style, Obliterate Strike, Zion immediately attacked the devil contractors. Following him were his teammates and Lisa's team. Devil contractors might seem strong for other students, but for them who had 2 rank E, that is Lisa and Zion, they were no big deal. They immediately eliminated all the devil contractors within a minute. They then decided to stick together since there might be more ambush. They quickly moved towards the exit of Bloody Wolf Forest. After traveling for a while, they entered the forest, and from there was plain with a road which leads to the exit. While they were moving, they saw a girl carrying someone and going their opposite way. When they were closer, they noticed and confirmed it was a student. What happened? Who are you and why are you going the wrong way? Ha ha. My name is Alva. We have encountered a rank D, devil contractor. Can you please help my teammates? They are fighting him right now. Rank D dash, both the members of Lisa's and Zion's team were shocked, including Lisa and Zion. Rank D was not something they could defeat even with their number. Only Lisa and Zion could help, others were just burdens when confronting such a strong enemy. Your teammates are already dead. We need to escape from another path, Zion told Alva in a serious tone. Arrogant as he might be, he knows that he can't defeat a rank D opponent. Being the young master of the Platinum Guild, he could get rank D guild members to spar with him. It was just to compare the strength between them. While he could fight them for 10 minutes or so, he knows that it was because they went easy on him. If it was a real fight, he knows he can't survive even a minute. This was the difference in strength between rank E and rank D. While a person may be able to defeat E while being only rank E, it doesn't mean that a rank E will be able to defeat rank D dash. The difference in rank between a major rank and a minor rank was different. Not to mention that Zion was just rank E. The other teammates nodded to Zion except Lisa. Instead, she thought for a while and asked Alva, "Who are your teammates? If you were able to escape, then it means your teammates are holding the enemy back. He must be high rank to be able to hold on for so long." Hero Ernest and Remus. Hero Ernest. Everybody was aware of Hero Ernest and his achievement. Being the youngest to reach rank E and having the highest score in the entrance exam, he was a star student in Ace Academy. If it is Hero, then he might be still alive. After all, he is the strongest among us. If I and Zion join hands with Hero, we might be able to take him down, Lisa concluded. She was sure that if it was Hero, he would be able to survive. Reason? One was that he was rank E and another was if Hero was killed, then Devil Contractor would have pursued Alva to kill her, though it might also be that he was not interested in chasing her, but Hero might already be dead. It is better to find another way to escape, Zion said. He believed even he would be dead by now if he faced rank D enemy. Though he knows that Hero was stronger than him, he thinks that the difference in strength is not much between him and Hero. Even so, we must do it. Hero might be alive and we don't know whether other routes are safe or not. We have you, me, and Hero, the three strongest students present in this test. If we can't defeat him, then I am afraid we are all doomed, Zion thought for a while and nodded. After all, he could not afford to look like a coward in front of the girl he likes. Though not all his brain is filled with Lisa, he knows that with Lisa and Hero, they might have a shot at defeating the enemy. Okay then. Zion and I will go help Hero while you all find another route to call the professors, but we could help you. Our chance will increase with the number, a boy from Zion's team spoke. He sounded confident. He had never fought with a rank D opponent like Zion, but he fought with rank E. He could fight with them as equal if he exert himself. He thought rank D will be only twice powerful as rank E. Zion shook his head and told, "You don't know the strength of rank D dash. Even if we have 100 rank F students, they could hardly deal any damage to rank D, Devil Contractor. You will only get yourself killed." He then pointed to Alva. "The reason she escaped is because of this. A rank F could hardly help when facing a rank D opponent. Only I and Lisa can stand up to him." Oh, the boy then understood why Alva was running. It was not that she abandoned the team, but because she was of no use in the battle. He thought that she must have run away scared of rank D enemy. But turns out rank F students were just a burden in this battle. Okay then, it is decided. I and Lisa will check the situation on Hero's side. If he is alive, we will help him, if not we will retreat. You all divide into two groups, one will search for another escape path, and another group will stay and alert other students. Tell them to only rank E students are allowed to come. Other students nodded. Whoosh. Whoosh, Lisa and Zion speed up and quickly ran in the direction where Hero is. Chapter 18 Powerless. As Lisa and Zion were reaching the end of the forest, they could hear the sound of battle. Clank. Clank. When Lisa and Zion entered the plain area, they saw two figures fighting and one figure on the ground. It was at that moment when Hero's system double power has run out. When Lisa and Zion exited the forest, they saw Hero struggling against his opponent, and then he was flung back by the Devil Contractor. Sakurai Blessing, Goddess Protection. When the leader was about to kill Hero, Lisa used her skill to make a protective shield around Hero. Wham! Zion took this chance to attack the leader, Imperial Spear style, Obliterate Strike. The leader was caught off guard. Zion had a perfect hit on the leader's body. More bugs. He. The leader was hit in the chest, but the attack of rank E was not enough to give him fatal injury. Adding to it, the dark mana that the leader released was acting as protective armor. Zion was surprised for a moment. He knew from leader's defense that the leader was far more powerful than the sparring partner of his in the guild. The leader was at the peak of rank D, and with dark mana, his defense was as good as rank D. I will heal Hero right now. Can you buy me some time? Okay. Zion knows his opponent is a tough guy, but he is also a young master of Platinum Guild. He can't retreat and act cowardly, especially in front of the girl he likes, and he had rank A defensive artifact on his body. He was unlikely to be killed. I will let you go if you retreat right now. Otherwise don't blame this young master for killing you, he he he. Is it the way a bug begs for his life? A Ranky is telling me that he will kill me. Ha ha ha, you will regret uttering those words. With this Zion attacked the leader. The leader easily dodges his attack and counterattack with his fist, BAAM, the leader's attack was precise and deadly. After dodging the spear of Zion, he quickly punches Zion on his rib. Even though Zion is wearing protective armor, but the sheer impact of his punch has been able to injure Zion, URGGG, Zion groaned. If it was not for the protective armor, his rib would have broken. Zion slowly stood up. The leader obviously doesn't consider him a threat as he gave Zion the chance to stand up. He could have attacked and ended Zion's life, but the leader wanted to play with him. Slowly killing others gives more satisfaction than just outright killing them. From Zion's first attack, the leader was able to tell that Zion was no threat to him. He was just taking this time to enjoy the battle. Ahaha. Bug, come and entertain me more. You are dead. This humiliation can only be washed away by your blood. Zion was the young master of a platinum-graded guild. Wherever he goes, he will be praised as a genius, and even rank A heroes will show him some respect. He was always protected by the guild, not having suffered until now. It was his second time that he felt humiliated. The first was when he was in second place in the entrance exam. He was not proclaimed as genius just because of his background. He was stronger than others of the same age and got first in every exam except the entrance exam. His first defeat was in the entrance exam, and now even a no-name devil contractor was mocking him. Zion charged towards the leader and attacked him, but just like last time, the leader easily dodged the attack and again counterattacked with his punches, but this time, Zion was prepared and blocked the leader's attack with his spear. Zion was a genius, but the thing that he lacked was an experience. He had experience from sparring in his guild, but life and death battle was different from that. As he was fighting with the leader, he could see the attack pattern of the leader. He counterattacked when chance appeared and dodged when the leader attacked. Ha ha ha. You have some potential. How about this? I spare your life and you join our rank. Ha ha ha. That is not how a bug should beg for its life. I already gave you the chance to run, but you didn't take it. Now I can only kill you. Zion was growing overconfident after having the upper hand against the leader. He thought that the leader was trying to talk through after being pressurized by his attack. A foolish choice. The leader increased the power of his punch by using his dark mana. Zion was able to block his attack previously and thought he could block this one also. So he took his defensive stance and was thinking about how to counterattack next, but this time the leader was not playing around. The leader attacked Zion with the intent to kill. Bomb. Zion was thrown a few meters back. Spurt. Zion spat out some blood. This time his rib broke and he plummeted to the ground. Zion. Lisa ran towards Zion. She has finished healing Hero and gave Hero some potion. Hero's strength and mana have been recovered to 50% with mana and stamina potion. Hygeia Blessing. Compassionate Light. Lisa used the strongest healing spell she knows. Zion's injuries began to heal at rapid speed. ARG. Zion stood up and took out his potion and drank it. He looked towards the leader who was currently not paying attention to him. Hero, reconsider my offer. Join our group, you will get everything you desire. Zion, can you still fight? Humph. Who do you think you are talking to? I will kill him. You can't. He is not someone you can defeat by yourself. We need to work together to defeat him. Hero, after having a battle, the leader knows that even if the leader was fighting for so long, he was not someone Zion or he can defeat. Oh. Then do you think you can defeat him? Hero, don't think you can order me just because you came first in student rank. I was just careless and scored less than you that time. What? Hero was dumbfounded. They are seriously in a crisis and Zion was talking about rank and whatnot. He was enraged to see Zion acting like a brat. Zion, we are seriously in a dangerous situation. Can't you abandon your ego for a second and listen to me? I have fought him for longer and I know what he can do. Are you telling me I can't defeat him because you can't defeat him? Humph. Do you seriously think I am beneath you? Stop, Lisa interjected. She decided to interrupt them after seeing that situation was getting tenser. Zion, please cooperate with Hero. He knows about the enemy more than us. Humph. Zion had dissatisfaction expression on his face but decided not to refuse since it was Lisa who told him to. Okay. So, I fight him on the front. Zion will find a chance to find his weakness and attack him. Lisa will stay in the rear and support us. Lisa nodded. Zion didn't nod, but considering he was not retaliating it means he agreed. Let's go. Finished your little discussion. I was getting a little bored here. Whoosh. Hero charged at him from the front. Hero attacked fiercely but the leader was easily able to dodge and parry his attack. Hero without system double power was no longer a threat to the leader with dark mana. Athena blessing, reinforced strength. Lisa used her skill to increase the attack power. But it was not on Hero but on Zion, who was about to attack the leader from his back. Zion's strength was increased at least by 1.5x. He was confident about killing the leader after getting this buff. Imperial Spear style, Obliterate Strike. The leader who was busy with Hero had no time to block the Zion attack. But he also didn't care as it was unnecessary considering his strong defense. Spurt. Unexpectedly Zion's attack breached his defense and pierced his back. After a second, the leader couldn't hold it anymore and spat a handful of blood. I have greatly underestimated you all. I didn't think that with her little buff you could breach my defense. The leader took out a fruit that was black and emitting a dark mana aura from his storage ring. The storage ring is something similar to a storage bag, just in the form of a ring, but the price was 100 times more expensive than the storage bag. I didn't think I need to resort to this. He ate the fruit. Gulp. After consuming the fruit the leader mana aura was increasing rapidly. It increased until it breakthrough to rank D. The leader had become a rank D devil contractor. Not only that, his right arm has grown back and his teeth became sharper. His eyes became red. He truly looked like a monster. The leader suddenly jumped in the air. The leader released all his dark mana and charged at where Hero and others were. Quick. Shield, Hero shouted at Lisa. He could tell from the mana released what the leader was planning to do. He intends to blow up this whole area by using the force of his body and dark mana. Like Atom Bomb, Soterai Blessing, Goddess Protection. The shield appeared in front of them. Boom! The leader collided with the shield. Lisa poured all her remaining mana into the shield. Crack! After a couple of seconds, the shield was unable to withstand the attack anymore and broke into many pieces. Boom! A large shock wave swept the area. Hero, Zion, and Lisa were all flung back. They were all seriously injured, no longer able to fight. They tried to move their body but they couldn't muster any energy from their body. One attack from the rank D enemy and the 3 strongest students of the first year were all defeated. At that moment, 3 of them felt something they had not felt in a long time: powerless. Chapter 19 Powerless. 2, Bloody Wolf Forest. Head teacher, don't you think that some students should be out by now? We are only left with 10 minutes before the time is up. Strange, in the past most of the students would be out by now. Do you think something happened to students? Should we send some professors to check the situation? The professor was discussing what they should do. They have never encountered such a situation in the past. Some professors suggested going in the forest while some others told them to wait till the time is up. Huff. Huff. While the professors were voting which option to choose, the head teacher noticed some students approaching the entrance. Ho ho, looks like we are worried for nothing. Some students are going to reach the entrance soon. Ha ha ha. I told you there was nothing to worry about. The students must have stayed to earn more points. After all, this batch of students is Golden Generation. Golden Generation is used to describe the first-year students in Himalaya domain. The students of this year were all stronger than other years. While it was a blessing to have a total of about 50 Ranki students in other years, however this year the Ranki was numbered at more than 200 students, with 10 students being in Rank E and 1 student in Rank E. From this batch of students at least 10 students are expected to reach Rank SS. Rank SS humans were the cornerstone of human peace. Excluding Zion, Lisa, and Hero from Ace Academy, at least 7 other students from different academy had reached Rank E, which indicate that they have the potential to reach Rank SS. all the professors from different academies were paying extra attention to their first years. They would eventually become the ones who will lead humans in decades to come. The professors were relieved to see that the students were coming out. However, the head teacher noticed something odd about this group of students. At glance, they seemed to just come out of the Bloody Wolf Forest. However, you will notice that they were sprinting and running as if someone was after their life. Another reason was the number of students in the group. One group consists of 5 students, but he could only see 3 students in that group. Something is up, though it could also be that they were working separately. It was not that rare, as some students dislike each other and some like to operate alone. In any case, head teacher found the situation strange, and with no other students in sight, he thought it might be that the students are in some danger. Professor Mia, hurry and call all the professors quickly. Whoosh, head teacher didn't waste his time. Immediately after asking Professor Mia to gather other professors, he quickly approached the students. The head teacher appeared before the 3 students in seconds. The 3 students were indeed Zero's teammates. They were able to avoid the devil contractor by going from another way instead of going straight from the forest. They luckily encountered no devil contractors on their way. They were all alerted by head teacher appearing before them. They all took their battle stance thinking it was devil contractors. Student, why are your teammates missing? After noticing that the person before them was the professor, not their enemy, they were glad. Sir, devil contractors has entered the Bloody Wolf Forest. We are ambushed by them, but we killed them. However, others were also fighting with devil contractors, so our 2 teammates went to help them while we are here to report the situation to the professors. Please, send the professors to help as soon as possible. What? Devil contractors? How did they pass through the guard? What is the surveillance team doing? We need to rescue the students as soon as possible. Ahaha. I gave you the chance, but you all didn't take it. Don't blame me for killing you. The leader had already won the battle with one move. He would suffer a backlash for eating the fruit, but he would recover in a month. The reward for Hero's head was comparable to some of rank A heroes. He would be able to get enough dark ore to reach rank C. He was not afraid to suffer from this little side effect in exchange for hero life. Swish, The leader sensed someone powerful coming in their direction. At least rank B, considering the place, he concluded it was probably some professors of Ace Academy. I got to finish the job quickly and escape. Whoosh, the leader quickly advanced towards Hero, Shua. However, before the leader could take the life of Hero, the head professor had already used his skill, Rho. The leader was blown by the head teacher's wind attack. Even with the distance between them being more than a football field, still, head teacher was incredibly more powerful than the leader. Even with his attack losing power due to the distance, it had more than enough power to injure someone at rank D. Spurt, the leader spat a mouthful of blood. He looked at the head teacher, who was quickly proceeding towards him. He knew that he had failed his task. He clenched his fist, but he didn't try to take Hero's life. This was his last chance to escape from there. The leader took out a round object from his storage ring and threw the round object on the ground. The round object burst and opened a portal. Next time, I will definitely kill you all. Kakik, Looks like he escaped. Was that the thing they used to infiltrate the test area? I need to report this to the higher-ups. The head teacher moved near the students and checked their pulse and was at ease after finding out that they were still alive. At the same time, other professors were also busy helping other students. The professor had killed some devil contractors while others devil contractors escaped using a portal. Zero, it was Misha and Sylvia trying to wake Zero at the school infirmary. It had been 3 days after the incident at Bloody Wolf Forest. Misha and Sylvia had recovered after 2 days of rest at the school infirmary. They heard Zero had regained consciousness, so they had come to take a look at him. Looks like he is still sleeping. Well, can't help it. We can just eat the porridge ourselves. Let him rest. After all, he had a battle with many devil contractors. I was practically useless there. No. Sylvia, you have also fought hard with the devil contractors. You have saved mine and other team member life. We are very grateful for that. Even so, we would be dead if Zero didn't show up. We would have ended up dead. They were silent for a moment. Sylvia and Misha both were overpowered by one devil contractor. Not only that, Sylvia was not even able to take care of the mage devil contractor. Sylvia felt helpless at that moment. Misha was also thinking about that time, but she was also thinking about something else. She stared at Zero's face. Something is different. Anyway, Misha, you seem familiar with Zero. Do you know him? Snapping her out of her thought was Sylvia's question. Ah. Yes, we studied at the same school. We were in a different class, but we did interact with each other. What? You were his schoolmate? After being startled, Sylvia asked, so were he always this powerful? Well, we had gone to dungeon together a couple of times. I have seen him fight, but he was nowhere as strong as when he fought those devil contractors. He was strong, but he would only be average when compared to the students of this school. He was average in the middle school and suddenly became strong after entering Ace Academy. Sounds a lot like someone I know. Well, he might have also hidden his power in middle school. But I don't think he would hide his strength in the Ace Academy entrance exam. After all, talented students get more resources from the school. Strength aside, what about his personality? Did he have a girlfriend? He seems like the guy that flirts a lot. No. Though I am not sure, as we are not that close. However, he didn't have a girlfriend. Zero was a serious type who would spend most of his time training. He didn't have lots of friends, and let alone flirt with girls. He barely spoke with them. So did he change his personality after seeing Lisa? Lisa must be his first love. First love. Impossible. After all, I don't know if he loves Lisa or not, but if it was previous Zero, he would not help us at the risk of his life. Really? He felt heroic when he saved us. Zero doesn't like to help others because he can't trust another human. Not anymore after that incident. Nothing. It was nothing. Anyway, we shouldn't disturb Zero anymore. Let us leave. Misha glanced back at Zero for the last time before leaving. Zero seems different. He feels more human now. He seems just like before that incident. Chapter 20 Power Up. Take this medicine according to prescription. Most of your wound had been healed, but your veins still need more time to heal, or you could take a high-rank potion. Either way, it is a shame that I don't have the chance to use the potion I developed. Or do you want to try it? Maybe it will even heal your vein. Thanks for your offer, but I will have to decline. The doctor really gives me a dangerous vibe. He seems very eager to experiment on my body. This man is really dangerous. I just hope he didn't give me anything strange when I was unconscious. What a shame. You can leave tomorrow. You have to rest here for the rest of the day. Tell me if you feel any discomfort, okay? Thank you. The doctor went after checking the health monitor. Okay then. Status equals name, 0 Elea, rank, E-, strength, E, speed, E, stamina, E, mana, D, luck, B, charm, C, skill, rank SS, parallel memory, a skill that enables the user to get the memories from their alternative self from another world. Side effect: the user may sometimes be overwhelmed by the emotion and personality of the alternative self. Art, LVL3, Shadow Style Proficiency, Proficient, art that enables the user to use the sword as if the sword is a shadow. The sword slash will be faster and stronger than a normal swing. After mastering the shadow style, the user will be able to move and attack using the shadow. LVL9, Cryomancy, Practitioner, magic art is said to be made by the strongest ice mage in history after fighting the ice dragon. The user will be able to use ice magic to freeze the enemy to death. The ice-related skill will be twice effective and the user will gain tolerance to cold. After mastering the cryomancy, the user may be able to freeze the world. LVL6, Dual Art, Beginner, a unique art created by Zero. The art combines two art into one. The power and effect depend on the art that has been combined. I became happy after seeing my status screen. Not only did my mana increase, but also the dual art was acknowledged as an art by the status. It means I would be able to wield this art more easily in the future. After one more day of rest, I was allowed to leave the hospital. I checked the news on my phone and most of it was about the incident at Bloody Wolf Forest. Shocking news. 7 students were killed in Ace Academy test. Devil contractors targets golden generation. Ace Academy failure. Rank E devil contractors breach security of Rank S, and much more similar headlines were popping in my news feed. The public was questioning the ability of the teacher of Ace Academy, not being able to stop the devil contractors from taking the lives of students. The most popular news was the interview with the head teacher, Professor Delvin. What do you make of the incident? How did the devil contractors manage to enter the test area? The devil contractors used an unknown teleportation device due to which they were able to successfully infiltrate our test ground. I have already reported this to the authority. They would research a solution for this problem. People are saying that Ace Academy is incompetent and can't even prevent Rank E devil contractors. What do you say to those people? As a head teacher, I have indeed failed in my duties, allowing multiple casualties. However, I believe students are not someone that needs to be always protected by us. Such things are common when exploring the dungeon, so they need to learn to survive by themselves. As the future protector of humans, they will face many dangers in the future. Our job is to make sure that they get powerful enough to be able to survive in those dangers. Sir, what do you think the objective of the devil contractors was? We believe they are trying to eliminate our students when they are still weak. Especially since the strongest of golden generation attend our school. Strongest? Hero Ernest. Are you saying that their main target is Hero Ernest? Though it is only my assumption, however, a Rank D devil contractor was fighting with Hero. And considering his potential, we can say that they want to eliminate him before becoming their threat. However, there is no need to panic. Hero is already able to fight with Rank D devil contractor. Rank D. Have Hero defeated that Rank D devil contractor? Did Hero reach Rank D? Impossible, he was only at Rank E 1 month back. Sir, can we have an interview with Hero? The interview with head teacher Delvin was intensifying, with the reporter asking lots of questions about Hero, though head teacher refused to disclose any more information on Hero. There were a lot of discussion on the words said by the professor, which is Hero being able to fight with Rank D devil contractor. This was the tactic used by the head teacher to divert the attention of reporters from Ace Academy failure to the strength of Hero Ernest. They needed to prevent the public from questioning the Ace Academy's ability. It was already hard for them to reassure the parent of the students, especially since 7 of them died under their noses. Lots of news also came out about Hero Ernest. Hero Ernest, the next Rank SSS, first year already on par with Rank D. Hero trampled down a Rank D devil contractor. I also check out the other news. Inside an unknown place, Hero trampled down a Rank D contractor. The phone was crushed. Veins were popping on his head. The person was the devil contractor who fought Hero, the leader who led the assassination that day. He failed the assassination of Hero Ernest, the main objective of their mission. He was punished for failing the mission by his superior. He was ridiculed by other devil contractors, and he lost his position as the leader of the assassination group. Not only that, he suffered from the side effect of using the fruit, that is, he became extremely weak, that he couldn't even retaliate against the weaker devil contractors. Ha ha ha. Hero Ernest, just wait for me. I will take your head. Both the resource and fame will be mine after I kill you. I will certainly have my revenge after I recover. Ha ha ha, I have already got the information on what happened to other students from the news. It seems like 7 students were killed in this incident. Devil contractors use teleportation orb to escape. Teleportation orb is currently an unknown technology possessed by the demons, though it gets invented by humans in the future. Hero Ernest fought with Rank D devil contractor and survived. Another news was about Sylvia and other students having killed multiple Rank E, including 1 Rank E. I closed my phone and lay on the bed. I thought about the incident at Bloody Wolf Forest. I am too weak. If it was not for the other students and Professor Mia saving me, right now I am probably dead. I even used my ace card dual art, and it worked. However, even with that I have failed to kill all my enemies, endangering my life. Luckily, Kale and other students have helped me get out of the danger. Otherwise, I don't want to think about the consequences, and the novel direction has all gone wrong. The devil contractor vice leader fights with the MC and his friend. However, in reality, I had to fight with both the vice leaders. Looks like I can't trust everything to happen as written in the novel. I changed the world. I took the LVL9 magic art. I must have done other things that have affected the world. But I would not blame myself. If I didn't take the LVL9 magic art, then I might be already killed by the devil contractors. I have tried to prevent any change in the world and made effort to keep it the same as the novel. However, even if I tried to keep the world similar to the novel, I failed. Instead of worrying about useless things such as keeping the things the same, I might as well try to improve my power. One of the things I learned from this incident is no matter what I do, things are bound to be different from the novel. Another thing is that only after growing powerful would I survive in this chaotic world. It is just the beginning of the novel and I was on the verge of dying. In the coming days, I will definitely face a stronger enemy. Whenever I think about it I become angry. I did all the useless things to keep the world the same as the novel. Chasing after Lisa, flirting with her, making a fool of myself. I already made lots of enemies due to that. I really regret doing such things. I already threw the idea of confessing to Lisa in the dustbin. The world has already gone in a different direction, and I don't need to follow the novel. I have to use my knowledge to my advantage. The weapon, art, skill, elixir, and every other resource that can make me strong, I need to get them before others get them. I thought about which item I should find. Weapons. But the effect will not be that great. The weapon I have is already good for my rank. Art. One of my art is already of the highest level. Skill. Only those at rank in skill and above may help me, however, it is hard to get those even with my knowledge of the novel. Elixir. Though I reached the rank E recently, with enough elixir, I could quickly reach rank E. The easiest method of getting stronger is to rank up. What I need to do is to find the elixir. The elixir is mostly found in the dungeon and is sold on the market at an astronomical amount. I don't have enough money to buy even rank F elixir, not to mention elixir to rank up at rank E. Then the only option left is to explore a dungeon. And from the knowledge of the novel, I already know a dungeon that has the item I want, the rank E dungeon that is under the control of the authority. Anyone at rank E and above can enter after paying a fee. This dungeon has a hidden room where many rank E herbs grow. It also had the exact item I need, Galanthus nivelis flower, a rank E item. I quickly wrote down everything I know about the dungeon on the notepad and also spent time researching the dungeon from the internet, from the type of monster and traps to the type of environment in the dungeon. I need to make thorough research and come up with a good plan. After all, anything can happen in a dungeon. I have to plan for every unexpected problem that may occur. Time to power up. Chapter 21 Power Up. 2. It had been 3 days since I thought of going to the dungeon. I took this time to exercise and recover from my injuries. The school was giving students time to recover, be it physically or mentally. The next day, the class has resumed as normal. The plan to go to the dungeon was postponed to the coming weekend. I entered the class where students were making lots of noises. I turned my head towards the direction of the sound to see students gathering around Hero. Hero, did you really fight with rank D devil contractor? I heard you killed a lot of devil contractors. Did you reach rank D? The student was bombarding Hero with questions. Hero was already famous, but with the Bloody Wolf incident, his fame soared to another level. I sat down on my seat and listened to their conversation. Even I was curious about Hero's strength. According to the novel, Hero survived the battle against rank D, devil contractor, but according to head teacher's word, he was battling with a rank D devil contractor. Does it mean Hero is more powerful than described in the novel, or have he gotten others' help? If it was the first case, then it is good. A more powerful MC is more likely to prevent bad things from happening in the future. I am just at rank E. I couldn't have survived without the help of my friends. I only managed to kill 2 devil contractors. Instead, it is Sylvia who is amazing. I heard your team has killed about 6 devil contractors, Hero asked Sylvia. Other students also turned their attention to Sylvia. Hero was of course the one who gained the most fame, but Sylvia has also become popular after the Bloody Wolf incident. After all, not every team has killed that many devil contractors. Eek. No, it was not me. It was Actua. Suddenly, Sylvia looked at me. I was already staring at her, so our 2 eyes met each other. 0, huh? What? Sylvia got up and immediately came towards me. Now, what, did your injury heal? Ah. Yes, good. I went to visit you in the hospital but you were sleeping, so I went back. I heard you recovered but I couldn't go out due to reporters, must be hard. Popularity does come with a price. Anyway, I have something to say to you. Do you have time after class? Yes, what time? Did I do something to you? Don't tell me she is going to beat me for harassing Lisa. This is the only reason I can think for her to meet me alone. 0, you are acting strange. Have your injury really healed? Strange. This is how I normally behave. Really, your normal routine is to flatter Lisa. How is not chasing your goddess normal? Where is your romantic line? Anyway, I want to talk with you alone after class. After saying that she went to her seat but her action caused lots of commotion in the class. What did that scumbag do now? Wasn't this guy chasing Lisa? Did he change his target? Don't tell me Sylvia wants to teach him a lesson for harassing her. Really, what a guy. He might have come to this school to chase girls. What the? I didn't do anything. How can you all blame me? I am innocent. I really want to cry. What have I done? Why are you all accusing me without any evidence? I have only pestered Lisa. After a few minutes, Professor Mia entered the class. Like always, she first took the attendance and then came the announcements. After that incident, I know many of you must be worried about similar things happening in the future, but we promise you that we will definitely protect you all. However, it is best that you train and become powerful instead of needing protection. Sooner or later, you will definitely fight with Devil Contractor and other monsters. You all should focus on improving your power. The incident had a great impact on the student. For most students, that was the first time that they encountered a life-threatening situation. In the novel, due to this incident, the Ace Academy students work harder than ever. If you are injured, you can skip the practical class. Make sure to rest properly. That's all for homeroom class. Today, we have theory class till lunch. After that, I was planning to go home and rest. 0, wait, Sylvia pulled my arms when I was about to leave the class. Ro, you forgot what I said in the morning. Ah. Yes, what did you want to say? Not here. Sylvia took me to an isolated place. This almost seems like she wants to confide. Thank you for saving my life. Before I could think of why she brought me here, Sylvia bowed her head and thanked me. Phew. So this is what you wanted to say. You really made me nervous there. Sure. I am also grateful to you for saving my life. Not at all. It was Kale who helped you when you were in danger. I was just a burden to you all. I glanced at her. I could see the frustration in her eye. Actually, she did better than most students, being able to escape with others in that circumstances. I want to comfort her, but considering that I am not close to her, I refrain from doing it. Frustration can bring forth motivation, and considering it is Sylvia we are talking about, I am sure she will work harder from now on. 0, about that battle, do you want others to know? What I mean is right now, other people think I have killed those devil contractors. I denied those rumors but didn't tell anyone that you are the one who killed those devil contractors, but if you wish for it, I will no longer keep it hidden. No, I prefer if you can keep it a secret, okay? Though Professor Mia already knows that. After thanking me again, she left. Since Professor Mia knows, then the thing I need for entering the dungeon can easily be acquired. For entering Rank E dungeon, you need an ID card indicating that you are Rank E-. I was contemplating whether to disclose my rank or not, but since Professor Mia already knows, then I don't need to conceal my rank, at least in front of her. I went to her office to update my rank on my student card, and also thank her for saving my life. The professor's offices were in a different block than the teaching block, so it took some time to reach there. Knock. Knock, come in. After the voice responded to the knock, I went inside. Professor Mia was reading a newspaper while drinking a black coffee. Good afternoon, Mrs. Mia. Good afternoon. Anything I can help you with? I would like to thank you for saving me. If it was not for your help, I would have died at the hand of Devil Contractor. No need to thank me. It is my duty to protect the students. It was our mistake that led to that situation. If not for that, you all wouldn't have suffered. regardless of circumstances it doesn't change the fact that you saved me. I will remember this favor and pay you back." I bowed my head and thanked her. Then I took out my student card. "I would also like to update my rank on my student card." She took the student card from my hand and looked at it. "Oh. What rank are you in?" "Rank E, or rank E, rank E dash, congratulation." "I was surprised when I heard you killed all those devil contractors. I even thought you had to reach rank E, about that. Can you not reveal that to others?" She stares at me and seems to be lost in thought. After a moment, she responded, "Okay." She updated the information on my student card and gave it back to me. Now, with it, I was eligible to enter the dungeon. For the next few days, the class was normal and I was allowed to skip the practical class. I went to my room after theory class was over and meditated to speed up my recovery. After that came the weekend, the day I would go to the dungeon. Chapter 22 Power-Up 3. The Labyrinth of Goblin is the name given to the dungeon that I was going to. The dungeon has already been conquered, so the place has been pretty much 100% explored. Still, the dungeon needs to be raided from time to time as the monster may get overflowed and come out of the dungeon if we don't keep the dungeon unchecked. However, this problem is not that serious as the authority and other guilds who possess these dungeons always keep track of the time that the dungeon has been left untouched. They send their guild member to clear the dungeon after a specific time to prevent the monster from coming out of the dungeon. They also allow the public to access some of the dungeons that have already been conquered. It serves as practice for when people go to explore an unknown dungeon. It is also a business for some low-rank explorers as monster materials are valuable and there is less risk in the already conquered dungeon. The guild and the authority earn money from the entry fee and the monster is also kept in check. Truly, two birds with one stone tactic. I took the bus to Agora town. It was just outside Star City, so it took only 1 hour by bus to reach Agora town. The town was a popular place as multiple dungeons were near that area. There are lots of shops in that place as explorer needs lots of supplies while going inside the dungeon, supplies such as weapons, potions, storage items, and monster material were available at almost every shop. There are even auction houses where you can auction your item and rare material found inside the dungeon. Or you can directly sell them to the shop, though the money that you get might be lower than selling in the auction. I wanted to buy a storage item to store the monster part, but considering that I am very poor right now, I couldn't even buy the cheapest storage pouch. I spend the last Ethan coins excluding my entry fee to buy some low-rank health potion and mana potion. I only have a sword as my weapon. The magic wand was broken during my fight with devil contractors. Though the school promised that they will provide me with a replacement, but right now I only have a sword to rely on. Right now, I am penniless and I couldn't even afford a rank F weapon. However, I was not that worried, considering the difficulty of the dungeon. Even without any weapon I might be able to conquer the dungeon. The Labyrinth of Goblin was located east of Agora town. I had to first register my information and get an access card to enter the dungeon. Please show me your identification card, and also the entry fee of the Labyrinth of Goblin dungeon is 100 Ethan coins. I took out the Ace Academy student card and 100 Ethan coins and gave them to the person at the registration counter. After a minute, she handed me my student card and an access card. I walked up to the entrance of the dungeon that is being guarded by 2 rank E-. I took out my access card and showed it to them. Everything is fine. You may enter the dungeon. Be careful. Lots of reckless young boys end up dying in the dungeon. Okay. I will be careful. Thank you for the warning. I walked up to the dungeon entrance, which is a portal that will teleport me into the dungeon. This is my first time trying to solo a ranky dungeon. I entered the portal, which seems to suck my body, and when I came to my senses I was already in a different place. The place was covered in forest. The moment I enter the dungeon it was like I have gone from a developed era to a prehistoric era. The place was full of huge trees. The goal of this exploration is to find the hidden room and take every treasure there is. In the novel, the hidden room was located in the boss room. The map that I got from the Agora town has boss room marked and also other important places, though I am only interested in the boss room. Since I am not here to explore the dungeon, I will focus on reaching the boss room as soon as possible. I walked inside the forest and saw a group of explorers at rank E, fighting with the ever-popular monster, Goblin. Those goblin were normal one which is only ranked at F. I avoided them and took another path. There are some rules in the dungeon that needs to be followed, like one couldn't interfere in others' fight unless asked by the fighting party. It is also not allowed for one to drag another team into your fight. 30 minutes in the forest and the number of monsters I fought had already reached 10, though all of them were rank F goblin, which only took one move for me to take their life. The labyrinth of goblin was small in size when compared to the big size dungeon. The total size of the dungeon is estimated to be 30 square kilometers. Considering my current pace, it is estimated to take another 30 minutes to reach the boss room according to the map. In the way, I also collected some material such as anacamptus flower, and calamint herb which is used for making low-rank health potions, though the price of those things was not that high. However, something is better than nothing. Right, I took care of another group of goblin. There was 6 goblin led by a rank E, hobgoblin. I instantly killed all the goblins with the ice shard, and the angry hobgoblin who rushed towards me, I just swing my sword and beheaded him. I also saw a group of slime. I avoided those things. They are not aggressive monster and doesn't attack humans unless you attack them first. If your art is mostly physical based, then it is tricky to kill those monsters. They are entirely immune to physical attack and only affected by magic art and energy based skill. The strongest monster I encountered till now was poison slime. Unlike normal slime, this slime was particularly aggressive. It spits poisonous gas at its target and slowly kills them. However, I have ice-based magic art. Even if I got poisoned, I could easily freeze the poison and stop it from the spread in the body. The battle was fairly easy. I just froze its body and shattered it with my sword. Even if a monster is ranked higher than you, if you know how to deal with it, then it is fairly easy to kill them. Poison slime is by no means weak. However, I had ice-based magic art, which was the weakness of poison slime, which allowed me to easily kill it. After 40 minutes, I had reached an area that seems like the boss room. I have seen the image of the boss room on the internet, and after cross-checking with my map, I was certain that this was the place. However, I could see no boss monster. Looks like someone took care of it before I arrived. It takes about 3 to 5 days for a dungeon to respawn rank E monster boss. Well, looks like the preparation I made to kill the boss has gone to waste. Anyway, it was good news. I have saved time and potions. My goal was the hidden room, not defeating the boss. I searched the boss room, looking for any suspicions or strange objects. The novel says that the boss room had a trigger for opening the hidden room. After 7 minutes of searching, I finally found the trigger. It was a cone-shaped rock which I pulled, and immediately the wall near it started opening. Creak. Dung, I found it, the entrance to the hidden room. I excitedly went inside the hidden room. The hidden room was indeed filled with lots of herbs. I collected all the herbs, and I have also gotten the item that I came here for, rank E Galanthus needles flower. Even after getting the item, I decided to explore the place. After all, it is an unexplored area and it contained lots of resources. After a while, I seemed to have reached the end of the hidden room when I saw an unbelievable flower. Rank D stats increasing flower, silver lavender. It was a rare herb that can be sold at tens of thousand Ethan coins. It can only be used by a rank D person, and it can increase any one of the stat. However, there was a problem before I could acquire that flower. A monster was guarding the flower. It was a rank E boss monster, Giant Orge. Chapter 23 Power Up. For Giant Orge, a boss monster whose main ability is his physical power. His height was about 5 meters with very bulky. In front of this giant, even Kale will be seen as a child. He had one wooden club in his hand and was wearing rag clothes. The Giant Orge is strong enough to defeat a group of rank E. His attack power is ridiculous that even if a rank D tank tries to block it, he would be seriously injured. The Giant Orge noticed me and was staring at me. However, I didn't run away. Even with all the things I told about him, it does not change the fact that though his physical strength was as good as rank D, if his attack does not hit me, then those strengths are useless. The Giant Orge flaw was that their speed was slow compared to other rank E monsters. Upon seeing the silver lavender and the Giant Orge monster, I have again confirmed that not everything will be the same as in the novel. In the novel, the hidden room is only discovered after Hero and others were going to become second years. by that time. The giant orge must have reached rank D, and eaten the silver lavender to increase his strength. And then he must have left this place considering other things were useless to him. However, I have come earlier than what was mentioned in the novel, so I met with this monster. It is indeed a good idea to always prepare well. Just because I can get some information from the novel doesn't mean everything will be the same. It is always good to be cautious, especially when you are weak. The strategy to defeat the giant orge is that I will dodge his attack and increase our distance and then attack him using long-range skills. The giant orge stood in front of the flower and didn't move. He just kept on staring at me. Since you are not attacking me, then just stand there, shadow style, shadow slash. The attack hit on the giant ogre, however, the attack only caused some cuts here and there. The attack was not able to deal any serious damage to the giant orge. The giant orge roared and dashed towards me and swung his club. Boom, I dodged his attack by moving to the left. The ground shook when his club landed on the ground. Ice shard. The giant orge swung his club and took down all my ice shard. The giant ogre again sprinted towards me and swung his club. I dodged it as I have already anticipated this. Giant orgs are dumb monster who focuses on only strength. Their attack pattern is quite simple. Ground freeze. This time I had used ground freeze to freeze the ground, it was not to freeze the giant orge. Ideally, it would be great to freeze the giant orge, however, with his high defense it would take almost all my mana to keep him frozen. If I fail to kill him after that, I would be too exhausted to move and the monster will be able to easily kill me. Instead of taking such a gamble, I prefer prolonging this battle until I find a chance to kill him. I froze my surrounding to keep the environment to my advantage. With the floor frozen, giant orge's mobility will be decreased and I will be able to attack him without worrying about him dashing towards me. I will attack him until he is exhausted and can no longer fight anymore. The monster didn't waste his time and immediately ran towards me, raising his club and attacking me when in range, but due to the slippery floor, the giant orge slipped and crashed on the wall. BM, a chance, shadow style, shadow slash, SHUA. SHUA, the monster was not in any position to dodge or block. The attack had landed on him successfully. I waited for the dust to clear and see whether the giant orge survived or not. I am not stupid enough to get close to him when I was not sure whether he is dead or not. GGGGGRR. I didn't need to wait for long to find out as an angry growl came from his mouth. Due to the dust, I couldn't properly see what is happening, but from the shadow of the monster, I can notice that the giant orge was standing up. The dust cleared up and I could clearly see the giant orge. The giant orge was bleeding profusely. Seems like this time I have dealt some serious damage to him. The giant ogre stared at me while I also stared back. I could see that the monster was angry after being injured by someone he thought was weaker than him. This time he didn't directly rush to kill me, he was clearly wary of the slippery ground. But I could not give him the luxury to rest. Shadow style, shadow slash, the giant orge crossed his arm and used the club as a shield, blocking the attack. I continue to press on using shadow slash and ice shard. Suddenly, the giant orge stomped on the ground. Thud. Thud. Crack, the ground seems to be cracking. Smart, I thought while I looked at the monster. Despite his low intelligence, the giant orge seems to realize that he was in a disadvantageous position. He attacked the ground, to break the frozen floor. That way he will gain his mobility back. He again rushed to attack me and the cycle continued again. I dodge his attack and attack him when I have the chance. The giant orge truly lacked intelligence, he was wounded while I was not. Then also he continued to attack me, resulting in him losing blood in the process. I can see that he was in a bad situation as he will become exhausted faster than me. We continued the cycle until I saw that the giant orge was getting exhausted. His attack was becoming less and less fierce. I knew the giant orge was on his last leg. But I didn't rush to attack him directly, I just continued to attack him from a distance until the giant orge finally collapsed. Thud, phew. It was a long battle. It was not a very difficult battle, but it was extremely dangerous. If even one of his attacks hit me, then I would have died. Now, time for my loot. I cut apart his body and checked for the monster. And voila, what do you know, there was indeed a monster core. It was a monster core of rank E boss monster, no less. Its value was not any less than the silver lavender. This trip was very fruitful. Not only did I get what I wanted, I also got another two valuable things, Rank E Boss Monster Core and Rank D Silver Lavender. I took out a health potion and mana potion and drank it. I waited for an hour to recover from an earlier battle. You never know what you might encounter on my way back. Like I said, it is always better to be cautious. I exited the hidden room. I was on my way back when suddenly I was stopped by a team of explorer. The team consists of 4 people. From the mana aura, they seem to be in rank E-. From the way they act, I can tell they are not here for anything good. Hehehe. Hand over your valuables. You can make this a lot less painless if you just give us everything. What a team of trashes. This group of an idiot has no idea about the other party and started robbing them. How can you rob without having any information about the other party? Just because you outnumber me does not mean anything. In this world, there are strong people that even if million of you were there, you would still be no match. But here we are, having to deal with this group of idiots who evidently don't have an idea about those people. Ground freeze. Key, truly an idiot. How can you just stand as if you have already won while your enemy was still standing? At least prepare yourself to defend, dumbass. I left them like that. After a minute or two, they will be freed naturally. I decided to spare their life. Considering their mana aura, I found that they were not a murderer. A murderer would have a threatening aura and they would have bloodthirst if they want to kill me, which I didn't sense. So, I concluded that they must be explorers who saw me as a rich kid who decided to explore the dungeon and wanted to rob me. They could even be just a normal explorer who wanted to make easy money by robbing me. Even if one is not a thief, it doesn't stop people from stealing others' treasure. For example, a rank F with rank SS item would be robbed by even rank SS heroes. So, it is not rare for explorers to rob other people if they are weaker than you. While sprinting I paused. Even if they are not the murderer and just some explorer coveting my things, so what? How can I just let them off like that? I should have killed them. If not, at least torture them to show them their place. How can I think that killing is bad when it is something everybody does? If you don't kill your enemy, they will kill you. If you show even a bit of mercy, you could die. When did I become such a soft-hearted person? If it was before, yes, if it was before. Before what? Did I kill any humans before? No, but I feel that if it was in the past, I would not hesitate to kill those who offend me. What is the problem? I shook my head. No use thinking such things. So what if I spared them? If they come for revenge, I would just defeat them again. Right now I should just focus on increasing my power, thinking about the item I got. I soon forgot about those negative thoughts. I was already planning to sell the monster core and the silver lavender flower. Those things are useless for me right now. I should probably buy a storage ring. It will be more convenient for me to carry things and even store monster part and sell it. It is quite regretful that I could not bring giant Org's corpse. I could have at least earned 3,000 Ethan coins. However, I would at least get a 30,000 Ethan coin after selling all my things. Hehe. Chapter 24, Learning a Life Lesson. I soon exited the dungeon. It had been 4 hours since I entered the dungeon. If I speed run this dungeon, I reckon it will only take 3 hours to conquer this dungeon. I quickly went to Agora town. It was the best place to sell my items. Except for the Galanthus nivelis flower, I intend to sell all the other items, though it is something that might be useful to me in the future. However, what I needed right now was money. I searched for a decent shop to sell my items. When I got the money I couldn't help but grin. From today onwards, I am no longer poor. In total, I got around 40,000 Ethan coins. The majority of it was from Boss Monster Core and Silver Lavender. I sold Boss Monster Core at 15,000 Ethan coins and Silver Lavender Flower at 17,000 Ethan coins. After that, I looked around the shops trying to buy the storage ring, but I realized the money I had was nothing. The cheapest price of the storage ring that I came across was 20,000 Ethan coins. That was half the wealth that I currently possess. I had lots of things I needed to buy. I couldn't use half of my fund on a storage ring. I just wanted to buy a storage ring for my convenience and it wouldn't increase my strength in any way. I was about to postpone buying the storage ring when I heard a voice. PSSST, hey, you. I turned around at the voice and pointed my finger at myself. Me, yes, you. I walked closer to the stranger. It was an old man who seems to have one foot in the grave. No, what I meant to say is he looked really old. Why did you call me? He. Boy, I saw you searching for something to buy. Maybe I have that thing. No thanks, I can't afford it. Boy, I am an honest seller. I sell lots of things cheaper than on the market price. I could tell you are a good boy. I would you a big discount. Really? I smiled. If the storage ring was on discount, I could buy it. If it was 15,000 Ethan coins or lower, I can purchase it without breaking my bank. Maybe my luck is increasing, from getting rare items in the dungeon to meeting this seller. Sir, do you have a storage ring? Storage ring. Boy, you are in luck. I just got a storage ring and its price is very affordable. Only 10,000 Ethan coins, really? I want it. Only 10,000 Ethan coins. It is half the price of the cheapest storage ring I saw in the other shops. He took out the storage ring from his bag. He showed that the storage ring was an authentic one by storing the bottle and retrieving it back. I will take it. Ho ho ho. Okay, but do you also want to purchase this? The old man took out one piece of silver earring. What is this? Since you are buying the storage ring, if you buy this then the total price is at 15,000 Ethan coin. Though the price of the earring is higher than 5,000 Ethan coins, I would give it to you at that price considering you are also buying a storage ring. 5,000. For an earring? It's too expensive. Boy, this is no ordinary earring. This is a D-rank artifact that increases the wearer's magic attack by 20%. Increase magic attack by 20%, what an artifact. With it, I might have easily won against that giant orge. This is a great deal, Ro. I took out my money and paid him happily. Happy trading. Hope to see you again. The old man walked away. I was pretty happy to be able to buy a storage ring at such a low price. Not only that, I scored an amazing artifact that could be my strength. I went around the shop buying items, obviously stocking up the low-rank health potion and mana potion. At last, the item that I bought was EXP increasing potion for rank E-. I was nowhere at the peak of rank E-. I need to reach that stage before I could use the Galanthus Nivelis to break through to rank E. The EXP potion can make the process faster. I took the potion and tried to put it inside the storage ring. The item is not going inside the storage ring. The item would not go in at all. What's the problem? I took some items from the storage ring and put them back and it was working. Once again I tried to put EXP potion but no, it was not going inside the ring at all. I tried multiple times but it was not going inside the storage ring. After a while, I realize I have been scammed. I clenched my hand so hard that it would have broken if not for my strength. Damn it, I got a defective storage ring. This storage ring does store the item but its storage space was only 3 square meters. Normally, a storage ring would be of 10 square meters, then the earring I got should be also a defective item. I ran to an artifact appraisal shop and had my earring checked. It was 100 Ethan coins for appraisal. This is a magic strengthening item. It would be able to increase magic attack by about 5%. What about price? It would usually cost around 2,000 Ethan coin. All the happiness went down the drain. I paid 3,000 Ethan coins more and including the loss from the storage ring, I lost about 8,000 Ethan coins. Just thinking about that makes my heart ache. Bye, if I see that old man again, I will definitely beat him. After a while, I calmed down. This was a lesson I will remember for a long time. I was too naive. I didn't expect to be scammed by an old man. This is my first time in the town and I don't know about the items and their price. This is what happens when one lets their guard down. I was not careful and trusted a stranger. How can he sell an item for a loss? But due to me being excited to get a storage ring at such a price, I was not careful and let him deceive me. I really want to vent my anger out. It was 8,000 Ethan coins, not 800 though. Even 800 Ethan coin loss will be enough to pain my heart. I was no longer in the mood to continue my shopping. Before acquiring information about the place and price of items here, I should not buy things. They may be selling an item at a higher price than the market price and I would not know. I should learn the price of the items and learn business skills. I don't want to be scammed again. I thought of only increasing my strength, but today I realize that there are other things that are also important. Another thing I learned today is that with money you can get everything you desire, including becoming strong. There were lots of herbs and potions that helps in increasing the rank. If I have all that, resources reaching rank D would also be possible within a month, also with artifacts. I can increase my strength. They sold necklaces that increase mana capacity, gloves that can increase strength by 50%, and also a rare sword artifact that uses less mana for attacks but increases the attack power by at least 70%. With this all artifact I may even be able to defeat hero who has system help. That's why I have realized that money was important. No hard work could make up for the strength increased by money. You can be talented and work very hard, but without resources, you may never reach the peak. With enough resources, even a pig will reach rank S. Chapter 25 Twit Flick. In school, what they teach is that artifacts and external help are for weak people, and only when one relies on their own power can one be considered strong. This might be to discourage the students from using artifacts to increase their strength temporarily and encourage them to train more, but in a life and death battle, winning is everything. It is not like a battle between students where honor is everything. In students' fight, even if one wins using an artifact, others will insult and mock him, her for using the artifact. However, in a battle to the death, winning means living, and losing means death. Who cares about honor when you are dead? Everything is meaningless before death. Having a high-rank artifact can drastically improve my strength, but the price of the high-rank artifact is ridiculously high. Even if I get 100 silver lavender, it may not be enough. I need to think about increasing my wallet size. I only had 10,000 Ethan coins left after only buying what I need. I want to increase my money to be able to buy what I want, not what I need. I thought of a possible way to make money. Actually, I had lots of ways to make money. For one, I can just raid the dungeon and sell my things. Due to information from the novel, I know the location of some rare treasures that I can get in the dungeon. With it, I may be able to earn lots of money, but even with that, the money I needed cannot be acquired in a short time. Also, I could only go to the dungeon once a week. What I need is a constant flow of money without me doing anything. Maybe like buying shares of a company or something. I also had the option to use the knowledge from the alternative world to make money here. I could make apps such as Facebook and TikTok. I bet with it I will be the next Mark Zuckerberg. In this world, though we have mobile, however, the app we had was very limited. Especially apps for entertainment. Most of the app was for news, and the rest was about strategies in battle and the dungeon. The focus of this world is on power, and other things were only secondary. The development of technology is mainly for increasing fighting power. Well, we are constantly at war with other species. It is only natural that people are more concerned about the fighting power than investing in some entertainment app. However, what is life without a bit of entertainment? Considering I was a computer science student in the other world, I have excellent knowledge of how to create these apps. I had to make something like Facebook or another interesting app for me to get money. With this, I had lots of things on the to-do list. First, I had to rank up, but it will take some time even with the use of EXP potion, and when I reach the peak of rank E-, I can break through using Galanthus Niveles. Second, on the to-do list was to learn about markets and other life skills. If you want to survive in a world filled with scheming people, you need the knowledge to deal with them. Third on the to-do list is to make an app. For now, I am thinking of introducing something like Facebook. It would take some time to make the app, but I bet it will be popular. In this world, the ones who learn technical stuff are those people who had no talent for fighting or don't want to be explorer, but the majority want to become explorers. Why? Simple: power. For example, you are a successful businessman and become rich, but if you care for your safety, then you have to go under a guild or else someone will annex your business. The world is ruled by powerful fist. That's why becoming an explorer is always more profitable than other professions. No matter what business you do, you have to have a guild as a backer. Well, that is the situation for business right now. But in the future, I will show this world how much power big tech companies have over people. I went home to think of the plan. The plan had a big chance of success. Who won't use Facebook when this is the only app for entertainment? I spent my whole Sunday thinking about how to develop the app. I had to write the code and set up a server and buy some other essentials for developing the app. It cost me around 3,000 Ethan coins to buy all those. The next day was a normal class. I had to attend the practical class. This time almost all the students were present. I went to the magic art training class. This time, Professor Mia was there to teach the class. What is the method to increase the power of your magic art? Does anyone know? One student raised her hand. She was wearing glasses and seemed like typically more theory type of student, though I know she is good at fighting considering we are in the Ace Academy. We can consider everyone in the Ace Academy as an elite fighter compared to other school students. To increase a magic attack, we need to supply the attack with more mana. Yes, you are correct. We can increase the magic attack by consuming more mana. However, this type of method is inefficient and only wastes more mana. The art you have teaches you the optimal mana needed to use the art. If you use more mana it will increase your attack, but the mana consumed is not directly proportional to increased power. For example, a fireball of size 1 meter consumes 10% of your mana, so you might need 30% of your mana to increase it to 2 meters. You can see it is pretty inefficient. This is also the case for my ice shard. Increasing the size definitely increased the power, but my mana consumed was much more than when I just use it at an optimal level. Not only that, to increase the power of my ground freeze, I needed much more mana. For example, when I normally use ground freeze I could use it continuously for 10 minutes keeping rank F frozen, but that power is not enough to freeze the rank E. I increased my mana to increase the power, and I could only keep the ground freeze for 1 minute. Thinking about it again, it was really inefficient, a waste of mana. Does anyone know another method? Artifact? Someone said that in the loud sound, though I don't think he was answering. More like he was thinking out loud. Artifact can also be used to increase the power of your skill, but have you ever considered why artifact can make your attacks more powerful? This time no one made a sound. I was also listening seriously. How could we know how they strengthen it? We just know how to use them. The answer is by making your mana more condensed. The attack of the same skill can be different based on who can condense more mana. Though not all but most artifact uses this logic, the artifact helps your mana condense more, resulting in more powerful attacks. If you can do it by yourself then you will become more powerful than those who don't know how to condense the mana. Yes, condensing. Such a simple yet effective method. It is like we have a limited amount of iron. One can make paper out of it and use it to attack, but it will have a low attack power. However, if you can make it compact like a needle then it could even pierce the flesh. This is the concept you all are unconsciously using. All the art in some form condenses the mana, just that you are doing without realizing how you do it. But that is just beginner level. You should learn to condense the mana while using the skills. However, condensing mana is harder than you might think. It differs from learning an art and you need precise mana control or else mana will be out of control. If you try to condense a huge amount of mana when you can't properly control the mana then it could lead to serious injury. First, try to condense a small amount of mana. This lesson has opened a new door to becoming strong. If I can condense my mana more, then my ice shard could even pierce rank E defense skill. Professor Mia showed us a demonstration of the difference between the attack with mana condense and without mana condensing. To say her power is strong is an understatement. Just a casual attack of hers could kill all of the students present here. Doesn't matter whether you are rank E or have artifacts on your body. After that, we were free to train. Everyone was eager, and some had even started trying to condense the mana. I also tried to condense the ice energy. When I master this, I will be on a whole new level. Chapter 26 Twitflick, 2, BAM. Good thing, I only tried to condense ice energy 5% more. If I had condensed more ice energy then my hand would have blown up. The timing and control of the mana are very important when condensing the mana. I tried to condense mana again and again but ended up failing every time. It is not something that I can learn in a matter of a day. I trained my sword art and after that, I went back to my room. I wrote codes for making the app. The training the next day was also on condensing mana. And the professor was present during our training. she would individually help students. My turn came after a few minutes. I tried to condense mana and attack using the ice shard but it failed. You need more control on your ice energy. How about you train in the ice room? Professor Mia suggested. The training room that Professor Mia mentioned was the training room that we used when she first took me to train with her. That training room is beneficial for someone like me who uses ice magic art. Again, that punishment. I didn't even do anything wrong this time. I tried to act like I was wrongly accused of something. Last time, because of an argument with Professor Mia, she took me to train in that ice room. What punishment? That ice room is a great training room for ice magic wielders like us. You should be thankful that I allowed you to use it. Yes, yes. I know. Training in that room was not the punishment. Yes, training in that room is not the punishment. Training with you is the punishment. Though I didn't directly say to her, Professor Mia is someone who overdoes training. And her training is extremely difficult. Several students would cry after they went to train with her. It is okay if you understand. You should go train there for a few days. Looks like she didn't get the hidden meaning behind my answer. If not, she wouldn't have let me go so easily. Whatever, I left the magic classroom and went to the ice room. The ice room was empty as expected. It is rare for people to train with this type of method. I set the temperature to -50 degrees and circulated my mana. This type of routine continued for a week. In the practical class, I would train in the ice room and after that, I would build the app. Creating something that was already built is nothing too hard. In other words, I have built similar apps so it was nothing too difficult to remake it. The only thing different was programming language, though after learning the syntax it was fairly a smooth ride. The app was called Twitflick. I don't want to have a copyright strike on my app. Just kidding, there is no Facebook is in this world. I have launched Twitflick the next day, which is on Monday. I also advertise my app through the newspaper. The advertisement fee was 5,000 Ethan coins. Ah! My heart, I am only left with 2,000 Ethan coins. If I don't make some money off this app, then I would be back to the start line. I would become poor and I would need to spend more time going to the dungeon to earn money. I had created a website for launching the app. There is no Google Play Store in this world. I have checked the app website on the first day after launching the app and only 100 people had downloaded it. After that, I waited for 3 days and many people have reviewed my app. There is nothing in this app. Where are the information and news? I deleted this app after a minute. Guys, don't download. Waste of money, scam. Be careful. I tried this app but it is just a messaging app. No need to waste money by downloading this app, we already have SMS. I just thought it will be different after seeing it on Edo last time. The lack of content discouraged most of the people who used the app first. They were mostly users who thought this was news or information giving app. I don't know about other features in the app, but I am enjoying this flying slime. Flying slime is a frustrating game. I have only scored 20 points at most. 20 points. I got 30 points in the first try. Who is this noob master 64 that is first in the leaderboard? He must have cheated. How can he get 115 points? I only have 40 points. Oh, I remember I had also added a game in the app as an extra feature. I wanted to add something to keep the user engaged, and games are a great way to do it. It was a copy. Ahem. I mean, it is a game inspired by Flappy Bird game. The game was simple to make but it was really fun. This world has little things to do to pass the time, and playing Flying Slime is a great way to pass the time. It is also because at the start, without some user posting the video and other content, there will be nothing to do in this app. So, I added this game to Twitflick to keep the user engaged. Hello, I am an expert in reviewing the apps. I had low expectations for this app, thinking it was your typical everyday app. The reason I installed it was just because I saw this in the newspaper. But I couldn't be more wrong. This app is unlike every other app one have used. Not only can you message your friends, but you can also post your video and news. I laughed for an hour after watching a video of some people. One video was also about some explorer fighting the wolf-type monster. It is an innovative app, not your bland app. Not to mention I am in 8th place on the leaderboard of flying slime. Low-key bragging, I used this app and added my old classmate. I am freaking jealous of his house. He posted about his career and posted a photo of his mansion. Anyway, I had chatted with my friend for hours using this app. Thrilled to chat with him, in a matter of a week, the app became popular. I had expected it to make some money for me, but I didn't expect it to make this much. This world doesn't have the concept of ads in-app, so I can only put a price on my app. The price was 5 Ethan coins for the first 1,000 downloads, and afterward it was 10 Ethan coins. I earned around 50,000 Ethan coins in the first week. It was much more than what I earned going through the dungeon. Not to mention the time I was lucky to get 2 rare items, if not I would have only gotten 8,000 Ethan coins. I now understand why many billionaires on the earth were from tech companies. You just need to make one successful software to become freaking rich. Anyway, with the increasing user, my 2,000 Ethan coin server will not be able to take the load. I need to create a company with professional software engineers and have them keep things intact. I also had the option of selling the software to a big company. These past few days, many companies have given me an offer to buy Twitflick. The highest offer was 1 million Ethan coins, FK it. 1 million for Twitflick. With this app, I am going to become a multi-billionaire and you want it for 1 million. I would have been more tempted if it was 1 billion Ethan coin, however, 1 million. No way, though I wouldn't necessarily blame those guys. Who can expect this app to generate billions of Ethan coins? It is only out for the first week and they don't know what is in store for the future of the app. It could very well become unpopular after some weeks, but I know the potential of this app, so selling this app to another company was a no-go. I decided to create a company. I needed to do it now or in the future. I will not stop at Twitflick. I had to use the full potential of the rank SS skill. There are lots of things I could introduce this in the world. Windows, Apple, Amazon, KFC, McDonald's, and Tesla. Wait. Let us not go in too deep. Having money is good, but my priority should be increasing my strength. The apps are only for assisting that purpose, but I also feel like I should continue developing technologies. Maybe because of my love of technology and dream of joining a tech company in the other world. I was someone who is always immersed in tech stuff in the other world. Maybe here, my alternative self dream would be fulfilled. Chapter 27. The second incident, the company registration took about a week. I had to rent an office and hire employees. The work I had to put in was very high. At that time I was so busy that I forgot about the events in the novel. The second incident in the novel began. You think you are a big deal now that you're famous. You don't have respect for the senior. When seniors are speaking to you, you should stand up. Why don't you prove yourself in a duel? Let's see whether you really deserve your fame or not. The reason for this incident is, first, the senior's jealousy of Hero due to the fame that Hero got, and second, Professor William. It was Professor William who initiated the incident to maintain the supremacy of the nobles. He used the students of second years, which he is the homeroom teacher, to make trouble with Hero. The attention that a common boy got had gotten to the Professors William's nerve and instructs them to harass Hero. Following their warning and some trash talk with Hero, Slivia spoke. Why don't you senior leave? Our class is about to start. Why the heck do I leave? Who are you? Slap, the one who was the leader of the group, slapped the one who responded to Sylvia. This guy doesn't know about you, Mrs. Sylvia. Please don't mind him. We will listen to Miss and leave. Hero, I didn't think the one in the rumor who fought rank D devil contractor was someone who hide behind a girl. Looks like the leader knows Sylvia and her background. The group left Hero alone. As I was watching them make an incident and leave, I thought it had nothing to do with me. One of the seniors turned towards me and tapped on the shoulder of the senior in the middle who was the leader of the group. Oh. Who do we have here? The Romeo of our school. I heard you have no respect for the seniors and teachers. I heard you quarreled with our teacher. I heard you are also a capable person. Why don't we exchange some moves on the duel ring? I was stunned by their approach. I thought they only came to make trouble with Hero like in the novel. However, looks like Professor William has kept the grudge from before. I had ignored him. Denying him the opportunity to act cool in front of Professor Mia last time, they were provoking me into fighting them, but I ignored them. They were at least E-ranked, and I don't want to draw any more attention. And it is not like they can just start a fight. If they did attack me, they will be expelled. This is the reason why they insulted Hero and forced Hero to accept their challenge. They can't beat me until I agree to their duel. Why don't you come out and fight us in the ring? Or is it that the student of this class is all cowards like Hero? Along with Hero, William appears to have told these students to cause trouble for me. Not only that, since I and Hero are not accepting their challenges, they choose to mock everyone out here. This is not only to create tension between the class and me, Hero, but also to create pressure on us to compel us to accept the challenge. Their plan was indeed successful. I remember that the students in our classroom would look at me with disdain in their eyes and whisper to each other, "But come on, you know as well as I do that for us, this much noise can be heard with our ears." Dare to anger Professor but doesn't dare to accept the challenge. Humph. He has nothing but a pleasant mouth. Only knows how to pick up girls and fight but doesn't dare to accept the consequences. They even went so far as to block my way and tell me I should accept the challenge and not shame our class. It was primarily Flash and his friend. One's a coward, always a coward. I heard he fought with devil contractors, but guess that's just a rumor. He doesn't even have guts to accept the challenge from others. We were called cowards because of 2 chickens of our class. Even if you lose, you should have accepted the challenge. The students can't vent their anger at the seniors. So they choose to condemn us for making our class look like cowards. This happened daily from then onwards. The senior boys would come in groups and harass Hero and me. Afterward, they will insult the class and leave, but our classmates, instead of helping us, will blame us for the trouble seniors make. It made my and Hero's position in class lower. However, I don't care what they think, and I was already pretty close to being the lowest person in our class hierarchy, so it doesn't matter if my reputation becomes less favorable. However, it was a different story for Hero. He used to be flocked by other students, but now no one comes close to him except Sylvia, Lisa, and Zion. They are either afraid to offend the other party, Professor William and senior student, or they don't want to be involved in his mess. Sylvia and Lisa had the option to intervene in this matter but chose not to do so. This is because they know that these people are simply following orders from above, and intervening will only make matters more complicated. The bullying continued, but I didn't give a damn at all. I was busy purchasing more level-up potions and managing my company. After drinking all those level-up potions, I feel I will reach rank E by the end of the week. On the company side, I had one of the employees manage the worker and told him to report to me only when a problem arises. The supervisor of the employees I appointed is a middle-aged man of 46 years old who used to be employed by one of the diamond-graded guilds. Aiden always dreamed of creating something like my app Twitflick. But his proposal was always rejected by the guild, which told him to focus on the software for attacking and defending the guild. So, when I launched my app, he was very excited and was astonished at the features of my app. So, when he saw the ad saying that the Twitflick founder was looking for an employee, he immediately joined the company. I saw his plan and was impressed by his innovative mind. It was only through the memory of other worlds that I built Twitflick. If not, I wouldn't have been able to come up with such an impressive app. However, Aiden, who doesn't have such a memory, was able to think of such things, is absolutely impressive. Not only did he help me in establishing the company office, but he also helped me to set up a bigger server, so I had no problem keeping him in charge of this company. Not to mention he was the oldest among my employee. Others were all new graduates from the software engineer school. Most senior developer won't leave their previous job for a completely new company. Aiden was a rare case and a lucky one at that for me. After deducting the cost of hiring a new employee and setting up the company office, I still got 60,000 Ethan coins. Around 40,000 were kept as operating costs, and the rest to buy level-up potions. Anyway, the incident is escalating day by day and Hero could no longer hold himself back. Well, the reason he refused such challenges was that they were too weak to serve as challenges for Hero. However, since they were constantly disturbing him and the entire class, he accepted the challenge to stop them from disturbing him. The challenge was officially scheduled for next week. The duel needed professor supervision and permission from the school. So, it takes time for it to be approved, hehe, so you finally accepted the duel. We will have a 2-on-2 fight. I and Rowan will fight you and Zero. He pointed his finger at me. What, me? When did I agree to join in your little fight? I didn't agree on that duel, hehe. No need for your permission. Professor told us to let you experience fighting with your friend. Cooperation is effective when fighting a stronger enemy. In other words, Professor William agreed to give permission and also told you to beat me in the duel. Can you guys be any more reasonable? I alone have agreed on your challenge. Why are you dragging another student into this? We are doing this for Junior's benefit. In the winter tournament, cooperation is vital in the battle and we want to teach you those skills earlier on. Basically, you want to beat us both, and since we're just first years, we can't really cooperate well with each other while you and your teammates can, which increases your chances of winning. But, before Hero could reply, I told them, no problem, I will participate. It would be difficult for one of them to even beat us in one-on-one battle, and it will be impossible for them to defeat us in team battles since it is where my skills truly shine. I should beat them so hard that they don't mess with the other people in the future. Chapter 28 2-on-2, I was unintentionally dragged into the second incident of the novel. The match was scheduled for Monday, so I had a weekend to prepare myself. It was fortunate for me because I am expecting to break through to rank E on the weekend. Nevertheless, Hero and I would likely be able to beat them even without my rank up. The second year would have an average rank of rank E, and if someone is extremely talented then they would have achieved rank D. So, Lucas and Rowan are probably rank E, which can be described as being more talented than most students. Lucas fights against Hero in the novel and ends up humiliated as a result. Even if you add in Rowan, I don't see them winning against Hero, who is also at rank E. Anyway, I need to raise my rank, and I prefer to do it sooner rather than later. And it is always a wiser choice to get stronger earlier than later. I was already at the peak stage of rank E, and I only needed the opportunity to break through. I had the Galanthus nivelis flower, which increased my chance of breaking through to rank D. I took out my Galanthus nivelis flower and placed it inside my mouth. I slowly chewed the flower and felt refreshed. It was like diving into a water park on a hot day and swimming as deep into the coolness as I could. The flavors burst through Iris's tongue and spread through my body. The air tingled with them and I let out a slow, contented breath. My fingers found a sudden energy in my body and twitched with it. The mana was surging like crazy and it was getting hot in my abdominal area. Burning heat radiated from my pelvis and swelled up my back and shoulders. An urge rose in me, a desire to release the heat that was building up toward my heart. I circulated all the energy of the Galanthus nivelis flower into the heart and veins. This process continued until I broke through rank E. The hour-long process was very painful. However, I could easily endure this level of pain. The pain of using dual art was on another level, in comparison to eating the Galanthus nivelis flower, which was a bit uncomfortable for my body, though a normal person might have passed out from this level of pain. After that, I could feel my body absorbing mana more than before and my mana quality feels sharper and stronger. My musculature became more defined and my body was more powerful. Okay, then let me check how much my stats have grown. Status, status, name, 0 Elea, rank, E, strength, D-, speed, E, stamina, E, mana, D, luck, B, charm, C, skill, rank SS, parallel memory, a skill that enables the user to get memories of their alternative self from another world. Side effect, the user may sometimes be overwhelmed by the emotion and personality of the alternative self. Art. LVL3, Shadow Style Proficiency, Proficient, art that enables the user to use the sword as if the sword is a shadow. The sword slash will be faster and stronger than a normal swing. After mastering the shadow style, the user will be able to move and attack using the shadow. LVL9, Cryomancy, Practitioner, magic art is said to have been made by the strongest ice mage in history after fighting the ice dragon. The user will be able to use ice magic to freeze the enemy to death. The ice-related skill will be twice effective and the user will gain tolerance to cold. After mastering the cryomancy, the user may be able to freeze the world. LVL6, Dual Art, Beginner, a unique art created by Zero. The art combines two art into one. The power and effect depend on the art that has been combined, equals 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 equals. Pretty good. Strength and mana are already rank D, and all other stats are also rank E. My stats are certainly on par with rank E normal humans, therefore, I'm pretty confident that I might be able to take care of both seniors even if I were alone. With Hero as a teammate, there is no way we could lose that stupid fight. I spent the rest of the weekend consolidating my new strength. On Monday 8 a.m., it was arranged that the fight would take place in the morning, and even the students were invited to watch. Professor definitely wants to humiliate me and Hero in front of the students. I first met up with Hero. I want to hear what plan he has to win in this battle. Good morning, oh, good morning, Zero. With a nonchalant expression on his face, he stood at the dueling place. He was not nervous at all. I think he is confident about winning. How do you plan to beat them? Any strategy? I plan to fight them alone. I also apologize for dragging you into this mess. I don't know why they are dragging another student just to fight me. He doesn't know that Professor William instructed those students to harass him, and the reason they targeted me is not because of you but because Professor William told them to. I understand. I couldn't be happier if you could beat them by yourself. Considering Hero's strength, it will be an easy fight for him unless Lucas and Rowan have a viable strategy to deal with Hero. How about you? Have you any plans for the fight? Maybe you want to show your cool side to Lisa by fighting them, huh? I was taken aback by his question. He didn't seem to be teasing me considering this situation, or perhaps he is taking this question seriously. Anyway, I have no interest in showing off anything to anyone. Well, I will leave all that cool stuff to you. But I will intervene if you are losing. Fair point. I will try my best to defeat them myself though. We waited for the seniors and the professor who will serve as judges to arrive. I could see that quite a lot of students had come to see the fight. Everyone was curious about how the freshmen would perform in a duel with two second-year students. Although there were some doubts about the freshmen's fighting abilities, everyone was excited to see Hero fight. He is, after all, the most popular student in this school. Hey, I heard Hero of first year is going to fight Lucas and Rowan. What do you think about this fight, a first year letting his fame get to his head? He may be strong for a first year, but don't forget Lucas and Rowan are both top 10 students of the second year. They will easily win against him. You are right, but I am still interested in seeing the strength of Hero. They say he has the potential to reach rank SSS. Maybe he might win against them. Nobody was interested in me. They were just here to watch Hero fight the seniors. They already consider this fight to be 2 versus 1. Well, I do think the freshmen are at a disadvantage. If the two seniors actually decide to fight together, then the freshmen will lose for sure. Yeah, that's right. The newcomer's strength is not enough to deal with two second-year students. Even our classmates and other first-year students have accepted the result. They have seen the power of Hero, but they still believe that since seniors are both rank E, they would easily win over Hero who is rank E and I who they think is rank F. Anyway, nobody believes we will win. Thud. Thud, Lucas and Rowan came. With them was Professor William, so, he came as the referee. Looks like the fight will not be as simple as it seems. Professor William will definitely help the seniors. While I was thinking about such things, Professor William glared at me with anger. I could see lots of killing intent in his eyes. It seems he wants to take his anger out on me. The professor calls the two of us to come forward. Well, now that everyone is here, the fight will begin now. I will serve as the referee in this fight. Hero and Zero of the first year will be fighting against Lucas and Rowan of the second year. It only counts as a win if your opponent is tossed out of the ring. Did you understand the rule? Understood. Okay, then let's start. 29 2-on-2, 2, okay then let's start, Professor William shouted, and the match began. Lucas and Rowan were both rank E, so they had pretty much the same skill sets, with Lucas being a little stronger in terms of strength. I can see that Lucas and Rowan both smirk at me. They already think that they will emerge victorious. They weren't even worried about the fight. On the other hand, Hero was very calm and didn't show much of his emotion. after Professor William announced the beginning of the duel, Lucas charged at Hero with his sword like a blazing lightning strike. Lucas's cuts have been fast and fierce, his sword slashed right into Hero's chest and would have caused critical damage had it hit the target. However, Hero didn't move and Lucas's sword only scraped Hero's clothes. Then Rowan sprang into action. He used the art, quick step, to move quickly forward and slash Hero from behind. His sword slashed the place where Hero's throat was. Hero swiftly moved backward and dodged the attack. Hero decided to move forward to close the distance between them. Thus, Hero used his movement art, Star Swift. His movement speed accelerated at an incredible rate. It was almost impossible for the average person to see his movement. Clank. Clank, Hero's speed is incredible. If I am fighting Hero, it may be impossible for me to block all those attacks. Even when fighting with two opponents. Hero was in no way disadvantaged. Lucas and Rowan were shocked by Hero's speed. Their skills couldn't keep up with Hero's speed, they were at a loss on how to fight him. Damn. That's some impressive speed. Lucas was the first to recover and parried the attack. Lucas rushed towards Hero with his sword. Lucas wanted to end the fight quickly, he wanted to get all the attention. Lucas didn't want to drag this out. Double dash, Lucas's speed increased, and he was able to respond to Hero's attack. Rowan, on the other hand, was using his quickstep. You are still too slow. Hero's movement speed was faster than Lucas's. Lucas could not match Hero's speed and the attack was easily deflected. Hero's movement speed was way faster than Lucas and Rowan's. Damn. What is his movement speed? I don't know. Lucas and Rowan were shocked at this observation. They were easily overpowered by Hero. Their sword skills are great and they are both ranky fighters. How could they be defeated so easily by Hero? You little shit. Lucas fully released his fury and attacked furiously. He unleashed all his mana and attacked Hero with various sword skills. Is that all you got? Lucas's sword skill and speed increased dramatically. He was trying to end this fight quickly. Lucas used his full-powered attack to strike Hero down. He used all his might to attack Hero with his sword. Clank. Clank. Clank, the sword strike was blocked by Hero's sword. The attack wasn't strong enough to hurt Hero. Hero's sword moved to counterattack Lucas. Clank, Hero's attack was blocked by Rowan. Rowan used his sword to counterattack. Damn. This is not looking good, as expected of a senior, but even the two of them could not keep up with Hero. Even though they were both second-year students, they were both weaker than Hero. The power gap was too vast between them. Clang. Zzzt, ugh. Rowan couldn't dodge the attack and he received a light wound on his arm. Lucas and Rowan were at a loss of what to do. There was no way they could defeat him. Their strength was not enough to beat him. They would have to work together to defeat him, otherwise, Hero would defeat them one by one. They both decided to attack at the same time. They wanted to take Hero out as soon as possible. Lucas and Rowan used their movement art to increase their speed and attacked using their attack skill. Fortunate sword style, dividing stab, crimson sword style, crimson sword strike. They both released their mana and used their strength and speed to attack Hero. Clang. 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 Their attack was parried easily by Hero. Hero was able to see the attacks and could easily counter them. I can't believe he can dodge all these attacks. Lucas and Rowan's attacks were blocked. Lucas and Rowan thought their attacks were easy to block because they went easy on him. They didn't expect him to easily dodge their attacks and a look of fear appeared on their faces. Damn. His movement speed is too fast. Damn. His reaction speed is fast too. They couldn't see Hero's movements and his defense was too strong. His attacks are strong too. They had to understand how strong his attacks were. They wanted to avoid unnecessary injury. Lucas and Rowan were shocked by his strength. Hero's strength was way above their league. Oh. Just as I predicted, Hero is way beyond them. Although two seniors are at the same rank as Hero, however, Hero's stats were similar to a rank D human. Though Hero's strength didn't surprise me. I didn't think Hero would be able to overpower 2 top 10 seniors by just using his movement art. I was just standing on the stage like the fight in front of me had nothing to do with me. I thought they might have a plan since they were harassing Hero for this duel, but turns out they simply overestimated their own strength. Professor William must have thought it will be easy for experienced seniors to exploit our weakness in team cooperation, but Hero didn't even need my help to beat them. The other students watched the battle with shock in their eyes. Especially second-year students who have never seen Hero fight. Damn. This first-year student is too powerful. We can't even defeat one of them and he is able to easily suppress both of them. He is too much of a monster. I think only Dreyer can match his strength. While second-year students gossiped and were terrified of Hero's strength, first-year students were delighted. As one of the strongest first-year students, Hero was somehow like a representative for all first-year students, so seeing him win was good news for us. However, not everyone was overjoyed. Damn it. His strength has increased again. Zion clenched his hand. He thought his strength was catching up to Hero, especially after he had reached rank E. When he saw the battle, he knew he was not powerful enough. He trained twice as hard as in the past after the incident at Bloody Wolf Forest, but he was still far from being able to defeat Hero. While he was feeling frustrated, the girls beside him were overjoyed. Lisa and Sylvia were delighted watching Hero win. They know how senior students always annoy Hero since they spend most of the time with him. I didn't think Hero was this strong, Sylvia said to Lisa. Hero was always strong, but I think he became stronger than before. Lisa, who saw Hero's strength, analyzed Hero's growth. He was able to fight rank D, Devil Contractor in the past, but his strength and speed were lower than what is displayed right now. Still, what is Zero doing? They would have already won if he had helped. With a disgruntled tone, Lisa asked Sylvia. She remembered Zero, who used to chase after her, though for almost a month, he didn't talk to her at all. Lisa thought something might have happened at the Bloody Wolf Forest for him to change his attitude. She didn't ask Zero as she was not close to him, and it was great that Zero was focusing on training instead of courting her. Did something happen to him in the Bloody Wolf Forest? I heard you were with him at that time. Was he traumatized by what happened in the forest? He. I don't know why he is not helping Hero. Maybe he is waiting for a chance. Traumatized. Ha. It would be his enemy who would be traumatized by Zero, though all of them are dead now. Sylvia, don't you think Zero is acting weird? How? He has not talked to me after that incident. Not talked. Are you lonely that Zero is not talking to you? Sylvia teased her by saying lonely. Lisa didn't let this pass. She elbowed Sylvia, telling her to answer her seriously. It's okay. Nothing dangerous happened to him. Though I am curious why he won't approach you anymore. I am curious too. I think he was really traumatized. Maybe, I don't know. I also want to know why Zero is not helping Hero. The girls looked carefully and saw Zero was not helping. He was standing on the ground as if he was just watching the battle. Lucas and Rowan were already tired from deflecting Hero's attack. Lucas and Rowan were on the verge of losing. Lisa, who didn't know the situation, thought Zero wasn't helping because he was scared of the seniors. She thought Zero was a scaredy cat. Chapter 30 Rules. Damn. Is he really a first-year student? We can't defeat him. Lucas and Rowan had no choice but to give up on their attack. They decided to retreat, but Lucas couldn't afford to lose all his dignity in front of everyone, so he decided to challenge Hero. Clang. 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 Lucas and Rowan attacked him again and again. They were trying to prove that they could defeat him. However, Lucas and Rowan were just wasting mana and time. Their attacks were easily dodged by Hero and he counterattacked. Damn. Useless attacks, useless. Lucas and Rowan couldn't understand why their attacks were not effective. As soon as their attack was blocked by Hero, they immediately dodged his counterattack. They couldn't understand how he could avoid their attacks so easily. They couldn't think of a way to defeat him. Lucas, Rowan. Just give up. Hero didn't want to hurt them too badly, so he told them to give up. Hero, who saw the seniors were too exhausted to fight, told them to surrender. but Lucas and Rowan didn't want to give up that easily. They didn't duel just to lose to first-year students. Damn you. We won't lose to first year, let's show him our power and make him surrender, we have to take the berserk pill, damn. I don't want to do that, Rowan was against taking the pill. They were able to boost their power with the pill for a short period of time, but it was forbidden in the duel ring to take the potion or other substances. The professor may have promised them he would make sure they would not be affected by their actions, but Rowan knew that was just talk. If the problem arises, Professor William will not help them, however, if he didn't succeed, then Professor William will definitely punish him. So, no matter the method, they had to win. It's the only choice we got. We both have to give our best, I guess so. Lucas and Rowan each took one of the berserk pills. The pill increased the strength of its users. It was normally used by adventurers when fighting monsters that were stronger than them. The only side effect was that the user would lose their rationality. Once the effect of the pill wore off, the increase in strength would gradually decline, but for Lucas and Rowan, the pill was the only way for them to win the fight. Let's go, Crimson Sword style, Crimson Sword strike. Lucas and Rowan took the berserk pill and fought Hero again. Hero thought their speed and power were on par with him. No, they were even faster than him. Lucas and Rowan were no longer thinking and only attempting to defeat Hero. Lucas and Rowan were at their limit before they took the pill, but now they were bursting with power. Lucas and Rowan are taking pills, damn. Are they trying to break the rule? The crowd was shocked when they saw Lucas and Rowan taking their pill. Everyone knew how the berserk pill affected the body. It would make the user more powerful, but it would also make them more irrational. They would be vulnerable for a few days after the pill's effect has ended. The biggest problem was that they could be expelled for using such pills. After all, the duel stage is primarily for comparing strength and learning from each other. If participants use the potion and pills, what is the point? Rich guys can just bring the most expensive strength-increasing pill to beat their opponents. The winner would not win with his skill but with wealth. I didn't think seniors would use the pill in this fight. They can't even afford to lose. What is the point of this duel? The seniors are really shameless. Always calling us cowards, but look at them now. They are clearly cheating, come on. We better go back. This really is unbelievable. They are using a pill to win. Everyone in the crowd was shocked by what they were seeing. Some were disgusted by what the seniors were doing. Others were criticizing how dirty seniors were. Those second-year students were shocked to see Lucas and Rowan throwing away their pride and honor just to win against some first-year. They were complaining about them, but the seniors didn't care about their words and continued the fight. Lucas and Rowan approached Hero. Lucas and Rowan, who was already out of control, started attacking. Clang. Clang. Clank. Lucas and Rowan, in their berserk state, were a force to be reckoned with. Damn it. Hero, who already sensed Lucas and Rowan's power, couldn't help but be worried. He knew the side effect of berserk pills was losing rationality. They would not care about their life and would just focus on killing their enemy, however. Hero needed to be more careful now, since he could kill them accidentally. But he would lose if he didn't use his full power. Lucas and Rowan used their berserk strength to fight Hero. But from the outside, they just looked like two crazy guys trying to attack Hero. When Hero dodged their attacks, they just kept attacking at him. Kill. 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 Wow. Lucas and Rowan, who were losing, are now overwhelming Hero. But they clearly used the pill and the referee is not saying anything. Clearly, Professor William is biased towards the seniors. Some students were confused. Maybe Professor William didn't see them taking the pills, but it was impossible as everyone present saw them. They were clearly cheating. The students were unsatisfied with the situation. They expected Professor William to stop this. He was the one overseeing this duel. If he doesn't stand up for the rules now, then he would be just like the seniors, and lose his honor, but Professor William didn't do anything. He was just watching the two crazy guys attacking Hero. They didn't know what he was thinking. As they watched William calmly sitting, They thought maybe he wouldn't do anything until Hero lost. Damn it. What a dirty move. If I were in Lucas' place, I would have never done such a thing. That's just cheating. We should go back. I don't want to see what will happen next. But even though Lucas and Rowan were beating Hero, not a single soul in the stadium was ready to leave. They wanted to know how Hero would fight back. Hero could hear the noise of the students. He knew he had to win no matter what. He needed to show everybody that these kinds of dirty moves would not be enough to win against him even if they used the berserk pill. It's just a matter of time. I will win. Hero used his skill again and let out a little bit of his strength, but the moment he did that, Lucas and Rowan were knocked out. Crash, dash, the energy was released and Lucas and Rowan were knocked out. They were covered in blood. Lucas and Rowan still had a lot of strength left, but it was not enough to knock out Hero. Ha! 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 I won. Hero held his sword against Lucas's neck. However, Lucas and Rowan, who were not in a state to think rationally, didn't think about surrendering or dying. Rowan ignored the fact that Hero could behead him easily and attacked Hero's abdomen. Hero was caught off guard. He didn't expect them to attack him while they were vulnerable to him right now. Hero suffered a big cut on his abdomen and blood was oozing out of his abdomen. The two got up and continued to attack Hero fiercely. Hero was trying to defend, but they were both attacking recklessly and Hero got cut here and there. His strength and speed were decreased due to the loss of blood. What? Hasn't Hero won? Then why is the duel not over? The students got confused. They clearly saw Hero holding his sword against Lucas's neck. Hey, Professor, Hero has already won the duel. Sylvia was the one who told the professor. She was already upset at the professor for not disqualifying Lucas and Rowan for taking the pill. Now, he is not stopping them even after Hero defeated them. 1. I already told them that they would win only when their opponents were out of the stage. Clearly, Lucas and Rowan are still in the duel stage. What non? Before Sylvia shouted angrily at Professor William, Lisa covered her mouth and dragged her back. Lisa, why did you stop me? Professor is clearly disregarding the rules. Calm down, Hero clearly won the match, Sylvia said to Lisa, voice full of dissatisfaction. It is no use arguing with Professor William. He is clearly siding with the seniors and nothing we say would matter to him. Damn it, Lucas and Rowan continued to attack him. They attacked viciously and Hero got more and more injured. Damn it, Hero was getting tired of fighting. He kept on defending himself against both of them. But Lucas and Rowan did not stop. They would not stop until their enemy was dead. They were getting more and more injured but they didn't even notice it. Their body was aching but they didn't care about it. They just wanted to kill Hero. Hero was starting to lose his strength. His body was covered in blood and he is almost out of mana. He would lose if this continued. He needed to finish them off right now. However, Hero was still holding back his strength. Lucas and Rowan didn't care whether Hero dies or not, each attack was at full power with killing intent behind the attacks. On the other hand, even while losing, Hero was holding back, making sure he don't kill them. Unlike Lucas and Rowan, Hero didn't attack their vital areas and when attacking their body, he was not using his full strength. If this continues, Hero will lose. I thought I didn't need to participate in this fight but looks like I need to help Hero. Time to show him how it is done. Chapter 31 Result of your action. Hero was getting beaten by Lucas and Rowan. Hero tried to attack them with his sword but Lucas and Rowan were able to block his attacks. If it kept on like this, Hero would lose. Ha! 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 He was almost out of mana and he was in so much pain that his body was trembling. It was a miracle that he hadn't lost consciousness yet. Suddenly, a huge ice wall came between him and Lucas Rowan. They were shocked to see a giant wall appear. Ugh! What is this? As a result of the ice wall, the two fell to the ground. I saw Hero get attacked by Lucas and Rowan. Ice wall. I created an ice wall between Hero and the seniors. I could have chosen to sneak attack but against them. There was no need. You might think I am underestimating them but I am not. The only reason why these two weaklings are winning is that Hero doesn't want to accidentally kill them. However, I will not be as lenient as Hero. They were the ones looking for trouble. I won't show mercy. I approached Hero to help him, and I watched his trembling, exhausted body taking in deep breaths. His eyes were half closed, and he was panting heavily. Ha. Ha. Sorry, I messed up. No, you did well. I show you how to deal with this trashes. The only way to sober up these guys is to beat them to death. I glared at Lucas and Rowan who were rushing towards us. They were still in a berserk state. They were hell-bent on killing Hero. Lucas, who was faster than Rowan, was the one who reached first. I parried his attack, and when he was pushed back, I used the sword hilt to strike on his head. Lucas's body was blown away by my full strike attack and his head was knocked to the ground. While Lucas was down, Rowan came to attack me with his sword. I used my sword to block his attack and pushed him to the ground. I didn't have time to wait for Rowan to get up. I merely kicked him to the ground. It took just 3 hits to deal with them. They were not moving at all. I know they were strong, but they stood no chance against me. They were too exhausted from fighting with Hero. There was no way they could defeat someone who had full stamina. Their berserk state was also declining. Even if I stand here for a minute or two, they will still fall down on their own. Now, shall we continue our fun? Just when everyone thought that Hero was going to lose, a giant ice wall appeared between them. The one who appeared was someone they ignored for the entire match, Hero's duel partner from the first year, Zero. They were surprised by his appearance, and some who thought it was 2 versus 1 was confused. They thought Zero was interfering with the duel. Who is he? He is the other participant in this duel. I thought he was too scared to fight, but he has proved me wrong. The first-year students are too strong. How could Lucas and Rowan both have been knocked out by him? It's unbelievable. That's unexpected. I thought he was a weakling, maybe. I think that he is top 3 in the first year. First year's strength is no joke. How can a first year beat 2 second years? It's ridiculous. You guys should not underestimate the first year. They are already as strong as us. They are after all the golden generation. There was an uproar among the crowd. They were surprised by the power of the first year students. At first, Hero overpowered 2 seniors, and now, even a no-name first year can instantly knock out 2 powerful second-year students. Their views on first-year students changed. They have to give them proper respect. They thought the golden generation thing was overrated until they saw this match. The sense of superiority that they had when they looked at the first-year students has changed, but it was not only second-year students who were surprised but also first-year students. Especially Lisa, who is in the same class as Zero. She knows that Zero is in rank F or E-. She didn't think he would be this strong. Even if the seniors were tired of fighting with Hero, the strength and speed of Lucas and Rowan when attacking Zero suggest that they still had rank E peak power. However, Zero still easily knocked down Lucas and Rowan. It means that Zero is at least at rank E or above. It was difficult to believe, but the scene in front of her eyes was undeniable. Zero. Go for it, one of the students yelled at Zero. Suddenly, the classmates who have been watching the duel started to root for Zero. Yeah. Zero. Show your strength. Ah. He is rank E. They had no idea who Zero was, but the first years cheered for him. They were astonished and excited by the fact that a first-year student could beat 2 seniors who used berserk pills. Earlier, Lucas and Rowan used the berserk pill to increase their power and beat Hero. They were frustrated by the fact that the seniors were winning using unfair means. Zero knocking down Lucas and Rowan has appeased their frustration. Hero was still breathing heavily, but he started to calm down. He was almost out of breath, but when he saw Lucas and Rowan lying on the ground, he was surprised. Hero turned around and looked at me. I see. It was like he was talking to himself. He seemed to have realized something. I was about to approach Lucas and Rowan to continue my torture, when I felt a gaze on me. Lucas and Rowan, who are lying on the ground, are watching me with blank eyes. This is no longer the gaze of an enemy. They were looking at me with pure fear and despair. Looks like the effect of the berserk pill has worn off. The fact that they did not attack me as soon as they saw me and that they exhibited fear indicates that the effect has worn off. I smiled at them. I was happy that they were regaining their rationality. It is more satisfying to beat a conscious individual than a mindless idiot. Seniors, let's have some fun. I walked towards them. Lucas and Rowan quickly got up and positioned themselves in fighting stances. Ro, if you tell me who incited you all to make trouble with me, I might forgive you. Lucas or Rowan can't bring together so many second years just to harass Hero and me. It must be someone influential. I suspect Professor William, but it could also be another person. I don't trust every piece of information in the novel. I should ask them to verify the information. Humph. Just because you landed a lucky punch, don't think you have already won. You should apologize to us and we may forgive you. Or else my father will not spare you. Oh. Not the answer I want. I need to teach them a lesson they won't forget. During this time, they will feel the pain of getting killed. They need to know the fear of death. That way, they will think thrice before doing something stupid again. I flashed towards Lucas and punched him in the abdomen. I knee-strike him on the face. Then I elbowed him on the back. Lucas fell to the ground and started to cry, holding his face as if he had a toothache. He held his face and continued to squirm. Ugh. Rowan stopped for a second, but I didn't give him the chance to attack. I kicked the back of his knee, making him kneel on the ground. He couldn't move anymore. Ha. Ha. F-ferk, Rowan was in pain, but I didn't give him a chance to rest. I struck him repeatedly with my sword hilt. He was shouting in agony. No, I used my other hand to grab his hair and I lifted his head up. I pounded his face on my knee. And I kicked his head too. I kept pounding his face. Lucas was watching while laying on the floor. Lucas was injured and could not move easily. I grabbed Lucas' collar and picked him up. I kicked Lucas' stomach and sent him flying. Lucas flew a few meters away and landed on the ground. Lucas screamed and was holding his stomach. I ignored Lucas and turned my attention to Rowan. I will ask again who sent you to harass me. The students were shocked and scared after watching Zero brutalize Lucas and Rowan. Lucas Rowan's friends and admirers were angry at Zero. He beat Lucas and Rowan using unfair means. He is a coward. He attacked them when they were tired after fighting Hero. Look what he did to Lucas's handsome face. I will never forgive him. Those students started to yell at Zero. What unfair means? Eating a berserk pill? Only shameless seniors do that. Why don't you open your eyes and see who is cheating? Their shouts were met with the voice of other students. They were criticizing the seniors. Both sides were busy yelling at each other. Why did you come to harass us? I came with my own will. I grabbed Rowan's head by his hair and pounded it at the ground. And you want me to believe it? It's the truth. It's not like I can't believe him. It's just that I don't believe him. I repeat, why did you come to harass me? Because you are a first year. You shouldn't have messed with our professor, such a petty reason. You really pissed me off. I lifted Rowan's chin and looked at him straight in the eye. Rowan was shaking his head frantically. I beg you. Please don't kill me. I will do anything. Please don't kill me. Humph. I kicked him off the stage. I don't think he is going to give me any information. I still have to deal with another person. Lucas is still moaning on the ground. I grabbed Lucas and lifted him up. Now, time for some question-answer session. I smiled and said this in a friendly manner. Lucas's face turned pale. He was being tortured, but he still doesn't want to die. Lucas was terrified. I felt sorry for him. It's not like I am going to kill him. He should be grateful. I beat him in the same manner as Rowan and asked the question again. It is because Hero was acting too arrogant. I don't believe you. I am telling the truth. Please let me go. I'll do anything. I'll show you the truth. I grabbed Rowan's wrist and swung him like a piece of cloth while also banging him on the ground. Ah. 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 Finally, I swung him out of the ring. Crash. I coldly glared at Lucas and Rowan and said in a loud voice, "This is the result of your action." Chapter 32 Result of your action. 2. This is the result of your action. Lucas and Rowan were both tossed out of the ring. Rowan and Lucas' bodies were bruised. I didn't kill them, so they should be grateful. Rowan started to crawl towards the exit. The students were shocked when Lucas and Rowan fell. They stared at me like I was some kind of freak. The students who were there to watch the battle, including the first years, were confused. Based on their estimations, Zero couldn't harm Lucas and Rowan since they were two of the strongest students in the entire school. How could the latter fail so quickly and brutally, ending up half dead? In the crowd, Lisa's eyes widened. She was so shocked that she forgot to close her mouth. In her eyes, Zero was somewhat cowardly and always avoids getting into a fight no matter how much he is humiliated. She thought it was already strange for him to accept the challenge, not to mention the power and the brutality he showed. Zero was almost treating Lucas and Rowan as objects. He didn't care about their lives, and even when they were unable to fight back, he beat them ruthlessly. He would always goof off and spend time flirting with her, so she didn't expect this kind of power and viciousness from Zero. Besides her, Sylvia was also stunned. Zero has again shocked her this time. He seems even stronger than Hero. The healer who was stationed nearby came to Lucas and Rowan and began healing them. Lucas came back to his senses, then realized he has lost. He was out of the ring. His heart was filled with discomfort and confusion. Why? He could not understand why he lost against someone who he deemed inferior to him. He only thought that Hero could put up a good fight since only he was rank E, but they ended up losing due to some no-name first year that he didn't take seriously. A few seconds later, people started to come around. Still, they were in astonishment and overwhelmed by disbelief, but someone with faster reactions had begun to shout out in joy. Gradually, more and more people joined in the cheering. Their voices, raised in delight, were loud and clear and could be heard for miles. The splendid and violent battle had amazed everyone. Initially, they were surprised by Hero's strength, which was greater than Lucas and Rowan's, and then Lucas and Rowan took a berserk pill to reverse the fight. When it appeared that Hero's team would lose, his teammate Zero appeared and mercilessly defeated Lucas and Rowan. Glory and cheers always belong to the winner. On the other hand, the two seniors looked like they had been through hell. They were rank E and had taken the berserk pill. They were displayed powers similar to rank D, humans. So what? They failed anyway. The fact that they were powerful and used the pills was yet another proof of how powerful Hero and Zero were. Professor William looked at me, appalled. Not only did he fail to beat Hero and Zero but also faced criticism from students due to him ignoring Lucas and Rowan breaking the rules. In the end, he did not accomplish his goal and even got implicated in the process. Professor William announced the winner with a bitter expression. The winner of the duel is Zero and Hero of the first years. Everybody started to seethe. They are too strong. I don't think I can survive even 1 minute fighting them. I didn't know that there was another monster apart from Hero in the first year. Many students had mixed feelings. Some were happy to have powerful humans, some were jealous, and Lucas and Rowan's fans were angry. Hurry up and gather all the information about this Zero. We should recruit him to our guild. Which class does he belong to? Many people who had guild behind them made note of the name while some took action. Zero was offered deals by some while others gave them their guild cards. From that day forth, Zero's name was bound to be spread throughout the entire school. All thanks to this duel, I walked out of the ring. I didn't agree to join the guilds which some students offered, but I did accept their guild cards. You have incredible potential. Join our guild. We will provide you with every resource you would need. We will give you rank A artifact if you join our guild. Zero, you are too strong. You have easily defeated two of the most powerful students. I know that they are overestimating me. It wouldn't have been such an easy fight if Hero didn't wear out Lucas and Rowan. However, it doesn't feel bad to receive praise. Zero, I owe you one. Hero caught up to me and said. Don't mention it, I said as I walked away. When I was a step outside of the ring, I turned to look at the instructor. Professor William stared at me with a scowl on his face. Looks like this incident will not be the last time he messes with me. I know Professor William will not stop, rather I think he will make more trouble for me in the future. However, there was nothing I could do. Even the school would not help me because I don't have evidence that Professor William was the one who instigated the second years to harass me. This wouldn't be a problem if I was stronger than him. It is only because I lack the strength that I need to worry about Professor William. I tightened my fists. I was unsatisfied with the present situation. I was not strong enough, I need more power, I balled my fists tight. It was like you know who caused the dog to shit on your lawn, but you didn't have any way of making him stop. I took another look at Professor William, then shook my head and left the ring. After the duel, Professor William wasn't in a happy mood. He didn't say a word as he dismissed the crowd with a sullen face. It is time to head home. I took a shower and looked at the report from Tech Genesis. As I read the report sent by Aiden, I frowned. Looks like other guilds just could no longer keep their hands off my company. Other guilds have offered protection to my company if we become part of their guild. According to the report, most of them were bronze and some were silver-graded guilds. My company is newly established, so only low-grade guilds are interested in it. Personally, I think it's wise to join a powerful guild to avoid trouble, provided the terms and conditions are reasonable. However, the nerve of these guilds, to ask for 50% of my company's revenue just for their protection. Shadow Genesis, my parents' guild which is also silver-graded, would only charge 20% of profits, not revenue for protection. Rather than going under their protection, we are literally asked to work for their guild. I sent a message to Aiden to ignore all the proposals sent by the guilds. I already have a plan on how to deal with the protection issue. I took out my phone, opened my Idolos bank account, and checked how much money I have. Equals name 0 Elea, account no 1978-94 balance 4,546,200 Whoa, I didn't expect to generate this much money in only 1 month. This money was excluding the amount that I set aside for the company. I grew from having 10,000 users in the first week to almost 1 million users in a month. The app is growing popular at an insane rate. These days, most of the reviews left by users are positive. Love the app, easy to keep in contact with family and friends that are far away. It is easy to use for anyone. My grandpa is even on here. I have been using this app since its first launch. It reconnected me with my friends from middle school, family members I wasn't able to talk to for years. I can send messages or do video calls. Twitflick has been the only thing connecting the city, and I'm truly grateful. Whenever I have free time nowadays, I would spend it on playing Flying Slime. This game has kept me busy for the past few days. Truly frustrating to lose when you are about to set a new high score. The game was extremely popular among users. The game was even more popular than Twitflick's other features like sharing videos and photos. This is mainly because we lack content creators right now. And we don't pay the content creator. However, I will hire some people to create content, and I will also pay the people who have large views. Much like Facebook, I needed to do lots of work to expand my company. I have to hire people to manage money and other legal stuff. I had also decided to create another game for Twitflick since it is the most popular feature on Twitflick. I also had to deal with the protection issue, but with the money that I have, I already know how to deal with it. There was plenty of stuff that I needed to do. Looks like there will be no rest for me. Chapter 33 Invitation. I groaned at the thought of all that I needed to do. However, I sucked it up and started working. I sat down at my desk and started to work. I had already made a task plan of what to do over the next few days and planned to hire people to do it. After finishing all my work, it was already 3 a.m. and I retired to bed. I got up in the morning and opened the curtains. The bright sun shone in. I have been sleeping less lately. It was all thanks to the company and training. I was so busy with work that I had no time left to sleep. But I don't regret that. All of this was to ensure survival in the future. There is an enormous joy that comes from working hard and seeing the fruit of your labor. I finished showering, got dressed, and then had breakfast. Then I headed for class. As I walked into the classroom, the students started talking to each other about me. It's Zero. Did he really defeat Lucas and Rowan? Isn't it due to Hero that he won? You were not there during the match. I saw with my own eyes when Zero viciously thrashed Lucas and Rowan. Really? Then Zero is Ranky, idiot, what do you know? Lucas and Rowan were already on the verge of falling when Zero joined the fight. He was only able to beat them because they were exhausted from fighting Hero, totally. If he was so powerful, he would have joined the fight earlier. My reputation had spread throughout the school. Some were upset that I was riding on the coattail of Hero. It was mostly students who were not there to watch the fight, while many of my classmates were shocked that Romeo of their class, whom they thought was a coward, was able to display such impressive strength. I walked towards the back of the class. As I did, the students stopped talking and stared at me. I walked to my seat and sat down. My seat was at the back of the class. No one came over to talk to me. I glanced in the direction of Hero. Unlike me, Hero had lots of friends who always chatting with him. Hero, who was talking to his friends, turned around and looked at me. Then he offered me a smile. I smiled back at Hero. He smiled wider and went back to his conversation. Hero's POV. The following day, I entered the classroom and sat down on my seat. I was fairly early and most students hadn't arrived yet. I was instantly surrounded by people. Even more than before, the second year began harassing me. During that time, fewer people will come to talk to me due to the fear of offending the seniors. Actually, I enjoy that kind of calm morning, but I could not stand seniors making trouble and causing disturbance to my fellow students. Hero, has your wound healed? One of Hero's fangirls asked Hero. All healed up. The academy healer is really proficient at healing, Hero replied while swinging his arm. Humph. You even got beaten up by 2 weaklings. Look like you need to train harder, Zion said with a condescending sneer. For others, Lucas and Rowan might be strong, but for Zion, they were not much different from other students. Just a tad stronger than other weaklings. Zion didn't watch the fight until the end. He decided to leave the arena before finishing the match. Zion was annoyed when he later learned that Hero, who he considered his rival, had been defeated by Lucas and Rowan. Then, wouldn't it mean Zion was weaker than them since Zion was second to Hero, Ro? On top of that, Zero, who was chasing after his girl, had defeated them. Now that Zero was finally getting some recognition. The rumors that Zero was a coward who couldn't fight were falling apart. This means that the impression of Zero might improve in Lisa's eyes. This all would have been avoided if Hero had properly defeated Lucas and Rowan. Don't listen to him. Hero, you did great in the battle, Sylvia told him. She and Lisa came to class together. Yes, Hero, you were really cool. Being able to fight 2 seniors is an incredible feat. If it was not for Lucas and Rowan breaking the rule, you would have won. Exactly. Professor William didn't even disqualify them for eating the pills. It was clear he was helping the seniors. Hero fans started to cheer for Hero. They started to insult the seniors. There was a sudden drop in sound in the surrounding area. It was because Zero has entered the class. It was then that one of the girls said angrily, if he had helped earlier, Hero wouldn't have been injured. It's all thanks to Hero that he won. He wouldn't have won if he was the one fighting them at the beginning. It was 2 versus 2, but he was just standing on the stage without doing anything. Zero glanced in my direction. I smiled at him and he smiled back at me. I am grateful for his help. I was the one who told him I wanted to fight alone. Oh. I thought about why Zero was not helping you. This explains it all, Sylvia said to me. Why did you want to fight alone? Lisa asked with a puzzled expression. I wanted to compare my current strength with the seniors. Though I ended up getting defeated, I was embarrassed to say that. Like others have said, if I had fought with Zero from the beginning we would have won easily. However, I felt responsible for dragging Zero into that fight. He didn't even agree to accept their challenge, they just included him because I had accepted to fight. No matter what others say, Zero had saved me. I would have been humiliated and harassed if we had lost that fight, though I didn't expect that kind of power from him. Others were saying, he had won because Lucas and Rowan were exhausted from fighting me. Although their mana and stamina may have been depleted by fighting me, they still had the power of a ranky peak. I know how strong they were and I had to admit that I would have lost if Zero had not interfered. From what I know about Zero, he was rank F during the start of school. He was pretty famous because Zero would always pester Lisa, while others thought he was a coward for refusing to fight when challenged. I thought it was incredible for him to endure being provoked. He knows that most of his classmates are arrogant and would be provoked at slight provocation. There can be two reasons why Zero ignores those insults from other students. 1. He really is a coward. However, it was unlikely because you wouldn't see any trace of fear on his face when other students bother him. The second reason could be, he is more powerful than them. Powerful people don't like to waste their time fighting weak people. If they did, the people that would challenge them would never end, and the fight proved that the second reason was true. However, to grow from rank F to rank E in 2 months is an insane speed. Even with the help of the system, it takes more than a month to rank up. What are you thinking? Snapping me out of my thoughts was Sylvia's voice. All the students near me were staring at me. It was nothing. I chatted with my friends until the teacher came. The students returned to their seats after Professor Mia entered the class. Chapter 34 Invitation 2. Professor Mia soon entered the class and as usual, took attendance. She started saying something but I couldn't focus because of sleepiness. I leaned back, closed my eyes, and relaxed. I put my hands behind my head and crossed my legs. I was relaxed. Soon I dozed off. I was so tired from skipping sleep the night before, so I took a nap in class. I was comforted as if I were in heaven before a voice disturbed me. The voice was beautiful and seemed like the call of heaven until it grew loud and dangerous. 0. Elea, huh? I slowly opened my eyes to see that Professor Mia was standing in front of my eyes. She was smiling but I could feel the black aura surrounding that smile. I realized I had accidentally dozed off after Professor Mia finished taking attendance. You sure are relaxed to be sleeping in my presence. After class, immediately come to my office, as she said. She left the class. As she did, everyone got back to their own business. The lesson started and the teacher droned on about the lesson like always. I focused on the lecture about the history of Idolos and the conflict between humans and other species. I found the lecture boring, so I started to doze off again. Unlike Professor Mia, Professor Emma would focus on delivering the lecture without caring whether students were paying attention. The class finished in the afternoon. Sigh. To be sleeping when Professor Mia was there, what a blunder. I gathered my belongings and left the classroom. I walked out of the classroom and headed to Professor Mia's office. Knock. Knock, come in. The office was a tidy one. When I walked into the room, it felt so empty that it seemed like no one was there. The desks and chairs had been arranged neatly. The book box on the wall was filled with books and papers. As I walked in, I saw Professor Mia reading a book. Good afternoon, miss, she looked at me. She dropped her book on the table. Do you know why I brought you here? Because I was sleeping in the class. I do apologize for that. It is good that you are aware of your mistake. Anyway, that's not why I called you here. Do you listen to what I said in the morning? That, I scratched my head. I started to fall asleep before hearing what she was saying. Seriously. I was telling the class about the upcoming midterm exam that is going to be held in 1 month. Oh. So what do you want me to do? I know Professor William is making trouble for you. He had been arguing to become a referee of the duel even though it is always selected randomly. I realize why he wanted to become referee when he ignored the rule in that duel. She paused and sighed. He doesn't like people without background to outdo his students. Hero, I can understand, but I don't know why he is making trouble for you too. Isn't it because of you? Anyway, unlike Hero, you don't have much recognition from the school. If you could get into the top 10 in the midterm, you will be more valued by the school and William can't mess with you. Oh, I started thinking. It was an efficient way to keep Professor William away from me. He was already in trouble due to him ignoring the rules during the duel, and if he makes trouble for me again, the school will not let him get away with it even if his father is an executive of the authority. But top 10. It would have been impossible if it was 2 months ago, but now I do think I have a chance at getting it. Heck, I might even be in top 3 if I used all my trump cards. I will try my best. Whether I get into top 10 will depend on my strength. Professor Mia looked at me like she had seen through my intention. If I downright said I would get into top 10, then it would be like I am admitting that I am strong enough to get it. I don't want others to know my strength. however, she already knows what happened at Bloody Wolf Forest and the duel. She knows I was at Ranky during the Bloody Wolf incident. She must be thinking that I am still trying to hide my strength. One part of the reason is that, and the other part is I am not sure I could get into top 10. Power-wise I have a pretty decent chance of getting into top 10, but I am not sure about the theory part. We need high marks in both to make it into high ranks. I don't want to be embarrassed by saying I will get into the top 10 only to not achieve it later. She smiled. Good. I will be expecting a good result from you. Yes. Just when I was about to go back, I heard a sound coming from the door. Professor Mia, I bought you some flow. It was Professor William. He dropped the flowers and stared at me with a stupefied expression. Then he became angry. Why, you brat? What are you doing here alone with Mia Frostein? Huh, I tilted my head. What am I doing? I am a student and Professor Mia is my teacher. Of course, I would sometime meet her. In any case, what are you doing here with a bouquet of flowers? It is still class time, you know. Though I should be the last person to say that. Professor William, how dare you to come in without my permission, Professor Mia said with total contempt. Professor William kept glaring at me. I also returned his glare. You think I am afraid of you? Humph. Professor William started releasing his mana with the intent of pressurizing me. I started to feel the pressure of the rank B aura. If you compare the strength of rank E and rank B, they will be like a pebble and a boulder. The pressure started to increase and my legs were wobbling, but I refused to kneel. Professor Mia stood up and formed a shield around me. She looked at William and started releasing her aura. Her mana aura was even stronger than William's. William's aura started to weaken. He was still glaring at me. Professor William, what do you think you are doing? Do you think school will let you off for attacking a student? Humph. I was just trying to teach a rude person a lesson. Don't take it seriously, humph. You don't have any shame, attacking a student. Get out of my office, Professor Mia angrily shouted. She pointed her finger at the door, indicating Professor William to leave. Now. Don't be so angry. I will not do it again. I have my reason to come here, humph. I don't have free time like you. Tell me your reason quickly and leave. I want you to be my partner in the upcoming Sophia's birthday party. I know you have no partner to go with. I decline. I already have a partner to go with, huh? Hee. Don't lie. Everybody knows you are not close with any men, or more like I have threatened every man who pursued you. I am not lying. I already have a partner, huh? I don't believe you. If you really have a partner, why don't you bring him here? I am not obliged to do what you say. He will there at the party, ha ha ha. Okay. Then let's have a bet. If you really have a partner, then I will not pester you anymore. But if you don't have a partner, then you will have to go out with me. What? If you really have a partner, then it is no problem for you. Sure, I accept your bet, then it's a deal. Don't forget to keep your promise. Then Professor William left the office while laughing. He glared at me before he left. Arg, Professor Mia's grunt startled me. Does she not remember I am still here? Professor Mia, what happened? Huh, she quickly corrects her posture. She changed into her teacher mode. Why are you still here? I was waiting for Professor William to leave. Anyway, why are you so aggravated? Didn't you listen to our conversation? I have to go out with him if I lose the bet. What's the problem? I don't have a partner, she said in a sulky mood. Huh? Didn't you say you have a partner? I lied. Why? If you want to refuse, you could have just said you don't want to go with him. Why lie, humph? What do you know? I will be embarrassed if I admit I don't have any partner to go with. Embarrassed? I don't understand what is embarrassing about that. Is going to a party alone embarrassing, or having no boyfriend at that age? Anyway, how are you going to deal with this problem? I don't know. Don't you have any male friends? I guess not. She is named Ice Enchantress because she has an indifferent attitude towards everyone, especially men. I have not even seen her be friendly with other female teachers, much less seeing her with a male teacher. Clap. Suddenly, she clapped her hands with a smile on her face. Don't we have this option? As she said that, she held my hands. Her grip was firm. but the pressure of her fingers was so delicate that it felt like she wanted to tickle me. She stared at me with glistering eyes. I have a bad feeling about this. Chapter 35 Invitation 3, that's right. I shouldn't have any problem going with you. You are already my student. If we go out together, then there will be no problem. That's exactly the problem. How can a student and teacher go to a party as partners? I respectfully decline. A teacher and student attending a party while pretending to be a couple are not appropriate. How about you help me this time? You said that you owe me, oh. I owe her for saving me. I nearly forgot that. She wants me to help her with this problem. I guess I have to. Compared to her saving my life, posing as her partner is no problem, though if you don't really want to then it's okay. I will be your partner, really? Then I don't have to worry anymore. The party is next Friday, I will pick you up. I walked to the door. When I reached the door, Professor Mia said to my back, "Thank you." I ate my lunch in the cafeteria and then proceeded to train in the training field. My goal this time was to train my shadow style. The training ground was more packed than the magic art training ground. Most students have sword art. The training turned out well and I had improved my condensing mana in shadow style. I returned to my dorm and checked my phone for any news. I was specifically looking for the auction that is going to be held. I was searching for any auction that had malice fruit as auction items. Malice fruit usage was unknown until the later part of the novel and it became one of the most sought after fruits. If you consume the malice alone, it will only increase your mana. However, this is not the reason why it is sought after. You have to mix malice fruit with another rank A item Lilium flower at the ratio of 3 to 4. If the mixture is taken by rank A peak then she will break through to rank S. Due to the limited availability of malice fruit, only a few rich people could rank up this way. Currently, the method has not been discovered. Therefore, the price of malice is a lot cheaper than it will be in the future, though I don't need it right now, it will be useful in the future. Whether for money or to break through the rank S, despite the only known use for the item right now being to increase mana. It was still expensive as it was a rank A item and quite rare. It would cost more than 100,000 Ethan coins right now. While searching for any auction news, I came across a piece of hot news. It was about a gold-graded guild attempting to clear floor 30 in the obelisk. The obelisk is a tower with an unknown number of floors. The higher you climb, the higher rank monster you encounter. Obelisk allows only 10 people in a team. If an extra person enters then they will be treated as a different team and they will be teleported to a different place. While raiding the obelisk tower, it would take months before a raid is complete. So, preparing for rations and potions is a huge expense. However, the reward is also high and many people do it. If you beat the boss stationed on every 10th floor, there is a high probability of an artifact appearing. It was reported the rank A team had been inside the obelisk for over a month with the intention of conquering the 30th floor. The name of the guild was Nightshade. It was a fairly strong guild with 3 rank A peak members. Anyway, after reading the news I jumped back to searching for items. At last, I saw the malice fruit, which is the item that is going to be auctioned this Friday. I noted down the auction place and time. It is to be held in the auction house of a gold-graded guild. After that, I casually looked at the status of the app and I was stunned. The app had lots of negative reviews and sales have dropped compared to yesterday. There were lots of comments, telling others not to download the app. Scam. Waste of money, contain virus. My phone was destroyed after downloading this app. Malicious content. Don't download, what the hell? What happened? There were at least 1,000 negative reviews. Did something go wrong? I called Aiden. Hello boss, Aiden, what happened? Is the app malfunctioning? We are losing lots of users, sir, about that. The app is working fine. My guess is some guild hired people to write negative things about the app. It could be the guild that we have rejected to work with before. Can you find out who is behind this, sir? I know someone who might have this information. It will cost some money, don't worry about money. Use company funds for now and find out who is behind this. Okay, I ended the call. Looks like someone is looking for trouble. Perhaps they have found out that the company is not associated with any guild, so they are messing with us. Good. Good, I don't understand why trouble is coming looking for me. From Devil Contractor in Bloody Wolf Forest to Professor William, everyone seems to be targeting me. What? If a tiger doesn't roar, you mistake it for Hello Kitty? I will make you all regret it sooner or later. The next day, I showed up to class and as always the students were giving me weird looks. After 2 months, I got used to these stares, though initially, their stares were more of looking at some clown. Now, they seem to be staring at me due to their curiosity. I would usually ignore those stares, but it is difficult for me to ignore them while I am training. Therefore, I headed to the ice room where I could train in peace. I decided to visit the company before going to the dorm. Since a month ago, Tech Genesis has grown significantly. Now, with software engineers, the company had a management team and a legal team. With this, I don't have to handle everything. The recruitment of more employees is easier since our company has been running for a while and also because I pay my employees more than others. Since most people who don't become fighters are generally low rank, their pay is also low. They would usually get around 5000 to 700 Ethan coins. However, I pay them at least 10,000 Ethan coins, and Aiden, who is the senior, is paid 20,000 Ethan coins excluding bonus. Since our company generates quite a bit of revenue, you can guess how much bonus they get. Therefore, employees would invite their friends to come to work there. Since I am still short-handed, I appreciate others bringing talent to the company. As the boss of the company, I had to visit the company from time to time. I treat my employees to dinner sometimes. My employees work hard to make money for me, so I need to treat them well. Well, you could say I am treating them better than most. Talent other than fighting is not really appreciated by society in this world. They are generally looked down upon, but which company made up of low-rank humans can earn more than 5 million just after 1 month of establishing? The explorer and high-ranked humans are popular because of the money they earn, but I don't think even the gold-graded guild generates as much profit as my company. I entered the company and the receptionist greeted me hurriedly. "Good evening, sir," she bowed gracefully. "Good evening, call Aiden to my office, right away." I nodded and went to my office. Knock. Knock. "Come in, sir, sorry. I have not handled the matter properly. Looks like the other 5 silver-graded guilds are targeting us." 5 silver guild. How can that be? From the information I got, it looks like someone from the gold-graded guild has instructed them. Otherwise, there is no way they will team up to take a small company like ours. Gold-graded guild. The informant also said that they suspect the gold-graded guild to be a dark guild. Dark guild. Dark guilds are guilds made up of people who like to murder, rob, and commit other unlawful things. Despite not being contracted with devil, they are not any better than them. Dark guild. Still, it doesn't explain why they would target us. If the silver-graded dark guild targets us, I can get it. However, the gold-graded guild has no reason to invest so many resources into acquiring my company. Do you know what the name of the guild is? It is Cunning Skull. What a sinister name. Chapter 36 Nightshade, Cunning Skull, Cunning Skull. I had heard this name before. I think it was a guild that has been growing steadily in the past few years. They were average in terms of strength, but it is more influential than other gold-graded guilds. Sir, they are trying to create trouble by hiring people to spread bad rumors about the app. Shall we also hire people to counterattack? No need. How much money does it take to hire thousands of people to write a negative review? They can't keep this up for too long. It would take between 10,000 and 30,000 Ethan coins to hire thousands of people. Even a gold-graded guild can't keep hiring them. And for the damage that they might inflict on us, I can handle it. I have enough money to keep the company running for a year even without earning more money. Anyways, I am aiming to implement ads on the app. How is the implementation of ad features proceeding? We are in the testing phase. All the previous tests showed a positive result. We can soon implement it into TwitFlick. Good. Implement the feature as soon as possible. We are also going to build another game. Have a graphics designer and some programmer to come to my office. Yes, sir. Ah. And also have someone find a gold-graded guild whose financial status is poor. Aiden paused for a moment before answering, "Sir, I think I know just the guild who is on the verge of going bankrupt." "Oh. Which guild? Do you know the guild that attempted to clear floor 30th in Obelisk Tower recently?" "Nightshade, I saw some news concerning this guild while I was looking for Malice Fruit." "Exactly, sir. They failed to clear the 30th floor of Obelisk Tower and owe quite a bit of money to the bank. The guild took a considerable amount of money as a loan to purchase resources for conquering floor 30th. Now, the guild is about to declare bankruptcy." "Nice," I gave a thumbs up to Aiden. Though it was a pity for the Nightshade Guild. But this type of guild was exactly what I was looking for. "Aiden, contact their guild. Tell them we will provide them with all the money they need, on the condition that they will work under us." Aiden was dumbfounded. "Have a gold-graded guild work under us? Have you been driven insane?" He looked as if he had just heard me say that the earth was flat. "No company would dare ask a gold-graded guild to work under them. At most, they would ask to work as a partner, sir. I don't think they will agree, just ask them once." "Okay." Aiden left the office. After a while, the employee who was a specialist in graphic design and programming came to my office. They were about 10 in total. I wanted to make a game for PC. Ideally, something like Fortnite and Dota 2 would be great, but the graphic designer in this world was not at that level to build that kind of game, so I chose something that was fun and didn't need high-quality graphics. The answer that I came up with was Minecraft. The graphics of Minecraft are not that great, but the game itself is fun. Minecraft is called one of the greatest games on Earth, and there are 140 million active users. With such statistics, you don't need to worry about whether it will become popular or not. Then I explained my idea to them. I called the game Worldcraft, which is absolutely my original idea. Sorry, Marcus Person. The people in the meeting took note of what I said and asked a few questions when they didn't understand. The meeting took 3 hours and I was left exhausted. But with this, the company will have another source of income. Even if Cunning Skull doesn't stop hindering the Twitflix sales, I will still have another source of income. The game was fairly easy to make, and with this many employees, I reckon it will take 3 to 5 days to make the prototype. Anyway, right now Twitflix is suffering from sales due to negative reviews. I might as well focus on developing other things and using this time to fix issues in the company. To start with, the biggest problem in my company is that we do not have a guild to protect us from other guilds. "Aiden, have you contacted the Nightshade Guild?" "Yes, but before agreeing, they want to meet you." "Okay, Ro, I have guessed that this may happen. No guild will readily agree to work under a company. Just money was not enough to convince a gold-graded guild to work under us. However, I still have another thing to entice the guild master." The meeting with the Nightshade Guild master was scheduled for tomorrow. After returning to the dorm, I retired to bed. The next morning, I practiced my sword technique. I have no choice but to rent a training place to train my sword art. Since the students at the school constantly stare at me, which makes me uncomfortable to practice, I decided it was more efficient for me to rent a training facility outside of the dorms. I headed to practice shadow style that morning. My body was still sore and tired from yesterday's work, but I still trained. At 7:30, I came back to my dorm and took a shower. I ate breakfast sitting at my tiny desk. My breakfast was a bowl of cereal and yogurt. I decided to skip school and go to Tech Genesis. The damage done by the Cunning Skull was more than I had expected. The downloads of Twitflix had almost reached 0 the following day. It was not good news, but I was that concerned about it. It was only temporary and I knew that it will become popular again. I walked to the company office. The meeting with the guild master of Nightshade was in the morning. At 9 a.m., Aiden led the Nightshade men into my office. The one which I presume is the guild master held out his left hand for a handshake. "Nice to meet you. My name is Glenn Gruth. I am guild master of Nightshade." I also extended my hand to greet him. "Thank you for coming. I am Zero Elea, Tech Genesis owner. How may I help you?" The guild master of the Nightshade Guild was a brawny man. He is tall and his muscles look as hard as steel. A steel mask covers his face, with only narrow slits for his eyes. He had a shaggy beard and sunken eyes like they'd been pecked by a bird. He greeted me with a broad smile, which exposed snaggled teeth that looked like they were filled with nails. He was as tall as a normal person, tall, muscular, and had a dark tan, covered in tattoos. I want to see who had the guts to tell a gold-graded guild to work under some company. I didn't expect to see a brat here, though his remarks were harsh. I didn't feel any hostility directed towards me. He was a straightforward person, the type that doesn't hide their intent or beat around the bush. Are you disappointed? I asked them with a smirk on my face. No, rather I like your courage. So, what benefits can you give us for working under you? If you can convince me, then our guild will be willing to be your guard dogs. Okay. First, I know your guild is not in a good financial condition to continue operating. I heard your debt is almost 3 million Ethan coins. We will settle the bank debt, and we will provide resources for the future exploration like raiding the obelisk tower and dungeons. It seems to be a fine proposition, but for working under you, it falls short. We can get this kind of contract from other companies without working under them. I held up my hand to signal him to stop speaking. First of all, I know other companies are not willing to invest in your guild right now. Second, listen to my proposal first. I looked at him seriously. I will help you reach rank S. What? Don't speak nonsense. The one who responded was the vice guild master who came with Glenn. The guild master held out his hand to signal him to stop and looked at me seriously. I know you will not believe me right now. I am, however, willing to sign a mana contract with you. The condition is I will make you rank up and your guild will come under me. Mana contract. You are required to comply with the conditions signed by both parties in this contract. If you don't keep your promise, you will die. Elea, are you speaking the truth? If you can really guarantee my ascension to rank S, then the Nightshade will be at your beck and call. What is the difference between rank S and rank A? There are lots of rank A humans but a very limited number of rank S. Rank S are treated completely different from rank A. Rank S name will be known by most people. Those who reach rank S are addressed as heroes by other people. It is to signify that those who have reached rank S are the protectors of human peace and prosperity, but before that, I need to know what type of person you are. Let's fight. What fight? Do you want to kill me? You are rank A and I am merely at rank E. Don't show me that face. I will limit my power to rank E, and if one of your attack hits my body, I lose. If he seals his power to rank E, then I might have a chance. I believe there are not many people at same rank who can beat me. Deal. Chapter 37 Fight with a rank A. Sir, are you serious? Even with his power sealed, his experience and mastery of mana are incomparable to yours. No worries. It's not like we are fighting to the death. Because of Aiden's concerns, I reassured him. I also need to see my full capabilities of rank E. And Nightshade's guild master was the perfect opponent. Let's change the place. Aiden, find a suitable place. Prior to Aiden's reply, Glenn spoke up. Let's go to our guild fighting arena. We went in the car of Nightshade Guildmaster. The guild was nearby and only took 2 minutes to reach. What a perfect guild for our company, I thought. The Nightshade headquarters was near the company, which makes it easy for them to help us in case something happens to the company. This is our guild headquarters. What an ugly place. It was a large square with a squarish building in the center. Aging chipped walls and uneven ground. I was really disappointed to see the condition of the building. However, I was wrong to judge the guild by its cover. We entered the building and I was really impressed. The interior of the building was clean and well maintained. The interior had a very high ceiling and a modern elevator. It was a stark contrast to the exterior of the building. I can say that the interior of the building is worth 100 times more than the exterior. The elevator stopped on the 3rd floor of the building. The place was quite spacious. I was surprised by the view on the 3rd floor. The fighting stage was at the center of the 3rd floor. The stage was a large circular area, the edges were elevated seats for the audience. It was an enclosed area, but it had a ceiling that was very high in the center. Wow! This is amazing. I am not surprised. It is a gold-graded guild. It must be less amazing compared to your former workplace. Aiden was formerly an employee of a diamond-graded guild. Surely that had to be more impressive than this, boss. You might not know, but we non-combatants are not allowed to visit places such as this. It is a privilege given only to high-ranked members. Aiden spoke to me with a tone that was full of envy. If a person is not a combatant and not a member of the guild, then he or she is not allowed to visit this kind of place in the guild. It is a rule in every guild. If a person is not part of the guild, he or she is not allowed to enter most rooms that are kept for explorers. This is my first time seeing this kind of arena. I could only visit the public arena and it was not this big. This is also my first time visiting a gold-graded guild. It's impressive indeed. I looked at the arena. 2 people fought in the arena. One was using a sword and the other was using a spear. They both were in rank C. The dancing blades and spear thrusts looked very beautiful. The sword user had the upper hand on the spear user. Welcome, a big guy came to us. He had a tall and huge build. He was in charge of training Nightshade newbies. Glenn introduced us to each other. So, why are you here, Guild Master? I thought you went to negotiate with a company. He is that company's boss. We are here to borrow the arena. Oh. Understood, Guild Master. He bowed to Glenn and left. He explained the situation to the fighters and halted the fight. Everybody's eyes were focused on us. It's the Guild Master. I wonder whether that kid is the new recruit. Is Guild Master going to fight? Let's take a video. Guild Master Glenn seems to be highly respected by them. They step aside to make way for us. I stepped onto the center of the stage and then Glenn followed up. We stood in the arena, opposite to each other. In this match, I will limit my power to rank E. Let's begin. Putting his hand out, he smiled. Probably he is a fist user, or maybe he is being lenient. Regardless, I will use my full power. I pulled out my sword. There were some whispers among the crowd. Is Guildmaster planning to fight with that kid? Don't tell me he is also a rank A, PSSSH. Don't talk nonsense. Don't you see Guildmaster emitting rank E aura? Guildmaster is obviously being easy on him. The difference of power between rank A and rank E is 10,000 times. Even with his power limited to rank E, Guildmaster is still more powerful than a rank E. How much longer do you think the fight will last? I think 10 seconds, nah. I say 3 seconds, what a shame. I wanted to watch Guildmaster fight longer. I stand still at the center of the stage, waiting for Glenn. I need to be wary of his attack. Contrary to my expectation, the attack never came. I thought that to avoid being hit, he would relentlessly attack me. Apparently, he is underestimating me. However, I will not hold back. Shadow style, shadow slash. Glenn stood still. There was no way he could dodge my attack now. I am disappointed that the fight will be ending in such a way. However, the next thing that happened was the attack never hit Glenn. The attack was shattered before it reached his body. This is our guild's defensive art. Battle barrier. Your attack can never penetrate this unless you use an extremely strong attack, Glenn proudly said with his hand on his waist. There was a yellow glow surrounding Glenn's body. I was stunned. I didn't expect my attack to be blocked like that. Till now, I didn't encounter any opponent who had blocked my shadow slash completely. Even with battle barrier, it would have been near impossible to destroy my attack like that. However, I know Glenn has just used rank E power. I wanted to know how he had blocked my attack. So, I used my attack again, shadow style, shadow slash. This time I carefully observed Glenn. He was still nonchalantly standing like a statue. Battle barrier, golden bell, Oh, I understood how Glenn was able to block my attack easily. He used the skill with mana condensed on where my attack would hit, making the barrier many times stronger. The fact that Glenn could condense the mana to that degree shows his great mana control. And also his vast fighting experience, as he could do it right before my attack hit him. Kid, I am coming. Glenn came near me and threw his fist. His hand was wrapped in a green aura. He is a fist user. It won't be easy to block the blow. I can only rely on my speed to avoid the attacks. I avoided his blow and tried to hit his body, but he was quicker than me. He moved to the side of me and delivered another blow. I must admit that he has a great deal of fighting experience. He can easily dodge my attacks like he knew where I would attack. I had no choice but to back off. Glenn showed no mercy. He threw many punches at a fast pace. I have to use my sword to defend most of the time. Glenn's fierce attacks forced me to retreat. I can feel the damage every time I am hit. I have no choice but to focus on defense. This is the end, kid. Glenn raised his fist to deliver a final blow. I can't block it. I could feel that this time he was exerting his maximum strength. I would lose if I tried to defend the attack with my sword, And here I thought I could win just by relying on my sword art. I seriously underestimated a rank A fighter. In the end, I have to rely on my cryomancy art. I lifted my hand and gathered my ice energy. Ice Wall, Chapter 38. Fight with rank A, 2, boom. Boom, the ice wall started to shatter until a thin layer of ice was all that was left. Even that seems to break, crack, and it did break. However, I was at least able to defend myself from his attack with Ice Wall. Glenn didn't stop there, he attacked me fiercely, though not as powerful as the previous attack. Clank. Clank. Clank, I continued defending against his attack with my sword. His attacks were heavy and precise. I got hit here and there while trying to defend, but it was not enough to make me fall. Ice Shard, I tried to counterattack and give myself some time to breathe. However, Glenn easily dodged the attack and gathered his mana on his fist. He was preparing to launch the strong attack that he had done previously. Ice Wall, boom. Boom, the attack was once again stopped by the ice wall. I didn't think you would have a powerful magic art. Powerful sword art and ice magic, you are surely a talented person. However, the battle barrier was activated once again. The yellow glow shrouded Glenn's body. You still don't have enough power to beat me. Glenn said with a smirk on his face. You will see. Though I said that, I know I can't break his battle barrier with my ice magic. Shadow Slash was already my strongest attack, and even that failed to break his defense. However, I still had a trump card, Dual Art. I continued training the Dual Art after I had recovered from my injuries. Now, I was quite proficient in using it. Though I can still only use it for 1 or 2 attacks without suffering from any backlashes, more than that will make my mana unstable, resulting in internal injuries. Glacial Shadow Slash, this was currently the strongest attack I had in my arsenal. If this didn't work, then I can only accept my defeat. Bam! Bam! Crack, the attack hit his barrier and froze it. The barrier was frozen completely. I punched the barrier with all my strength, shattering the frozen barrier into pieces. I had managed to land a punch on his abdomen. Ha! I was exhausted after having to launch the Glacial Shadow Slash. Adding to it, I still had to run and attack him. It was very taxing on my body. I raised my fist in the air and shouted, I won. The whole arena fell into silence. They were still processing what just happened. A rank E broke the defense of the strongest man in their entire guild. It was unbelievable even when you actually saw it with your own eyes. Clap. 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 After a while, the sound of applause resounded the area. Did you see that? He managed to get past the Guildmaster's defense. Even with Guildmaster using only rank E power, I didn't think he could break it. The power at the end manages to exceed rank E. I have never thought a rank E kid could display such immense strength. On the arena, I won. It was truly a difficult fight. I was too arrogant to think that I could easily win against rank A if he limit his power to rank E. If this was a serious fight, I would have been dead. I realized that in a fight, power, skill, stats, and art are not the only things that matter. Lots of things like experience, reaction speed, and luck also contribute to one's victory. This time I won because I only had to hit his body with my attack to win, and also because he was caught off guard by my last attack. It is good to be confident in your power, but always refrain from becoming overconfident. I was too arrogant in underestimating my opponent due to my insane growth in recent days. I now know why many talented young masters are always defeated by MC. It is because they are too overconfident in their abilities. They are not cautious while fighting others. I feel that this fight has taught me too many things. Being modest, knowing my limit, and advantages of having experience, looks like I need to battle others for the experience. They do say experience is the teacher of all things. Winner of this duel, 0 Elea, the referee announced the result with a complicated expression, I didn't expect you could break my defense. Your last attack was the strongest that I have seen among rank E, Glenn said with a laugh. Looking at his face, you won't think he had lost. Instead, he seems happy after being defeated. Maybe he is happy to find that the company owner who wants to invest in them is talented, or maybe that the young generation who would lead humanity is strong. Either way, he doesn't seem a tad bit depressed from losing the duel. Thanks for your compliment. I still have many things to learn from you. This fight was truly an eye-opener. As per the agreement, I am willing to let the guild work under you. I will have Aiden send the contract to you. I hope for happy cooperation, yes. I got one of the company problems solved. Now, I can leave the company alone without worrying about other guilds annexing it. Nightshade is one of the strongest gold-graded guilds in the area after all. You don't want to mess with them just to get a small company like ours. Hopefully, those silver-graded guilds will stay away from now on. After going back to the company, we made a contract and signed it. Other than the mana contract, we also had to write a contract which states lots of conditions like helping the company when dealing with others and protection and other stuff, which was all handled by Aiden. After that stuff was done, I was busy preparing to go to the auction house. I still had to get Malice Fruit to promote Glenn to S rank. With Glenn's ascension in rank, even other gold-graded guilds have to be careful before messing with them. The auction was held the next day. I took Aiden as my assistant and went to the auction. The auction was completed after 4 hours. My objective of going to auction was fulfilled, though I had to spend quite an enormous amount of Ethan's coins. First on the items that I got was Malice Fruit. It cost me 1.4 million Ethan coins. Name, Malice Fruit, rank, A, description, consumed to increase the mana capacity of the user. The increased amount depends on the user's rank. Requirement, rank A, mana capacity, 5%, the second item was the magic bracelet. It was around 200,000 Ethan coins. Name, Enchanted Frost Bracelet, rank, C, description, the weapon for ice user created by Inther. It increases the ice energy control and increases the power of ice-related attacks. Magic attack, 20%, the magic bracelet is a rare and unconventional weapon to use. Many mage prefers staff and wand as they are better than a bracelet. However, this was exactly the type of weapon that I need. Though it was not popular among the buyer as magic art was already rare. Not to mention it was for ice magic. Adding to that, magic bracelet was a good weapon but not the best. You could get better items at the same price. Like magic wand has better stats compared to the magic bracelet of the same rank. However, why I bought this was because I could use the bracelet while also wielding my sword. That means I don't have to switch weapons while using different art. It was perfect for me. And it was more powerful than the magic wand I got from school. Next item that I bought was a spatial ring. It cost me around 250,000 Ethan coins. Though more expensive than normal storage ring, but it has also more space. Name, spatial ring. Rank, B, description, the items can store lots of things unless it is a living being. The store in here will also not rot since it is enchanted with magic. Capacity, 100 square meters. Looking at the description of the item, I felt satisfied, but when I looked at the storage ring, I frowned. Whenever I see a storage ring I can't help but remember being scammed. That old man, I will remember to take my revenge. And the last item is an earring. The artifact was really good for increasing mana capacity. It cost me around 380,000 Ethan coins, almost double the price of Enchanted Frost Bracelet. Name, Amethyst Earring. Rank, C, description, there is an increase in the mana capacity of the user. There is also the chance of increasing the charm of the wearer, mana capacity, 15%, though the Amethyst Earring was the same rank as the Enchanted Frost Bracelet. However, many bidders bid against me for this item. Unlike Enchanted Frost Bracelet which had limited users, the Amethyst Earring can be used by every person. I finally got it after spending 380,000 Ethan coins. the items have all good effects that could drastically boost my strength. The items were all worth every penny. I went to the training place of Nightshade to test the effect of my artifact. Not only is it close to my company, but the training room I can access is also better than what I can get in other places. I equipped the earring and the bracelet and tried to attack the dummy, which could withstand a rank D attack. Dual art, ice sword. I want to know the current strength of me with artifacts equipped. Slash. The head of the dummy was chopped off like a hot knife cutting through butter. I didn't expect my attack power to increase by this much. The artifact was truly amazing. With it my attack power has reached that of typical rank D. I was happy with the effect of the artifacts. With the enchanted frost bracelet, my ice magic attacks were on another level, and with amethyst earring, I could exert more mana. I practiced till midnight. The joy of increasing the power was incredible. However, I remind myself not to be conceit. I still had a long way to go before I can say that I am strong. The next day, it was the weekend and I planned to help Glenn reach rank S. Aiden was able to procure Lilium flower. Though expensive, it was not that rare and is often found in rank A dungeons. I just had to mix malice fruit with Lilium flower at a ratio of 3 to 4. I put the mixture into a glass. I went to see Glenn in Nightshade Guild. The Guildmaster's office was on the top floor and the receptionist led me the way. Hello Guildmaster Glenn. Hello Zero. What brings you here? I am here to fulfill my contract condition. Contract condition. You mean promoting me rank S? Glenn stood up, banging the table. He looked at me with astonishment and also with a little bit of excitement. Yes, Chapter 39 Ascension to S rank. Yes. Glenn stared at me for a while. I waited for his response. I am well aware of his feeling. Nobody can confidently say that they can make someone rank up to S rank. There are some rare potions developed to help promote rank B to rank A, but no method was developed for helping rank A ascend to the higher rank. Are you sure you can help me? Well, I did promise you that I will ensure you will ascend to S rank. Didn't I? Well, can you help people promote to rank S just because you said you can? So, what do I have to do in order for me to rank up? I took out the mixture from the spatial ring and gave it to Glenn. Drink this. Glenn took the glass from my hand and stared at it for a while and asked, Tea this is? This is. Glenn looked at it with a serious expression like he have seen gold. Wow. Did he feel the power of this mixture? Humph. He must have felt this mixture is his ticket to rank S. This is what, PTUI, I almost ended up falling down listening to what Glenn said. Earlier he was looking at the mixture seriously like he knew what it was. I had to regain my posture. I strengthened my back. Ahem. This is the potion that will help you ascend to rank S. This drink, yes. Now, hurry up and go to a room and take this potion. You just need to wait for its effect. He stared at the potion before leaving the office. I along with Vice Guildmaster went with Glenn. We waited for Glenn outside the room. After 2 hours, will the Guildmaster really succeed? Trust me. He will be a new person when he comes out of this room. Boom, there was a sudden burst of mana from the room where Glenn was. The mana aura went from rank A to rank S. Looks like he did it. Coming out of the room was the shirtless Glenn. His aura was unstable, but it was definitely of rank S. Thank you. I didn't think I could ever reach this rank in my lifetime. Glenn bowed before me. I could feel his sincerity in his word. That's what I promised. I put my hand on his shoulder and smiled. Now that you have just been promoted to rank S, you need to consolidate your power. I will leave for now. Thank you for your help. Our guild will work hard to pay for this grace, the Vice Guildmaster said to me. I nodded to him and left the guild. Instead of going to the dorm, I went back to my company. The status of Twitflick was still the same. Unexpectedly, the Cunning Skull Guild didn't give up. Instead, they increased the way to disrupt our business, from commenting negatively to slandering our app online and also posting it in news. I didn't expect them to be so persistent. Though I was running at the loss, I didn't take serious action against them as I had Worldcraft. The Worldcraft prototype was ready and I went to check whether everything was working okay. Gisla, is the chat system working correctly? I asked the team leader of the Worldcraft developer. She was one of the best programmers in Tech Genesis. Though she was rank F like many of my employees, however, she had rank E analytical skills which helps her be better at coding than other programmers. We have tested multiple times and it is working perfectly. Great, I played the game for an hour and it felt like I was playing the earliest version of Minecraft. Good. Everything is working perfectly. We discussed the deployment of the game to the developers. We decided Monday as the launch day of WorldCraft. After that, I spend the rest of the day on training. I also used all my time on Sunday doing some intensive training. On Monday, the WorldCraft was to be launched at noon. We had advertised a lot on Twitflick and made a wishlist for those who decided to buy the game in advance. The users on Twitflick had crossed millions and about 5% of them had already decided to buy it. The price was only 10 Ethan coins. I have already made about 500,000 Ethan coins even before releasing the game. This was the power of advertisement in social media. Hehe, just thinking about all the money that I could earn, I can't help but grin. I already experienced the power boosted by having a good artifact. I need more money if I wish to purchase stronger artifacts in the future. I woke up at 5 a.m. and went to Nightshade training room to train and came back to the house at 7 a.m. I took a shower before having breakfast. I left the room at 7:30 and went to the classroom. The day went by as usual. I went home at 6 p.m. I opened my laptop and checked how the sales of WorldCraft were going on. The WorldCraft was downloaded 200,000 times. I was happy. The sales of WorldCraft were going well. I called Aiden. Hello, Aiden. The sales of WorldCraft are going well. You can add bonuses to the WorldCraft developer and let them rest tomorrow. Okay, I understand. And also, I can see that Cunning Skull has not stopped messing with Twitflick. Sir, do we ask for assistance from Nightshade? We might be able to stop them from disturbing us using Nightshade's name. No need to fight back, just keep your focus on WorldCraft right now. Also right now, Guildmaster of Nightshade is in the middle of consolidating his new power. We will wait for him to consolidate his power before confronting Cunning Skull. Understood. I thought that Cunning Skull would stop their attempt to disrupt our business after we had Nightshade as our backer. If the goal of Cunning Skull is to make money, they would have stopped long ago since they are losing money trying to slander our company. They were also showing their intent to buy our company. They send some people to negotiate with us, though I had declined all of the people. Looks like their goal is not money but to obtain my company. Though I still don't understand why they would want to. Most of the guild would rather focus on getting the right to dungeons and artifacts than getting a company. The profit generated from the dungeon far surpasses what a typical business can earn. That is why I don't understand why they would spend so many resources on acquiring my company. Thankfully, they didn't physically come to make trouble with the company. However, now we have the protection of Nightshade. So I don't think they will try to attack my company. Anyway, the WorldCraft launch was a great success. Even more than Twitflick, which is understandable as Twitflick was entirely developed and released by me, whereas WorldCraft was backed by the entire company. Now that I have people who had to spend their time dealing with bugs, make more refinement and also have a team who were specialized in the advertisement, I didn't advertise only on Twitflick. We had newspaper and even TV ads to announce the release of WorldCraft. The cost has easily crossed 100,000 Ethan coins. However, the greatest news that day was not about the launch of our game though. The hottest news was about Nightshade's Guildmaster breaking through S rank, making him enter the ranks of heroes. I clicked on the news of Idolos News Time, which is my preferred news channel. Last night, we heard a piece of incredible news from our source stating that we have a new S rank. The person who had broken through is Glenn, the Guildmaster of Nightshade. Their guild was on collapse since their failure in Obelisk Tower, but now looks like they will be rising. Let us ask the expert of his opinion on this sudden ascension of Glenn. Good evening. The ascension of Glenn was too sudden. Glenn is a talented individual, but his potential was only limited to rank A. I didn't expect him to make a breakthrough. He must have gotten an opportunity in Obelisk Tower. The people who are in S rank are less than 200 in the entire Himalaya domain. Ascension of S rank was great news as it means that humans are becoming more powerful. Looks like Nightshade is going to be in limelight for quite a time. There must be many guilds and companies who would want to work with Nightshade now that Glenn is in rank S. can you believe that the guild which was on the verge of bankruptcy a few days ago is rising? This was the charm of S-rank. The fame of guilds with S-rank heroes was completely different than those guilds that didn't have S-rank heroes. Nightshade is currently working under me. I can use them to advertise my apps. Glenn could say a few words about Twitflick and all the attempts of Cunningskull to defame Twitflick will all wash away. While I was thinking about using the fame of Glenn, suddenly the doorbell rang. Ding dong. I went to see who was at the door. I opened the door and it was an envelope with the sender as Aiden. I took the envelope and went back to the room. I called Aiden. Hello, Aiden. Hello, sir. Aiden, what is the envelope that you send me? I completely forgot to inform you. Sir, do you know the about Silverblade Guild? Silverblade? I pondered for a moment. I felt like I have heard this name but I can't remember it. Nothing rings a bell. It is a diamond-graded guild who is headed by Crazy Sword, a rank S who is ranked 34th in Heroes ranking. Oh. What about it? Apparently, the birthday of Sophia, the child of Crazy Sword, is on Friday. They sent us their invitation card. The party that I need to attend. I didn't think they will send an invitation to my company. Any reason that they sent this invitation to our company? I don't think Diamond Graded Guild will be interested in our little company, sir. About that, I don't know. They just send their invitation card. It was strange for them to send us an invitation card. We don't have any relation between us. I opened up the envelope which had a black card. Evidently the invitation card, even without Professor Mia, looks like I needed to attend this party inevitably. I can't exactly reject when a diamond-graded guild has sent in their invitation. I tried to remember the major events in the novel. But there was no mention of anything special happening on the birthday of Sophia. Obviously, MC and others are also invited. Sylvia, Zion, and Lisa are all sons and daughters of important figures. Hero Ernest was obviously invited because their guild is interested in recruiting him. Even if recruitment fails, they still would like to form a friendship with Hero because of his potential. Though in the novel, only them attending the party was mentioned, no description about any accident or events happening. I can relax if it was like that. The less the novel mentions something, the less dangerous it is, since the novel only had MC and his friends attending the party. It means nothing happened there. Still, I would have liked to avoid attending the party. I don't like being with a huge crowd. Aiden, order a suit for me. Chapter 40. The birthday party. The next few days were the same as usual. I spend most of my time on training. The Worldcraft game has been expanding rapidly. The user for Worldcraft has almost caught up to Twitflick. Even though the game was out for only 4 days, the users were mostly children. The community continued to grow bigger and bigger. We also had an official Twitflick page for Worldcraft, already having 100,000 members. Worldcraft doing well means that my wallet is also doing well. However, compared to truly rich people, I still lacked money. You should know that it takes billions of Ethan coins to buy a Rank SS artifact if it ever got auctioned. Rank SS artifacts are extremely rare and only some individuals possess them. The last time it was auctioned was 3 years before. If I wanted to be strong, then I will need a Rank SS artifact. I need to build sources for my money. Setting aside the company matters, today was the day when I have to attend Sophia's birthday party as Professor Mia's partner. Before going to the party, I needed to go to the beauty salon. Aiden said I need to go to the best beauty salon. The party will include a lot of people of high status. So he told me that I need to maintain my image. Capiello Salon is the name of the beauty parlor that was recommended by Aiden. He said that it was often visited by his former guildmaster. I had to have an appointment with them if I wanted to avail their service. I asked Glenn to make a reservation for me. Glenn has been promoted to rank S and his reputation is at an all-time high right now. His word was more powerful than mine even though I was technically his boss. Welcome. Sir, did you make a reservation for today? Yes, the name should be Zero Elea. The clerk checked the list. Sir, let me take you to the room. Glenn's word was indeed effective. Normally, people had to wait for days after their reservation, but I was able to get their service even though Glenn has asked them right now. The building was already had great decoration, however, the interior room was especially luxurious. They said what I would like to do. They recommended doing cosmetic treatments, haircut and others things that I don't understand, just make me presentable for the party. I don't understand what I needed to do anyway. I would rather have experts do their job than me suggesting something wrong. They started by cutting my hair. And then doing facials and manicures and a lot of other things. After hours of beauty treatment, it was finally done. I put on my suit and went to look at the mirror. Wow, I can't help but exclaim. They gave me a total makeover. The green eyes which seems childish looked strangely mature now. The hair was changed from long and messy hair into short and trim hair. The amethyst earring and enchanted frost bracelet, which is a weapon, also looked like an ornament right now. The slick black hair with the black suit was a great combination. If I took my picture right now and showed it to my yesterday self, he will be probably questioning who this handsome man is. Status, with all those treatments that went to my beauty, my charm stats must have definitely increased. Status name, 0 Elea, rank, strength, D-, speed, E, stamina, E, mana, D, luck, B, charm, A, skill, rank SS. Parallel memory, a skill that enables the user to get memories of their alternative self from another world. Side effect. The user may sometimes be overwhelmed by the emotion and personality of the alternative self. Art, LVL3, shadow style proficiency, proficient. Art that enables the user to use the sword as if the sword is a shadow. The sword slash will be faster and stronger than a normal swing. After mastering the shadow style, the user will be able to move and attack using the shadow. LVL9, cryomancy, practitioner. Magic art is said to have been made by the strongest ice mage in history after fighting the ice dragon. The user will be able to use ice magic to freeze the enemy to death. The ice-related skill will be twice effective and the user will gain tolerance to cold. After mastering the cryomancy, the user may be able to freeze the world. LVL6, dual art, beginner, a unique art created by Zero. The art combines two art into one. The power and effect depend on the art that has been combined. Whoa. I didn't expect my charm stat to increase by 2 rank. The Capiello Salon does deserve to be one of the best beauty parlors. Ring. 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 While I continued appreciating my beauty, suddenly, my phone rang. The name on the number was Professor Mia. Hello, Professor Mia, where are you right now? I will come to pick you up, Capiello Salon, wait there. I will be in a minute. After a few minutes, a car which is similar to Lamborghini Aventador stopped before me. This was an Explorer car, while having a similar function to a normal car. However, the material used to make these cars were very strong. Even rank B monsters may find it is hard to destroy this car. You can already guess how high the price of this car is. It was already on par with rank A artifacts. Professor Mia came out of the car. I stared at her totally stupefied. Professor Mia's clothes were elegant and blue in color. Her exquisite small face, which was already pretty, was further enhanced by her red lipstick, displaying an image of ice beauty. Her white hair was held in place by an attractive flower accessory. She looked absolutely dazzling. If my charm was A, hers were definitely SS or maybe SSS. I was utterly mesmerized by her beauty. Zero, are you here? When I came to my sense, I realized that Professor Mia was staring at me. Sorry. I was just lost in thought. Phew. I thought something happened to you. You were not responding when I was calling you earlier. Get in the car, we will go to the party straight away. I got inside the car and Professor drove the car. I can't help but give some glance to Professor Mia. Professor Mia, what is your relationship with Sophia? I don't think you are attending the party for fun. Of course not. Sophia was my best friend at Ace Academy. Also, don't call me professor when you are with me at the party. It will sound weird. Who would go to a party with a student as her partner? It took around 15 minutes to reach the birthday venue. There were lots of people going inside the hall. When Professor Mia came out of the car, everybody's attention was drawn towards Ch. the white-colored hair matched her blue-colored dress, causing her entire body to release a faint, cold disposition that repelled people such that they were thousands of meters away from her. Everyone's gazes swept across us. The once noisy crowd fell into silence. Their eyes initially flashed with adoration that a man would have for a woman. However, there was also fear mixed in with that adoration. Lots of guests were also from influential backgrounds, however, even they were a little afraid of this lady beside me. This showed how much fame and strength Professor Mia possessed. Being the greatest talent of her time, many know her face. Before Hero, she was the one who was assessed as possessing the potential to reach rank SSS. She didn't disappoint them as she quickly rose in rank and became the youngest to reach rank A. Being with this woman, the attention magnet, it was inevitable that they also got curious about me, her partner for the night. HUUUFFFFF. PUUFFFF. I took a deep breath and prepared myself for whatever I might face at the party. Nervousness begone. Chapter 41 The Birthday Party. 2. Hero's POV. Hero was invited to the birthday party of the heir of Crazy Sword, Guildmaster of Silver Blade. The birthday girl is Mrs. Sophia, who had reached rank A, which was really rare for her age. Sophia would have been considered the most talented among her age group if not for Mia Frostein. Sophia's talent was second only to her. Not only that, but she is also known for her beauty, which is comparable to Professor Mia. Some also called her the most beautiful person. Hero had come with Lisa, Zion, and Slivia. They were chatting when suddenly the crowd started getting loud. The whole crowd was looking at the entrance. Hero was curious too and looked at what got their attention. All the people invited here are influential and powerful. To get their attention was not as easy as normal people. Hero could not believe what he saw. There he saw two people who seemed like a beautiful couple. However, it was impossible for them to be a couple. Hero knows that fact better than anyone because the boy was his classmate and the other was his teacher. He looked at his companion to see that they too were stunned by what they saw. Not to mention Slivia, who is always expressive. Even Lisa, who rarely shows different expressions, has an astonished face. Hero again looked at the couple. He particularly looked at the man with Professor Mia. He had his hair cut and looked more handsome than usual, but the green eyes and the aura he excluded all were the same as Zero. Hero at first doubted that he might be a person that just looked like Zero, but when that man came to them, Hero confirmed it was indeed Zero. Currently, the sky had already turned dark. However, the Emerald Banquet Hall remained brightly lit. The hall played loud music and a lot of people were entering and exiting the place. Isn't it etiquette for man to lead their partner? Professor Mia asked Zero while turning around and elegantly making her way to Zero's side. She held out her hand. Zero could only bitterly smile and sigh. He could only take her hand and lead the way. They walked through the main door. The crowd and noisiness inside once again caused Zero to frown slightly. With Mia Frostein's appearance, it was natural that she would easily catch people's eyes, especially men. Immediately, numerous gazes were shot over. When these gazes saw that Mia's and Zero's hands were being held together, they became momentarily blank. They immediately stared at the Zero with strange gazes. Some gazes were of curiosity while others were filled with sourness and fury. Holding hands and going out with Mia Frostein might be the dream of many young men of Star City. However, Mia's strength and her cold personality shattered most of their hopes. Although Professor does not necessarily disdain others getting close to her, however, people who were familiar with her know that this enchanting and beautiful woman does not like people pursuing her. She does not hide her disdain for people who flirt with her. If the men do not stop courting her, she does not mind showing her powers to scare them off. It was already extremely hard for men to be ordinary friends with her, not to mention going out with her. The men with strength were rejected, men with appearance didn't even get a glance from her, and even men with good fame were ignored by her. No matter the background, wealth, or power a person held, they were all rejected by her. Therefore, when they saw that Mia Frostein was actually holding hands with a man whose appearance was not great, whose rank was E, and when his fame was non-existent, they couldn't help but be angry at him. Of course, with Mia's appearance and aura, there was no shortage of admirers at the party. The previous men who courted Mia were comparing Zero with themselves. They all thought that they were all better than him in every way. the only thing he was superior to was his youth. The men were younger or at least looked younger than them. They thought Mia preferred younger boys. Who is that boy with Mia Frostein? Don't tell me he is her boyfriend, I have never seen him before. He looks young, his age is probably lower than 20, who would have thought the ice enchantress who didn't give glances to men is into a little boy. I didn't know what men like about that vixen. She even managed to seduce my boyfriend before. Why? Is being strong good for women? I am as pretty as her, but all men are ensnared by her. The various different kinds of gazes around him caused Zero's face to twitch a little. He pulled Mia's hand and entered the party as his expression calmly endured those intense gazes. As they passed through the crowd, Mia's footsteps suddenly came to a stop. Zero's gaze leaped over her and eyed the group in front of her. At that spot, a pretty girl was smiling as she happily conversed with those around him. The beauty that was at the center of the group was naturally the most important person at this party, Sophia Flores. She was currently standing prettily with a group of people around her. Her exquisite and peerless face contained a gentle smile. The pink-colored dress embedded with a precious gem that only the rich could wear would occasionally reveal the graceful curves underneath. When comparing her figure, she did not appear to be any worse than Mia Frostein. However, their auras were completely different. Mia had a cold aura which makes one feel distant, while Sophia's aura was warm, making people open up to her. Sophia turned around to see what caused the commotion among the people and saw Mia. She quickly hugged Mia when we reached near them. Mia, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you. A little later, Sophia raised her head and looked carefully at me. She smiled and turned her face towards Mia. I can't believe the cold beauty of the Ace Academy managed to snatch a man before me. I thought you were going to die single. She then turned her head toward me and grinned. Young man, how did you steal her heart? She was always indifferent to any kind of pursuit. It is not like that, Professor Mia interrupted Sophia. Anyway, let me introduce you to her. She is the birthday girl, the daughter of Crazy Sword, Sophia Flores. Professor Mia introduced her. Happy birthday, Ms. Sophia. I am Zero Elea, partner of Mia for tonight's party. I will go and greet my other classmate. You can also go chat with your friends over there. Professor Mia pointed in the direction of Hero and others. She went with Sophia to their group of friends. I didn't know anyone except Hero. So, I went to greet him. Hero and Zion were wearing what men would typically wear at parties. Black suit and black ties. Sylvia was wearing an absolutely stunning red dress which really suits her. It made her look more mature. Lisa was wearing a white dress which made her look innocent and elegant. If not for the fact that I was just with a more stunning woman than them, I would have been captivated by their beauty. Lisa and Sylvia were also beautiful, having many men drooling at them. However, Professor Mia was even more so. Lisa and Sylvia have not fully matured, leaving them to be more cute than pretty. Good evening. I didn't expect you all to be here already, I greeted Hero and others. Though I don't understand why they are making faces like that. Their eyes widen with mouths open slightly. It was a little amusing to watch their faces right now. There was no response for a while. I thought I was not loud enough, so I thought I needed to repeat myself. However, before I repeated myself, Sylvia replied, Why why were you coming with Professor Mia? Sylvia asked while stuttering. Obviously because I am Professor Mia's partner, I told her calmly. Rather than giving an excuse and making it like I am committing some kind of crime, it is better to straight away tell the truth. This will make some things less awkward and less mortifying, like when you take other things without permission and the owner asked you whether you had taken their things. You have to admit right away without finding some excuse. This indirectly means I have taken your things, I didn't steal them and I will return them. Similarly, I am trying to tell her, I am Mia's partner, so what? It is not like I am breaking any law. I didn't do something I should be ashamed of. There was no response. I just awkwardly stared at them, occasionally, touching my hair. Good for you, Sylvia clapped her hand and replied excitedly after a few seconds. The pause in between their replies is really making things awkward for me. We came together an hour earlier. I didn't think I would see you with Professor Mia. What happened to you chasing Lisa? Did you already forget her? Just when I was thinking about what I should say, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Turning around I saw a man that I don't recognize, but I do recognize the person beside him. Professor William, Chapter 42, The Birthday Party. 3. Who do we have here? Isn't this our school belle? How have you been, Mia? A mature woman wrapped in a tight, red dress that thoroughly hugged her exquisite body asked Mia in a friendly way. Good. How is your work going on? Professor Mia answered. Even if she usually has an aloof expression, when meeting friends after such a long time, she can't help but smile. It is going in a good direction. Being in the authority is not easy. I have to regularly fight with devil contractors and go on long expeditions. She thought about the hardship under the authority inside. Who was the boy with you? I have never seen him before. The one who asked her was a girl who seemed to come from an aristocratic family. Waving her fan around elegantly, of course, he is my partner. I didn't expect the ice enchantress who fearless killed thousands of monsters to have this kind of taste in men. Many men must be bleeding in their heart. Aren't you worried about your partner being killed by your admirers? As I can see, he seems to be less than age 20, they can try if they have the power. Don't underestimate him just because he is young. I estimate he will reach A rank in less than 5 years. A rank in 5 years? What is his age right now? 15. 5 years from now on means 20 years. You mean he is more talented than you? Is he Hero, the one who is recognized as having more potential than you? But I remember him having black eyes. She has seen the information about Hero at the headquarters of the authority. However, the physical description of Hero doesn't match Mia's partner. He is not Hero. His name is Zero Elea, a fairly unknown student, but I believe his name will shine sooner or later, Professor Mia answered calmly. She truly believed in what she said. Seriously? I can't believe that there is someone more talented than you. I think even that Hero is less talented than you, not to mention this unknown boy. Well, we could always know their limit in the future. While the girls were having a happy conversation, somebody was not delighted. That somebody is Professor William. The moment Zero came with Professor Mia holding her hand, Professor William's mood was filled with rage. He didn't only lose the chance to become the partner of Mia, but the student who he despises was holding hand with his woman. His friends also knows that William has been chasing Mia for years. They can see that he is not happy at the moment. So, they refrain from making any comment about Mia, in case William gets agitated by their words. Justin Scott, a friend of William, wanted to take this chance to suck up to William, although William is not that powerful, but his father was an executive of the authority. Just having Williams owe him means that he could use William's influence in the future. Justin Scott went over to William while holding a glass of wine. Lord William, do you know the boy that came with Ice Enchantress? Justin first inquired about the boy, to get intel about him. He wouldn't mess with him if he had powerful backing. Just a nobody. Justin was reassured by William's reply. Justin didn't see him in any other influential party, and William said he was a nobody. So, Justin proceeded with his plan. Lord William, do you want me to chase him away from this party? Professor William thought for a second. He had understood Justin Scott's objective, that is to gain his favor. He could effortlessly make Zero go away, but he was already been warned for neglecting rules by Ace Academy. If there was news that he beat students, then he would surely be fired from his job. Although his father was an executive of the authority, however, Ace Academy principal was also of the same rank as his father, and Ace Academy also has the backing of the authority, so he can't just use the power of his father recklessly. Alright, getting me to owe him nothing compared to him wanting to see Zero suffer. He had previously failed to teach Zero a lesson, but he didn't think much of it. Now, Zero is taking his woman. He didn't care much about other things, as long as Zero disappears from this party. Who are you? I am Justin Scott. I have never seen you before. How did you get invited to this party, Justin Scott? Who is this guy? I have never heard his name, but from the way he speaks, I don't think he came with good intention. I came with Mia Frostine, I replied. With Mia Frostine's power, most people wouldn't dare to mess with her associates, or so I thought, with Ms. Mia. Heh. Boy, I don't think you have the qualification to be with MS. Mia. Can you show me your invitation card or else I will need you to leave the party, huh? What is this guy blabbering? Do you think you own this place? I can tell just by looking at his attitude that he is William's lackey, coming to make trouble with me. Anyway, I decided to ignore this guy. Just looking at him, I know that this guy is nothing important. I continued drinking juice without saying anything to him. Even if I explain, he would not listen to me. Yo you. How dare you not take this young master seriously? Zero has unknowingly touched the nerve of Justin Scott. Justin Scott is the son of a gold-graded guild, however, he didn't have the talent of his father. His age is 30 and he is still in rank D. It is quite average and many of his same age is also in rank D, Rho. This would be considered normal for others but he was the son of rank A. With the resources provided to him by his parents, he could have at least reached rank C by now, but sadly, his talent was below average. Without resources provided by his father, he would be just a normal human with rank F power, as a kid, when he entered school. Many people would not take him seriously, because of his weak talent. Unlike servants of his family, other students would not listen to his order which greatly upset him. He would use his father's influence to invite strong fighters to break the legs of those who he didn't like. However, people of strong background and good talent would still ignore him. He would be treated as insignificant by people who had a more powerful background than him, therefore, FR getting ignored is the greatest humiliation to him. It means that he is seen as inferior by the other party. You will regret this. Justin Scott unleashed his mana aura trying to suppress Zero. He felt that he could easily intimidate him easily with his mana aura given Zero was only at rank E, however, no one in that group moved or felt uncomfortable by this aura. Sylvia, Lisa, Zion, Hero, and Zero were all strongest among rank E. They would not be suppressed by merely rank D aura. Justin tried increasing the intensity of his aura but it has no effect. The biggest humiliating thing about this situation was that Zero didn't even bother looking at him during this whole ordeal. He was still nonchalantly drinking his drink. This made him angrier, and he even forgot why he was there. Previously, it was to gain the favor of Professor William but now it had turned into a personal grudge. Good, good. I tried to peaceful make you leave but you didn't take the opportunity. Guards, he knows that he can't recklessly make trouble in the event hosted by the diamond-graded guild. However, it will not harm him if he makes Zero leave using their guards. Two men in black suits and sunglasses appeared quickly. Every guard of Silver Blade at this party was rank C and above. What can we do for you, young Master Justin Scott? This guy doesn't have an invitation card. I want you to throw him out. This we can't do. We have seen him come with Ms. Mia. We can't offend the guest of the Ice Enchantress, though Justin Scott is someone that their guild wants to be on good terms. However, offending Ice Enchantress was not worth the favor of Justin whose only merit was his background. Ice Enchantress, not only an individual who is assessed with SSS rank potential but also her parents' guild is a diamond-graded guild on par with Silverblade. Offending Justin is nothing serious to Silverblade. Justin is not talented and even their guild is nothing in front of Silverblade. However, offending the Ice Enchantress may lead to them losing their life. What? You leave the unauthorized person to stay. Did you not hear what I said? Throw him out, Justin shouted angrily. Getting ignored by an unknown boy and getting refused by a mere guard was infuriating him. Younger Master Justin, we suggest you leave him alone. He is the guest of Ice Enchantress. You need to seriously worry about your life if you offend her partner. This time the guard seriously warned Justin. It was in their interest to have the conflict end here and now. Ice Enchantress, Justin though arrogant knows that he can't offend Mia. Even his father can't protect him if she decides to kill him. He forgot about her due to William saying that Zero was a nobody. Though he might not have any powerful background but he had the backing of Ice Enchantress. That was enough reason for many people to stop messing with Zero. Arg, Justin was panicking and thinking about withdrawing. Even if he came with Mia, so what? This party is hosted by Silverblade and he needs an invitation card to enter, Professor Williams said. He thought that Justin would be able to handle Zero himself since Justin was very eager to help him, but turns out he is incapable of everything except being humiliated. How can we let some unknown man stay with us? What if he had malicious intent towards us? As the guard, it is your duty to guarantee our safety. This, it is easy to deal with Justin. Even if he is unsatisfied, it wouldn't matter to them. However, Professor William was different. He is the son of one of the executives of the authority. They would be blamed by the guildmaster if they upset William, young Master William. Sorry, but we can't really afford to offend Ms. Mia. Please, let the matter rest here, huh? You mere guard dare to defy my words. William started releasing his B-rank aura. He was not afraid of offending Silverblade. With his father's position, he would not be implicated. The two guards were rank C and were struggling to stand on their feet. Many sensed the mana aura released by Professor William and started looking at that place. A crowd slowly started to form around Zero and Professor William. I didn't expect William to be so imprudent. Attacking the guards of Silverblade was similar to disrespecting them. I wanted to help the guards because it only happened to them due to them defending me. But being only at rank E, I can't do anything to rank B. Professor William glared at me and increased his intensity. He seems to be conveying a message to me. This is what happens when you cross me, though I don't know why Professor William didn't directly attack me. Knowing what kind of character he is in the novel and from what I have seen till now. Professor William was a shameless and petty person. He didn't care who his opponent is. He will use every kind of dirty trick to make his enemy suffer. Suddenly, a protective barrier appeared in front of the two guards. William, don't treat this place as your home. Do you think you can do anything just because of your father? A girl wearing a pink-colored dress came out from the crowd. Both the guards excitedly shouted, "Young lady." Chapter 43 The Birthday Party. For, Mia Frostein was talking to her friends when they felt someone releasing their aura. Huh? Who dares to unleash their mana aura in Silverblade Party? They all looked in the direction of where the aura was coming from. Hey look, it is William. I think he is making trouble for your little lover. In the mind of Julia, Mia's lover should be talented enough to handle William. She didn't know anything about Zero, but she very well knows Mia Frostein, for the guy who could make Mia her partner would have to be extraordinary. She did hear Mia explain about the bet and how Zero ended up getting chosen as her partner. However, even if she had a bet with William, she would have never considered going out with a man if she didn't have a good opinion of him. Therefore, Julia was not that anxious about William going against Zero. In her eyes, William was just a man who reached rank B by taking many elixirs. He has nothing to show except his rank. He would easily be defeated by other rank B who has conquered dungeons and have fighting experiences. This no good man. He shamelessly claims Mia is his. If not for his father, I would have already incarnated that man. The one to reply was Sophia. Whenever she attends a party with Mia, he will always pester her non-stop. He was arrogant and a narcissistic person. He believes that no one is more suitable to be Mia's husband than him. Sophia didn't like this kind of man because she too had a similar man courting her. She knows this kind of guy who doesn't take into the consideration of other parties' feeling and continue pestering them. Unlike most girls who would judge a man based on talent and background, she looks at their personality. Sophia is one of the most talented people and there is hardly any man who could match her talent. And her father was the guildmaster of Diamond Guild, so she also had a powerful background. Therefore, she does not get impressed by a man who would flaunt his background and talent. It was just an annoyance to her, like somebody boasting about getting 90 points on a test to her again and again when she had gotten 100 points. This William really is imprudent. Attacking our guards. I let him regret this. Sophia was furious and went to help her guards immediately. Sophia created a mana aura around the guards to protect them from William's aura. William, don't treat this place as your home. Do you think you can do anything just because of your father's position? I watched the scene as Sophia came forward and helped the guards. Miss Sophia, don't be angry. I was just helping you by teaching these treacherous guards a lesson. William stopped releasing his aura. Treacherous guard. William, you don't get to decide whether our guard is treacherous or not. Keep your lie to yourself. If you don't give me an explanation, you have to leave this place immediately. If your guards are not treacherous, then how come they let an unauthorized person come in? I tried to ask them to kick him out but they refused. William said as he points the finger at me. I found the situation funny. The reason why William is called third-rated villain was pretty clear to me. He is so narrow-minded that he thinks everything will go as he wished. He does not care about the consequences of his action, probably due to his father's power. William, he is the lover of Mia. I know you chase after Mia for many years and are trying to make things difficult for her little lover, but don't expect me to help you. Sophia said angrily. William was treating Sophia as a fool. They all know that Zero had come with Mia, but William insists that he is an unauthorized person. When they were arguing, Professor Mia came toward me and asked, Zero, are you okay? Why is Professor William making trouble with you? Yes, I am fine. He is trying to shame me by having me thrown out of the party by accusing me of not having an invitation card, I said nonchalantly, as this was not my problem. And indeed it was not my problem, as I do have the invitation card from the company. Ah. I am sorry, Zero, I forgot to give you the invitation card. Sophia is my best friend and she is okay with anyone I bring. I didn't expect Professor William to bother you for this reason, no need to apologize. He would have bothered me anyway. How could an arrogant and impulsive man like William hold his anger when the woman he likes is holding hands with another man? Sophia, just because Professor Mia invited him doesn't prove anything. If it is like that, can I bring barbarians to the party? We are people of high society, we cannot associate ourselves with a poor boy. If so, aren't we degrading ourselves? I think the guest here will agree with me. William was trying to reel in other people. By telling them that Zero is a poor boy who doesn't deserve to be in the same place as them. Yes. What kind of qualification does he have to attend this party? We came to your party, but you let some unknown boy enter the party. If you don't kick this boy out, I might have to leave the party. Many people supported William's reason. The majority who supported him were looking to establish a good relationship with him, while others were jealous and angry that Zero was with Mia Frostein. This William. Zero, I will go and explain that. I caught the hand of Mia while she was about to go and intervene. Mia, let me go and handle the situation. Professor William has a problem with me. The relationship between me and William has already been established. He hates me and I know he will continue to bother me from now on. Rather than not responding to his taunt, I would like to get back at him. If I continue to keep quiet, he will take revenge. If I go against him, he will take revenge. If the end result is the same, I should at least do what I want. Professor William, why are making trouble like a little brat? Accusing me without any evidence. How do you know whether I have an invitation card or not? I asked William mockingly. Huh? Accusing you without any evidence? You. Does a son of a silver-graded guild have an invitation card? Don't make me laugh. And what if I have the invitation card? Humph. If you do have the invitation card, I will leave this place. I showed him the invitation card. It was in my best interest that this problem be solved as fast as possible. William silently looked at the card. The mocking smile from William's face was gone and was replaced with astonishment. This. How can it be? Now that you know I have the invitation card, please stop annoying me any longer with your stupid antics. You are professor, so stop acting like some idiot. I left the area with Mia. The crowd stayed and stared at Professor William, who was still standing without moving an inch. Clap. Clap. Now that the problem has been solved, let's continue with the party, Sophia said. The crowd soon dispersed and Professor William left the party angrily. I didn't know you had the invitation card. How did you get it? Mia asked curiously. As far as she knows, only influential people were invited here except Hero, who they want to recruit to their guild. It was sent to my company a few days ago. Company? You have a company? Yes. A small company that I established not long ago. Small company? How can a small company be invited by diamond-graded guild? However, she didn't probe further since Zero seems to not want to reveal anything more. Soon after, Sophia and others came to them. Hee. Little lover, I didn't expect you to be so sly. Humiliating William when you could have already shown your invitation card earlier. She is one of my classmates, Julia Robert. She is a law enforcer of the authority. Nice to meet you. I am Zero Elea. William and his friend didn't give me a chance to show them my invitation card. I guess he wanted to attract everyone's attention and embarrass me in front of the crowd. Oh. Seems like something Williams would do. However, you should be careful of them. William and Justin Scott may try to take revenge on you. Justin Scott, the guy that was with William. He is nothing much compared to William, but he is still the son of the guildmaster of Cunning Skull. He might try to get help from his guild, huh? Cunning Skull. Did I just hear he is from Cunning Skull? Is it a coincidence or, Chapter 44? How can someone be this beautiful? I am pretty sure that none of my acquaintances knows I own Tech Genesis except my employees and Nightshade Guild. If Justin was helping William to take revenge on me by sabotaging my company, then it makes complete sense that they would spend so many resources. But I am pretty sure that is not the case, since I am confident William has no idea I own that company. Anyway, I heard the Fiery Fairy is addicted to some game. What was it called again? World. Worldcraft. So, Miss Sophia is a fan of the game that our company made. No wonder she sends an invitation card to our company. Yep. The game made by Tech Genesis is always fun. The Twitflick and Flying Slime became my go-to app whenever I felt bored. Their latest game Worldcraft was even more fun than those two. From building things to playing with others, I spend hours on it. You should totally install it and we can play together. You will be thoroughly fascinated by the town that I have built, Sophia responded excitedly. It sounded like she had become an obsessive gamer. I was also glad to find that my game is being loved by even high-rank people. Yeah. I will see how good that game is. It better not disappoint me. Anyway, I heard Justin wanted to give you something special for your birthday. He is honestly a conceited person. He heard I love apps made by Tech Genesis and proclaimed that he will gift that company to me. Justin is a really snobbish person. Trying to impress you, only to fail. I don't know how this type of man had the gut to chase after you, Julia blurted angrily. SHT. So that is the reason Cunning Skull was desperately trying to get my company. I thought some of the people who hated me had done it to get back at me, but to think he bothered my company for a woman, I was truly flabbergasted. I thought of many reasons why somebody would attack my company. I had to recruit a guild to protect it from so-called my enemies, but turns out that it was nothing related to me, and Justin sabotaged my company for Sophia. It was neither profit of the company nor the grudge that led to my company losing profit for so many days. It was because someone stupid want to impress the girl that my profit for the past few days has been gone. I sent an invitation to their company. Though I don't know whether they will come or not, Sophia continued. She was eager to meet the owner of Tech Genesis, but the registration list showed that no one entered using the Tech Genesis invitation card. If only had she calmly thought and paid more attention to the invitation card of Zero when he showed it to William. She might have been able to notice that Zero is the one with the Tech Genesis invitation card, but considering the situation, she didn't have time to pay attention to such details. She still thinks that the company owner refused to come to her party, which made her a little depressed. While Sophia was unable to see through this simple thing, Mia was able to know that Zero is the owner of Tech Genesis. She remembered Zero mentioning that he got the invitation card from his company. She concluded that Zero must be the owner of Tech Genesis whom Sophia sent an invitation card. However, unlike Sophia, she was not elated nor sad to know this information. Mia has always been someone who gives priority to training, and she expects the same from Zero. To her, managing the company is a waste of time, and she would advise Zero to stop managing his company if he does badly in his exam. For her, nothing is more important than improving one's strength. No amount of money could save you when facing monsters. The music didn't stop until the Guildmaster of Silver Blade, Crazy Sword, made his presence. I believe everyone knows me. Then also let me introduce myself. I am Chris Flores, also known as Crazy Sword. I am happy that you all took your precious time to attend the birthday party of my daughter, Sophia Flores. This party is not only to celebrate her birthday but also commemorate her for reaching the A rank. Clap. 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 The crowd immediately became noisy. Some were too shocked that they stood still, while others were clapping and cheering for Sophia. Wow! Did I hear it right? Ms. Sophia has finally reached A rank. She is as talented as the Ice Enchantress, the only one capable of keeping up with Ice Enchantress, the Fiery Fairy. The title is truly deserved. No, Ice Enchantress has already broken through rank A long ago. She must be at the peak of rank A. Sophia doesn't stand a chance against Ice Enchantress, sigh. If not for Ice Enchantress, Miss Sophia would have surely been the most talented woman of our generation. It is pity that she has been born in the same year as Ice Enchantress. Being able to reach rank A at the age of 23 was an incredible feat. However, it was pale compared to Mia Frostine, who broke through A rank at the age of 20. I hope you enjoy as much as you can. The party is just getting started. Chris Flores raised his cup and the classical music started rolling. The guests started to dance to the tune of the music. If it isn't the Ice Enchantress. The number one talented girl in the entire Himalaya domain, a sarcastic voice bellowed. The voice belonged to a girl and she slowly made her way towards us. I was stunned when I saw the owner of the voice. The woman could be considered as a beauty. Her chestnut hair was bundled up in a dignified fashion, but her silky smooth forehead along with thin long eyes made her look even more enchanting. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, with her eyes clearly filled with evil intentions. One look would let one know that she had a fiercely scary aura around her. However, the reason for Zero Shocks was neither her beauty nor her powerful aura. It was by fact that this woman was one of the leaders, or at least the future leader of the Dark Guild. Her name is Fry Everton, also known as Slaughter Witch. Right now, her identity is Professor of Arcane Academy. The Arcane Academy is considered the second strongest academy after Ace Academy, and the competition between the two is fierce. The Arcane Academy, which stood at second for decades, had led it to develop a grudge against Ace Academy. To say the least, Ace Academy and Arcane Academy's relationship is not good. Ro. What do you want, Professor Fry? Mia asked Fry. Mia and Frey's relationship was not good, mainly due to the animosity shown by Fry. Before Mia became A rank, Fry was considered one of the most talented girls, becoming rank A at the age of 26, but she was soon forgotten by the public due to Mia. The girl who was in the limelight for years has been stopped by a little girl. Mia became the new idol for the young, and many would compare how talented Mia is compared to Fry. Despite Mia being at just age 23, her rank was the same as Fry. Fry, having frustrations due to being struck in rank A and her junior, who is 10 years younger, being able to catch up to her, had made her salty towards Mia. In the novel, she would break through the rank S by the time hero confront and go to war with the Dark Guild. However, despite the support from the Authority and other guilds, they failed to eradicate the Dark Guild. The MC party suffers a bitter defeat against Fry, who was 2 ranks above them at that time. She is a major villain in the novel with unlimited potential. Come on. I came to meet you. We have not seen each other for a long time. I heard from others that you came here with your little lover. I am eager to know what type of boy he is. She turned towards me and stared at me. I felt an inconceivable pressure on my body, similar to how a prey feels in the presence of their predator. I felt that if she wanted to, she can make me disappear before I could even blink. I gulped and sweat started to appear on my face. Fry didn't use her aura or any kind of skill, but I felt more pressure on me from her gaze than I felt from William's unleashed aura. I tried to move my body, but it wouldn't listen to my commands. It has become paralyzed from fear. Her gaze contained heavy bloodthirst that one who stared at her eyes could see their death. The Slaughter Witch title that she achieved through killing thousands of her enemies in cold blood was indeed befitting her. Whoosh, Mia stepped in front of me. The pressure from Frey's stare was gone and I was able to breathe normally again. Huff. Puff, I breathed out heavily as my body was released from the restraint. The major villain in the novel is indeed in a league of its own. She, even without moving an inch, was able to make me unconscious. I would rather face 100 William than her. She was truly strong and could be considered one of the strongest people that I have ever met in my lifetime. Fry, what are you doing? No need to be so protective. I was just assessing your little lover. Don't worry, I will not take him. Mia was angry. She knows that Fry had directed her bloodthirst to 0. The bloodthirst of rank A peak could easily make a low-rank person crazy. Anyways, I will meet you again at the Tournament of Academies. I hope your geniuses could entertain our academy students. Last year, our academy won. This year will be the same, Mia commented. Last year, Omar Noel was just second year. Now he is in his third year and even your last year's best student Harvey Morin has graduated. Is there anyone else besides Harvey Morin that can win against Omar? This year Arcane Academy will surely win the first place and replace Ace Academy as the best academy, Fry declared confidently. In the novel, the Ace Academy indeed loses to Arcane Academy. Omar is the genius of Arcane Academy who was already the strongest student while he was in his second year. He is being nurtured carefully by Arcane Academy and brings in the first place with his overwhelming power. However, the next year after that defeat, Hero Overwhelming wins first place, making Ace Academy number 1 again. Fry left the place after having said her words. Fry is the teacher of Arcane Academy and someone with SS rank potential. Omar Noel must have grown strong after the last tournament. Honestly, the current best students of the third year don't stand much chance against him, Mia whispered. Mia then got lost in her thought. Mia was pondering about the tournament and how to make their academy win. Currently, the chances were low and she needs to find a way, however, she alone could only do so much. She decided to discuss with other professors in the academy. 0. Today you came due to my selfishness and suffered. As compensation, I will dance with you. Are you sure this is compensation and not a punishment? 0 joked. Mia glared at 0 causing 0 to avert his eyes. Just joking. It will my honor to be able to dance with the most beautiful woman. 0 bowed and took Mia's hand. The music changed from one song to another, and 0 kept dancing with Mia. She was indeed the enchantress, just that right now she was more of a dance enchantress than ice. The fields were glade green. The sound of soothing music filled the air. The moon was like the phantom blue orb illuminating the place, the staff of light spilled from the sky. But the brightest person was held in my hand. Mia's dance instantly mesmerized all the men including me. Mia smiled while looking at my nervous face. Looking at her smiling face, I thought, how can someone be this beautiful? Chapter 45 Fan Club. I woke up late the next morning feeling dizzy and tired. I forced myself to get up from the bed and took a shower. Yesterday was a long tiring night. The party continued till midnight. Professor Mia dropped me off at the house after the party. Thank God, today is the weekend. The time was already 11 a.m. by the time I woke up. Today, I didn't plan to work or train. It was time to rest after a long period of hard work, the school work, company work, recruiting Nightshade, and having to deal with other greedy guilds who were after the company. I had to work day and night and finally, there is no work today. It was my long-lost rest time. The day went by as I lied down on the bed. I constantly checked my phone for any interesting news. The news didn't have anything unusual happening. The news was all common, like some guilds conquering the dungeons, some guilds preparing to go to the obelisk tower, and newly discovered dungeons. The night was becoming warmer and warmer. I opened the window to allow cool air to enter the room and fell asleep. Waking up in the morning I felt refreshed after having rested well. That day I went to train at Nightshade Guild. This time I trained with their guild members. Clank. Clank. Bam. Bam. I lost the battle one after another. Even after they had gone easy on me, I was beaten easily. The members of the Nightshade Guild were all rank C and above. Below that rank was considered apprentice or trainee of the guild. They were not the official guild member of Nightshade and weren't allowed to come with them for raids. The power of rank C was too strong for a rank E. I didn't use my dual art, which is my trump card. However, even with that, I don't think I would have won. The difference in rank was too much for me to take advantage of their weakness. The combat, however, did help me to gain experience with fighting people. I realized that fighting with people is more complex than fighting monsters. While between the same rank of human and monster, monsters may have greater physical power but humans were more tricky to deal with. Monsters used power to solve everything while humans will find and attack your weakness. They would try to understand your fighting style and counter them. The battle was productive and I felt that this was the thing that I was missing. The experience to fight people. In the future, the enemy I fight would not only be monsters, but it would also most likely be humans. The next day was school again. While walking towards my class I noticed some students glancing my way. The battle with Lucas and Rowan did make me a little famous among other classes. I would be recognized even by some seniors. I reached the entrance of the class and was about to enter when a loud sound was coming from the class. How can that be? How can Professor Mia go out with that playboy? I refuse to believe it. I saw it with my own eyes when Professor Mia came with Zero holding hands. I was too shocked to move after looking at what was before my eyes. It can't be, Professor William is chasing after Professor Mia, right, humph. Morgans gritted his teeth. As the admirer and fanboy of Professor Mia, Professor William was not someone he or anybody of the fan member liked. They know that Professor William has been pestering her for a long time but they can't do anything about it. He was making trouble with Zero, only to get himself kicked out of the party by Zero. Deserved, Morgan replied delightfully, so when a commotion was taking place I got a closer look at him. He changed his hairstyle but I am pretty sure he was Zero. Clank, look, Francis points his finger at Zero, he did change his hairstyle. He was indeed the partner of Professor Mia that night, Francis confirmed after seeing Zero enter the class. If Zero had the same hairstyle as before then it could only mean Francis saw wrong, but since Zero had indeed changed his hairstyle, Francis was sure it was Zero that was with Professor Mia that night. I left him alone because he was chasing Lisa. I didn't expect him to go after our goddess. I need to teach him a lesson, Morgan told Francis angrily. You can't. Don't you remember him beating Lucas and Rowan? Are you stronger than them? Morgan didn't answer. He wasn't serious about fighting with Zero. And he did watch Zero beat the hell out of Lucas and Rowan that he doubted that he was the same person chasing after Lisa stupidly. The reason he thought Zero was stupid was that Morgan belongs to the Mia Frostein fan club. Girls other than Professor Mia were not considered beautiful by their members and the boys who chase other girls are considered stupid and blind by their club members. The fan club of Lisa, Slivia, and Professor Mia was always at odds with each other. Their own members considered their goddess to be the number one beauty, which led to the conflict with each other, similar to how fans of Messi and Ronaldo dislike each other. It has nothing to do with Lisa or Professor Mia's relationship. Nevertheless, their fans will be at each other's throats. Morgan considered Zero to be a member of Lisa's fan club, seeing that he was chasing after her like crazy. He is. Zero, really? He looks completely different, oh my god. He is totally my type. How come I didn't notice it before? He looks cool in his new hairstyle, the girls shouted excitedly. The name of Zero was changed from how it was at the start of the school to now. Zero at first became famous due to him nonchalantly chasing after Lisa. He was also nicknamed Romeo. After that, he again became the object of gossip when he mercilessly beat Lucas and Rowan. He changed from a playboy to a strong playboy. Previously, everything about Zero was negative. However, after the fight, some people changed their opinion of Zero. How bad a person you are doesn't matter. If you are strong, you will be respected by others. It is this kind of society. To be able to beat Lucas is not an ordinary feat for first-year students. Zero gained some respect from the students after that incident. Now, he changed his looks, which made him more likable, especially in the girls' eyes. Previously, Zero was not ugly, but definitely not someone you would consider handsome. Now, he looked handsome, though not as much as Hero and Zion. However, Zero's appearance was of a different type than Hero and Zion's. Hero has a cute and pretty face while Zion has a cold and handsome face. Zero looks were more charming and easygoing type than cute and handsome. While many girls preferred Hero's appearance, there were still some girls who were more attracted to the looks of the current Zero. Zero, ignoring the commotion, sat on his seat at the back of the class. He got used to getting attention and stares from his classmate. Professor Mia entered the class and took attendance as usual. The exam is only 1 month away. I hope you all are preparing well for it. If you have any questions, please ask. Is Zero your lover? Is something that most students wanted to ask right now. However, no one is brave or stupid enough to ask that question to Professor Mia. They just kept that question in their heart. It's funny how they could have asked Zero but they couldn't because they were not familiar with him. Previously, Zero in their perception was a clown who was pestering their class goddess. He never accepted challenges and refused to fight like a coward. They didn't want to make friends with a coward. But from the fight between Zero and Lucas, they know that it is not that he is a coward that he refused the fight. The brutality that he showed was contrary to their image of him being the clown. Morgan couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to confirm the things said by Francis. Morgan stood up and made his way to Zero. Francis tried to stop him. "Hey, where are you going? Don't tell me you are going to fight Zero." "Stop." Francis tried to drag him back but failed. Morgan was physically stronger due to him being an axe user and Francis being a mage. However, Francis didn't leave Morgan to go on his own. Francis has to come along in case Morgan does something too stupid. "Hey," Morgan told Zero. Morgan was standing tall and asked him in a serious tone. "Yes." Zero was taken aback by Morgan. It was not every day that someone comes to talk to Zero. Zero in a sense was a loner in this class. Zero didn't mind being a loner, rather he liked being alone. Maybe due to that, Morgan's action surprised him. "I heard you went to a party with Professor Mia. Is it true?" Zero then figured out why Morgan's was here. Zero thought Morgan had heard some rumor and came to ascertain whether the rumor was true or false. "Yes, I was with Professor Mia. The party had a lot of students and Zero knows that many have seen him with Professor Mia. Even if he is denied, the truth will be known sooner or later. And it was not like he did something wrong, so he had no problem admitting it." "Erg. Are you going out with her?" Morgan uttered while bending down and holding his hand to his chest. Morgan was acting like he had been stabbed in his heart and is on his last leg. Zero was surprised by his sudden reaction. He almost thought something happened to his body. If not for Morgan asking a question, Zero would have called a healer. "Eek. No, I am not going out with her. I went with her because she needed my help for something," Zero denied. "Ah. Really? I knew it." "Huh," Morgan exclaimed in joy. He instantly stood up and started laughing. This action made Zero think Morgan's brain has some problem. How can the Ice Enchantress go out with you? She is the youngest rank A person in history. She had rejected many proposals till date. It will be weird for her to finally go out with somebody, especially one of her students." "Absolutely. How can I deserve to go out with such a great person? Somebody must be spreading fake rumors." "Yes, you are right. I thought you were in Lisa fan club but I can see that you are Professor Mia's fan. I will give you this." Morgan happily took out a card from his pocket. The card was brightly colored and looked like an invitation card. "Zero, we will talk again next time." Morgan left the place along with Francis. Zero looked down to see what was that card. "What the hell is this?" Zero shouted. He was surprised by the card given by Morgan. The card that Morgan gave was Chapter 46 Fan Club 2, Ice Enchantress Fan Club Membership Card. That was the card given to me by Morgan's. The card contained the contact number and address of Professor Mia's fan club. I didn't know something like this existed. Though I knew that many students admired and worshipped Professor Mia, I put the card into the storage ring. Even if the card is not that useful, since Morgan's have given it to me with goodwill, or I believe he gave it to me with good intention, I had to accept it. The lecture was finished and Morgan approached me once again. "Let me show you our club room," Morgan said with a smile. I wanted to refuse, but seeing that he was doing something for me and it seems kind of rude to decline, I accepted and went with him. The club room was spacious and looked normal except that poster of Professor Mia was displayed in the entire room and they even had her toy model. There was a banner and all the items that a typical fan club of an idol has. Professor Mia is really treated as an idol by these people. Though it would be an understatement to call her idol, as she was even more beautiful than an idol. How is the place? Great, right? Morgan then went and brought a book or an album, I think. Look at the photos of Professor Mia captured by our seniors. It has all the photos of Professor Mia from when the fan club was first established. This album contains the hard work of our seniors. Hey, stop trying to say like our senior has done something great. It was just some seniors stalking Professor Mia, though I wanted to criticize the seniors for secretly taking photos. However, I can't help but be interested in the photo of younger Mia. I looked at the younger version of Professor Mia. She still looked beautiful, however, in the photo, she still had her childlike charm. Pretty, right? Yeah, I honestly admitted. Even if I don't agree with them taking her photos secretly, I had to admit that they had captured a pretty good shot of Professor Mia. If only we could recruit the people from outside the academy. We want more people to side with our quest to spread the charm of our goddess. Don't you know TwitFlick? No, there you can make a page for fan club and share your photos and video. You will be able to get many members that way. The idea I was sharing was for making pages for a fan club, which is done by many on Earth. Morgan has given me an idea to increase TwitFlick users. With some beautiful girl and idol pages, I can entice people to download the app. Heck, I will let Glenn make a page of his guild and post it on TwitFlick. No one is more popular than a hero. Glenn can be addressed as hero as he ascended to S rank. That way, the previously bad reputation due to Justin's sabotages will be gone and many people may download the app. I decided to implement that thing after I go to the Nightshade Guild. I helped Morgans to install TwitFlick and establish a fan page with the most beautiful image of Mia, my personal opinion, kept as a cover photo, and done. You can let the club member join in later and recruit a new member from TwitFlick. Then you can post on the page to instantly share your photo and video with other users. The plan that I got from there was pretty solid. I also decided to tell Glenn to record the video of them fighting the monster and uploading the video on TwitFlick. From there, I guess new users will come flocking. After training in the afternoon, I went to see Glenn at the Nightshade Guild. I called in to check whether Glenn was free since he was busy with interviews and new investors due to his rise in rank. Luckily, he was free that day. So, I went to discuss the plan. As guild under my control as per the contract, he had to do what I ask, but I don't want them to do something they don't want if it is not necessary. So, what is the benefit? Glenn asked confusedly. He didn't understand why Zero want to do that. To him, conquering dungeons and Obelisk Tower was the only thing worthwhile. First of all, it is similar to attracting people to guild using powerful figures. I am using your name to attract new users to TwitFlick. Secondly, according to the number of people that will install TwitFlick due to your guild's promotion, I will give your guild a share of the money. Of course, I will also give the money according to the views on the video. No disadvantages and only advantages of doing this. So, will you do it? I will do it, and from the looks of it, it is nothing difficult and our guild can even earn money. Glenn called upon his newly appointed secretary. Glenn needed someone who can manage paperwork due to the increased workload in the past few days. His name is Max and can be considered capable since he got the job here. I showed him how and what to do. I also went to the company to discuss promoting TwitFlick and Worldcraft. Suppression of TwitFlick has stopped after the party, since Justin's plan to gift the company to Sophia as a birthday present has failed. He stopped wasting resources in sabotaging our company. The reputation of TwitFlick was getting worse due to Justin's action. I plan to hire idols and advertise our apps on TV to overturn that bad image. Also advertise the pages of the idol as a feature of TwitFlick. And for Worldcraft, I wanted to reach more users. The thing about advertisement is the more you see the product appearing, the more you trust that company. Kyle, who is responsible for marketing in our company, accepted the plan. The next day, Morgans came running to me happily. I was freaked out by his bizarre expression. Zero, your idea was absolutely terrifying. I got 1,000 people already joining our fan club. I got a message asking me to share more photos of Professor Mia. Morgan cheerfully dragged me to the fan club room. The members' head turned towards me when I entered the room. Suddenly they all bowed their head and shouted, "Thank you for showing us the way." What the hell is this? Zero yelled in surprise. He didn't understand why they were thanking him, also in such a weird way. Zero, it is all due to you that our fan club was able to grow. The other member wanted to thank you, so I brought you here. Zero was happy to receive their appreciation but also creep out by their eccentric way to say thank you. With this, we have suppressed Lisa and Sylvia fan club. We will become the biggest fan club ever. Morgan encouragingly raised his hand and the members present supported him. Absolutely, Lisa and Sylvia fan club has only 100 members. We already have 1,000 members on Twitflick. They are nothing in front of us. It's the era of Ice Enchantress fan club, friends. We should not let our guard down. We should take this opportunity to recruit more members and give no chance to other fan clubs. Victory will be ours. Cheers. If a normal person were to see the scene, they might think Morgan and his friends are preparing to go to war with demons. Good thing that I have seen far worse things on Earth. The fans on Earth takes their love for idol to next level, and their dedication to their idol is no less than a shopkeeper's dedication to their profit. I went back to the class after such a bizarre event in the morning. But I didn't expect that rest of my days will also turn absurd. After Professor Mia completed taking attendance and her announcement, she went back to her office. I thought I will spend the rest of the day training alone when a girl approached me. Hello, Zero. Yesterday was weird enough, but today also someone came to talk to me. I just hope that it doesn't turn out like yesterday. Hello. Who is she again? Audrey Garland. That's my name, Audrey. So what is it? I heard you helped Professor Mia fan club, Audrey said while showing her menacing smile. Ah. Yes, I helped them to set up their fan club page in the Twitflick. I thought you were in with us, Lisa Goddess Club. You have betrayed Goddess Lisa for an old hag, Audrey said angrily. No, I didn't join them. I just helped them to establish a page in Twitflick. It was no good arguing with a fan member. The more you say something to them, the more unreasonable they become. Hey, can you help us to establish a page as you did with Ice Enchantress fan club? Someone interrupted before I got Audrey to respond. I am president of Princess Sylvia fan club. I heard you were the one to make a page for Morgan, IW. We also want it. This time, it was Audrey who interrupted the conversation. Both girls were looking at me, which gave me quite a pressure. I had no choice but to accept their request. And it was also good as it increases the popularity of Twitflick. I was in a good mood seeing that Twitflick was once again on its road to becoming the greatest social media app. Unaware of the danger, Chapter 47 midterm exam, I helped both the girls to establish a page in Twitflick. It was in my interest that users for Twitflick were increasing. Lisa and Sylvia are both beautiful girls and could attract lots of people if they had a fan page. And it was not easy to decline these girls, as I have already helped Morgan establish a page for his fan club. Doing so will make me look like I support Mia's fan club. Which in itself is not bad if the girls in front of me were not from their rival fan club. Since then, the popularity of Twitflick soared. After the advertisement on the TV and Nightshade Guild supporting Twitflick came to the news, the number of users installing the apps has drastically increased. The income for the past few days was astronomical, earning millions of Ethan coins. The fan page of Mia, Lisa, and Sylvia was also becoming popular with tens of thousands of followers. They have become popular on the level of national heroes. They became so well known that there was also news debating on who is more beautiful. Some news claimed Professor Mia is more pretty while others supported Lisa and Sylvia, and of course, our classmate has also seen the page of Lisa and Sylvia. The class was also murmuring about the popularity of Lisa and Sylvia. Sylvia, your fan page has tens of thousands of followers. I wish I also have this many followers. The girl had installed Twitflick way back when it was only a few weeks after the launch. She has also uploaded photos and videos of herself, but the views were not that great. She was truly jealous of Sylvia, her friend who had her page made by a fan and received lots of attention from people around the world. The photo of her had tens of thousands of likes, which is something far beyond her. You are super popular on Twitflick. People everywhere are talking about you, really? Ahahaha. Who made that? Don't let me find out or else you are in for a hard time. Sylvia for the past few days had been receiving a lot of stares from strangers, far more than her normal days. As a gorgeous girl, many people will stare at her, but in her recent days that stares have doubled. After a few investigations, she found out the cause of this situation. On the app called Twitflick, her photos had gone viral and many people had seen her photo. This caused her to have grudge against the person who had made that page. Her normal life had turned bizarre due to the page on the Twitflick. Many people were congratulating and talking about her popularity. However, not everyone was happy about her rise in fame. Sylvia and Lisa come from a prominent family who can't be offended directly, though it still didn't stop people from talking behind their back, that BTCH. She must have used her parents' money to bring people to like their page, rich people showing off their fame. They don't get tired of playing dirty, Lisa that st. She acts all innocent but sends her photos for the world to see. I can't stand those hypocrites, they must be thinking they are the most beautiful girls in the world. Always seducing men, absolutely no good girls, behind their back, girls who didn't like them and those who were jealous of them gossip about them. Since the popularity of Sylvia and Lisa rose, the number of girls who talked badly about them also increased. This led to Sylvia increasing her hatred towards the one who made that page. She couldn't find the person right now but she was eager to teach him a lesson after finding him, those pages. Lisa, did you find out who made them? Sylvia asked Lisa. Lisa has a platinum guild backing her, which had more human resources than her. It will be easier to find the owner of the pages using her guild's member, I don't know. I think it is the fan clubs in our academy that made them. Most photos were of us in school uniform. It must be one of the students of the school. Lisa, though not as angry as Sylvia, didn't like the situation she was in. To gain hatred from another girl just because of some random people uploading her photo, Zero didn't know what Lisa or Sylvia was thinking. Zero, not knowing that he made an enemy with two of the most dangerous girls in the world, was delighted after seeing the number in the bank account, equals 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 name 0 Elea account no 1978-94 balance 13,243,450 equals 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 equals. The Nightshade announced many things during the interview, revealing many things about them. One of them was that Tech Genesis, the company behind the development of TwitFlick, is under their protection. Tech Genesis is recognized as the company under the protection of Nightshade, which not only increased the fame and reputation of TwitFlick and Worldcraft but also deterred other guilds from interrupting their business. Thinking that everything is going well, I didn't expect to be confronted by Professor Mia. On one of the mornings, Professor Mia dragged me and took me to her office. I want you to remove the page of me on TwitFlick, huh? What are you talking about? I tried to pretend to not understand what she asked. I don't know whether it is speculation or she knows that I own TwitFlick, which has photos of her. Don't try to act like you don't know. I know you own the TwitFlick, and I want you to remove the page containing my photos. This row, Professor Mia was confident that I am the owner. I don't know when she knew it, but I guess she really knows that I am the owner of Tech Genesis, that I can't. Why? Because they are not breaking the law and I can't just remove it. Do it or else I will not let you off. This. Give me a break. I will owe you one if you forget about it. He can ask Morgan to delete the page, but it might lead to a backlash on TwitFlick. Then I want you to participate in the Tournament of Academies. Tournament of Academies? Why? Isn't it always third-year students that participate in the Tournament of Academies? Usually only third years will participate, but I fear they can't win. Not against the Arcane Academy, Professor said disappointingly. The strength of third years was not that great compared to previous years. The tournament will be hopeless if only third years participated. Professor Mia discussed this issue with other professors and came up with this solution. They will select some people from a second and first year student who has great potential. They will train them until the tournament and make them ready for participation. Neither can I. Zero answered. Third year strongest was at rank D, and if he didn't stand a chance, then there is no way I stand a chance. Even Hero in the novel fails to get the win. The other academy's genius was also strong, especially third year compared to our Ace Academy third year. That is true for now, but I can't be sure after 6 months. I am betting on your potential. If you promise to participate in the selection, I can consider letting you off for that page, I pondered. The Tournament of Academies will be watched by millions of people. While you can become famous with it, but the trouble will also follow you with fame. The disadvantage was too great for simply letting me off for establishing a fan page. Before I finished my sentence, Professor Mia interrupted me. You know, if you win the tournament, the Academy administration has decided to allow the winner to take any treasure from the treasurer. Really? Now, this is enticing. The treasurer of the Academy holds a lot of treasure, ranging from rank E to rank A. However, this is not why I am excited. According to the novel, that item is also there. I will do it. Good. I know you are strong, but that doesn't mean you will be selected. There are lots of seniors that are more powerful than you. You need to be able to get in top 10 in the entire school to qualify for the tournament. Professor Mia showed a worried expression. Professor Mia knows that Zero is talented, but from what she has seen, Zero likes to fool around too much. From chasing Lisa to managing a company, Zero was wasting too much time that could have been invested in training. From Professor Mia's perspective, if Zero decided to focus entirely on training, he might have been even stronger. The next thing that I need to handle before the tournament is the midterm exam. Due to parallel memory, I do know the detail of the practical exam. The practical exam will be a 5-day survival training at a place created by SS Rank Artifact. The artifact's name is Staff of Illusion. It is not a piece of equipment for humans, it is an artifact used for creating a 50 by 50 kilometers artificial environment. It is like creating a dungeon where the owner of the artifact can set the rank of the monster and the type of environment. The number of monsters that we defeat will be the point of the exam. The practical exam is easy since I know most of the detail about it. The written test was what was worrying me. I was only an average student in theories, however, this time I was a little more confident that I would be able to do better than before. History and mana theories were not hard for me. However, mathematics was the subject that I was poor in. My alternative self is a computer science student and his math is far better than my past self, so, I hope that my marks in written exams will increase. As I was good at math on Earth, even so, I could not let my guard down. Recently, I have been too busy with company and training that I didn't revise any studying material. For me to rank in the top 10, I needed to score high in both written and practical exams. The midterm will be held in less than 1 month, and I had to study the exam material during that period. The things at the company have stabilized and the company is doing well. I didn't need to be present there all the time. From that day I focused on studying and training. I also purchased lots of herbs for increasing ranks. With tens of millions of Ethan coins in my pocket, I didn't need to worry about the money. I will be exhausted every time after studying and training day and night. I always had to drag my exhausted body to bed. I also dozed off multiple times during the class. I could take potions to recover my stamina, but unless you desperately need it, it is always good to let your body recover naturally. The effectiveness of the potion could decrease if you use it constantly. Anyway, the preparation for the exam was going well and even my rank has been increasing steadily. I was confident of making it into the top 10 in the midterm. Chapter 48 Midterm Exam 2. First was the written exam, which will be conducted in the course of 1 week. The students had dark circles under their eyes. Probably due to pulling an all-nighter to study before the test. I was no exception. To make sure that I can score as high as possible, I also stay up all night. After the written test, people who didn't do well were screaming and making noises. What is with mana theory questions? How to withstand a lack of mana? What is the best way to bring a mana core to stabilize? I can't do it anymore. I am dying from information overload. I think I have failed a big time. I left the answer sheet empty. Please, no more. And no more studying. The student who didn't study or didn't do well in their exam can be seen complaining and screaming outside the exam hall. In any case, the written exams ended without much trouble. I, personally think that I did well in the written exam. There were some questions that I couldn't understand at all, but overall I think that the exam went well. After all the written exams, including maths, there were 3 more subjects. We had a few days off to rest before the practical exam started. No prior information was given before the practical exam, and the only instruction we got was to gather at 8 a.m. in front of the training ground on Monday. However, I know that the practical exam is a survival test. We are asked to gather on the training ground to take us to the dungeon created by the Staff of Illusion. It was going to be 5 days survival inside the dungeon. The objective of the exam is for students to be able to cope with any unexpected situation. The exam will start the moment professor completes his instruction. No time will be given to take extra equipment or any other things that you might need. However, I had prepared food, water, tents, and other items beforehand. I bought the items from the store by searching for items and buying them, which was cumbersome. I missed the convenience of online shopping, which was not here in Idolas. I stored the items in the spatial ring. I spend the rest of the time doing some light exercises. I refrain from training intensively in case I get injured before the exam even began. Now, concentrate. Monday finally arrived. It was the day the practical exam would begin. I went to the gathering place, which was filled with students. I'm a bit nervous. I don't think I have done well in the written exam. This last exam is the only hope for me to pass. Will it be a duel like last year? I hope I will rank in top 100, the students were murmuring amongst themselves. Most appeared to be nervous and anxious. While some were showing excitement for the upcoming exam, now that the exam is right under my nose, I also began to feel a little worried. Not that I will do bad or fail, just that seeing surroundings people nervous also makes me feel a little nervous. Please be quiet. I will explain what you need to do in the exam. A professor stood on the podium and started to explain the rules for the exam. In a few minutes, you will all be sent into a dungeon. You will have to stay there for 5 days. Whether you team up with someone or be alone is up to you. You will have to hunt for your own food and find water. At the professor's unanticipated words, the students began to get noisy. The survival test. That's new. Will we get time to prepare? Stay in a dungeon for 5 days. Isn't it too dangerous? The students can't help but be nervous at the word of the professor. The objective of the exam is for you to survive and hunt monsters, which will be counted as your points. The number of points you get will be your score for your practical exam. If you are thrown out from the dungeon, which will happen when you encounter a life-threatening situation, no matter the point, you will automatically fail. The professor's explanation continued for a while. The professor explained that students can rob each other's things, get points for defeating other students, and also can work together to take out monsters. Basically, anything goes, and the only rule is you have to survive for 5 days. The rank of monsters are F, E, and D. In addition to that, there is 5 rank D boss monster, which is 100 points each. Once the professor's explanation ended, heavy tension emerged between students. The student was not talking to each other. It will be likely that students will fight each other once they are teleported into the dungeon. However, not everyone was that paranoid about the situation. Some students found that it will be much easier to pass the test if they form a group, but most of the top students decided on being alone. Being in a team means sharing points after killing the monster. Though it was easier to kill monsters in a team, however, it will be a waste of time to hunt a monster together. It will more efficient to find the monster separately rather than going after one monster in groups. Row. Students would now be teleported inside the dungeon one by one. Students, come according to your rank: Hero Ernest, Zion Maxwell, Lisa Kielpas, Slivia Mavis, Tom. The place that we will spawn will be randomly in the dungeon. The professor continued to call out names. And finally, my turn came: Zero Elea, Alia Sharp, Morris Schofield, Cheyenne Acosta, Lillian Hill, Frankie Henson. I got in front of the portal and stepped into it. My body was sucked in by the force of the portal. Whoosh. Thud. I opened my eyes to see different scenery from seconds ago. The environment inside the dungeon is the same as described in the novel. It has a forest, similar to the Bloody Wolf Forest. The only difference was that it was colder here than there. However, the cold was not uncomfortable for me since I practice ice art. My body resistance toward cold is a lot higher than other people's. The scenery inside the dungeon was absolutely lovely, with snowy mountains and green trees. The job I had to do after finishing the survey of the place was to find a hunting spot. I should find a hunting spot. It will be most efficient if you know where the most monster is found in the area. Unlike others, I didn't have to waste my time in search of food and drinking water. As for the shelter, I have a tent and all my sleeping equipment in my spatial ring. Currently, I was in the middle of a jungle. There were trees surrounding all 4 sides. For now, the place didn't have any monsters, the priority right now was to get out of this forest and find higher ground to get a better view of the area. I decided to head north where it was mountainous. I needed to find a place with a source of water. The monsters are likely to appear near rivers and places with food. Before long, I encounter Basilisk, a ranky monster. They were swift and their attacks were poisonous. Its length was 5 meters and looked as the body was covered in stone. The monster would not die even if its body was chopped off. The sure way to kill Basilisk was to destroy its head. Hiss, Basilisk sprang into action. It opened its mouth wide and leaped into the air and tried to bite me. I dodged its attack by dashing to the side and counterattacked. Shadow style, shadow slash, the attack was precisely hit, severing the head with its body. However, even after beheading the Basilisk, the monster was not dead. Hiss, but it was no problem since all I had to do was cut his head apart. Slash, that went well. I continued to walk in the north direction before the place started to go from forest to rocky areas. I explored the area and was searching for a river or any kind of water source where the probability of encountering the monster was high. It was no sooner that I managed to find a lake where a lone wolf was drinking water. I took advantage of the situation by attacking him first. Shadow style, shadow slash, the lone wolf died. The lone wolf's specialty is speed. As long as you can restrict his speed or find a way to sneak attack, lone wolf was not that tough. I hid in a place near the lake and waited for the monsters to come. After a few hours, the scorching sun had set, and darkness descended on the dungeon. In the last few hours, I managed to kill one group of goblins consisting of 5 goblins and 2 more basilisk. After defeating the last monster, which was Basilisk, I decided to rest. I set up an alarm system around the place where I want to sleep. The alarm would ring when a monster or any movement is detected within 10 meters of its radius. I took out my tent from my spatial ring, which was rectangular shaped. The item was a rank F item that could be turned into a tent when imbued with mana. Swish, the artifact started to expand and formed into a big tent. I entered the tent. It was spacious inside the tent and could easily fit 10 people. I went outside to cook the food. I took out the portable grill and packaged meat from the spatial ring and started cooking it. Chowing down the tasty meat, I almost felt sorry for other students that must be starving right now. Finding food and water is one of the biggest difficulties of this test. However, here I am eating meat bought from the store. After eating, I decided to get some sleep. I jumped on the bed and started to sleep peacefully. Chapter 49 Midterm Exam 3. Meanwhile, other students, they had been trying to find food and drinkable water immediately after being teleported to this dungeon. Some students met each other on the first day and decided to team up, while others fought each other for food and water. While some students managed to get something to eat from the forest, other students had been starving for the whole day. I can't go on. We had no food and water for the whole day and I have been fighting all the time too. SHT. Why only goblins? Why not Red Bull? We could eat them but not goblins. I can't go on for long. We need to find a place to sleep. Unlike Zero, most students were caught unprepared for the survival test. Floyd, Timothy, and Hussian, the 3 of them were lucky to meet each other who was friends on their day but also kind of unlucky because none of them possess any survival skill. In this test, students have to find edible vegetation but 3 of them don't know what they can eat and what they cannot eat. They also have an option to hunt monsters for their meats. However, not every monster can be eaten. Some don't have meat while some are poisonous and some look like a human, so, finding monsters that can be eaten was also difficult. They traveled for the whole day and only encountered goblins. However, even if you have hunted edible monsters like Red Bull and Dark Bear, there was a need of butchering them. It will be difficult for inexperienced students like Floyd, Timothy, and Hussian to obtain meat from monsters. They had to skin the monster and also remove bones and other inedible parts. The test was particularly harsh on those students who always did indoor training and didn't have much experience in dungeons. The 3 of them gave up finding food and walked in the middle of the night in search of a suitable place to sleep. While searching, they were stunned by what they saw in front of them. Portable grill with water bottle near it and a huge tent to sleep in. There was also a tiny smell of roasted meat in the air. Floyd, Timothy, and Hussian couldn't comprehend what they are seeing for a moment because the scene in front of them was too frustrating for them. The three of them have been suffering for the whole day with no food and water, and here was someone who had been treating this place as a camping ground, bringing in his tent, having a grill and water bottle indicated that the person had all the equipment for surviving in wild. They can't help but be angry at the owner of the tent. What was the point of their suffering? Is it not that all students have been suffering like them? Is it only them that have been suffering for a whole day? How can someone prepare all this stuff without having any prior information? How can this test be so unfair? All those questions were popping into their head and they felt betrayed by someone. It is like they had been trying their best not to waste water in a desert, but someone was swimming in the pool. They, however, knew that the frustration and anger they felt were not important. What they wanted to do next was what was important. I say we rob the guy, Floyd suggested to his friends. Let us just ask him to help us. I don't want to make enemies unnecessarily, Timothy responded, feeling that robbing was too much and getting food without trouble was much better. Idiot. Today, he might help you, but what about tomorrow and the next day? He, himself wouldn't have that much food and water. There is also a probability that he might not help us at all. Floyd scolded Timothy. He felt Timothy was stupid for thinking that another student is going to help him. This was an exam for God's sake, it was every student for himself. If not for Timothy still being useful to him, he might have already abandoned him. We shouldn't miss this perfect chance to sneak attack while he is still sleeping. Why should we ask and share when we can take all his stuff? What if the person is a powerful student like Hero and Zion? There is no way I can win against them, Hussein cautioned Floyd. What are the chances of that person being one of the top students? And even if that person is Hero, we three can probably beat him. He might be strong, but we outnumber him. Floyd bragged. Floyd, Timothy, and Hussein were from a different class than Hero. While they do know that Hero is powerful, but they didn't think he alone can beat them all. Then Floyd started to explain the plan to his two teammates, BRRINNGG. BRRINNG, suddenly waking me up in the night was the alarm sound. I thought that some monsters might have entered the area accidentally. However, instead of a monster, I found 3 students. I quietly observed them. While they were not approaching me, but I could see that they were planning something. From the mana aura that I sense, I could tell that 3 of them were at rank E-. They are probably average students of Ace Academy. That is, they were neither too powerful nor a weakling who is stuck in rank F. However, I don't see their sneak attack working on me. Reason, status, status name, 0 Elea, rank, E, strength, D, speed, D, stamina, E, mana, D, row, luck, B, charm, A, skill, rank SS, parallel memory, a skill that enables the user to get memories of their alternative self from another world. Side effect. The user may sometimes be overwhelmed by the emotion and personality of the alternative self. Art, LVL3, Shadow Style Proficiency, Proficient, art that enables the user to use the sword as. If the sword is a shadow, the sword slash will be faster and stronger than a normal swing. After mastering the shadow style, the user will be able to move and attack using the shadow. LVL9, Cryomancy, Proficient, magic art is said to have been made by the strongest ice mage in history after fighting the ice dragon. The user will be able to use ice magic to freeze the enemy to death. The ice-related skill will be twice effective and the user will gain tolerance to cold. After mastering the cryomancy, the user may be able to freeze the world. LVL6, Dual Art, Beginner, a unique art created by Zero. The art combines 2 art into 1. The power and effect depend on the art that has been combined. Yeah, I rank up last week and reached rank E, which was the same as Hero. Not only that, my proficiency in cryomancy art has finally reached the proficient level. The skill that I comprehended when reaching the proficient level is called Ice Embodiment. Ice Embodiment skill allows users to embody ice, having a natural affinity and physiology of ice. They would be able to take the form of any entity or object made of ice, like Yukiana, Snow Women. At the pinnacle, users are all powerful in ice magic, possessing absolute and limitless control and immunity of ice. Doing absolutely anything with it. This is a powerful skill that I can use to increase My defense and attack power. My body gets covered in ice, making my defense higher, and I can manipulate the ice on my body to become anything I want. I can make it into a sharp object for attacking. While using the ice embodiment, the level of control on ice energy increases tremendously. The only drawback of the skill was mana consumption. Even when I have a higher mana capacity than other people, I can only last 1 minute using this skill. Another skill was called Cryo Bomb, which was also incredibly useful. The user can create explosive constructs with freezing properties. Instead of a fiery blast, the bombs rapidly disperse heat, freezing liquids and coating objects in ice, including icicles to impale the target. I can also set up the cryo bomb like a landmine, and if the enemy comes near it, either it will automatically attack the enemy or I can activate it with my mana. After a few seconds, they started making their move. I know that they are either here to steal or defeat me. If they are here for other things, they wouldn't be so sneaky, and also I don't think the students are that kind-hearted to spare someone who is sleeping and have all these resources. I already implanted the cryo bomb near the entrance of the tent. I was just waiting for them to come near and activate the cryo bomb. Thud. Thud, boom. Boom. Crack, the cryo bomb was activated. I went out to see whether the enemies have been defeated. When I came in front of the tent, I found 2 students frozen fully, but the last one was only frozen in half of his body. Most likely he was behind those 2 students, or he used some kind of defensive artifact to protect himself. Whatever the reason may be, he lost his chance to defeat me. He can hardly defeat me at his full power, not to mention he is half frozen right now. Yo you, Floyd shouted in anger. Yes. What is it? How dare you? You will pay for this, maybe. But not this time, I replied to his loser speech. They tried to sneak attack me and now they are blaming me for attacking them. Can you be more reasonable? Swish. Swish, suddenly, 2 lights shone on the 2 frozen students' bodies, and the 2 students who were completely frozen disappeared. It might have been dangerous for them if they had stayed like that for a few minutes. The students were thrown out of the dungeon. Now, only a half-alive enemy is left. Time for you to join your friends. I got closer to Floyd. PL, please, spare me. I will do everything you say, please. Floyd had thrown away his pride. If he is eliminated here, he will surely fail. He didn't want to be outcast by his classmate. He was one of the top 100 students in the academy. You should have thought that when you attacked me. It might have been me if I was caught off guard, or if they were stronger than me. Would they let me off if I was the one in their position? I don't think so, and it was not like they are dying for real. They will just fail the exam and might need to repeat the year, or Ace Academy might even conduct another exam to pass them. Anyway, I was not interested in knowing what will happen to them. No, please, no. My parents work for a gold-graded guild. I will give you 10,000 Ethan coins. Not interested. Kryik. I put my hand on his unfrozen shoulder and started to freeze him, and soon after he also disappeared. Please let this be the end for today. I don't want to be interrupted again. I once again jumped on the bed and slept. Please let me have a good sleep. Chapter 50 Salamander. On the second day, I hunted for quite a while in that spot, but the number of monsters has started to decrease. The point that I earned was about 20 on the second day. It was quite a good pace if you are aiming for top 20, but it was a little low if you are trying to get into the top 10. In the novel, Hero manages to get 163 points, Zion gets 155 points, and Lisa and Sylvia get 140 points, putting them in first, second, and third position respectively. I decided to go kill one of the rank D boss monsters. A point of 120 would be enough for me to be pushed into the top 10 rank. Finding the rank D boss monster's location was not a problem since I had a general idea of where they could be. The only thing left to do was for me to go to that place and kill the boss monster. However, killing the rank D boss monster alone was very difficult. Heck, even a team of 10 students would get wiped out in an instant if they are not careful. Even Hero and Zion struggle a lot. Only Lisa and Sylvia have an easier time because they team up to defeat the boss in the novel. I decided to head towards the lava area to battle the salamander, who is the rank D boss monster. It is a fire-type monster and its weakness is ice and water-type attacks. Having the best ice art in the entire world, I should be able to defeat Salamander. As far I know, Hero and other students keep the boss monster as their last prey, it is because they would not be able to hunt for more monsters if they are injured or exhausted from fighting the boss monster. Therefore, it was a good choice to keep hunting the boss monster last. It was a better option to get injured and exhausted in the last fight than on the first day. At least, you will have some points from the 4 days hunt. I will also start fighting with Salamander on the last day of the exam. If I am unable to defeat it, then I will run and hide until the exam is over. I would still have some points to give me good rankings. The dungeon is divided into 5 parts, 3 are mountains that are rocky, snowy, and lava, and there are 2 terrains of forest and desert. I started to travel to the location of Salamander on the 3rd day. Clank. Clank. As I was going through the mountain areas I heard the sound of swords clashing. I got closer to have a look. Be starred. How dare you steal our foods, your food? When did I ever? Clank. Clank. Clearly, the Red Bull was injured by our team. You took it when it ran away from us. Clank. Clank. Huh. You couldn't handle the monster by yourself and now you are blaming us for taking it. It was a dispute over the resources. The 2 teams were fighting over some monster meat. I ignored their fight and continued to walk. I encountered another 2 teams fighting. Most people had formed a group after they met with their acquaintance. After all, staying in a group increases the chance of survival. Only a handful of people were alone, either they had no friend like me or they were too powerful like Hero. I reached the lava area in about 3 hours of traveling. During that period I met 2 rank D, Lava Golem, and 1 Basilisk. Lava Golem is a big guy that can take a lot of damage. He spews lava from his mouth and even creates a rock wall made of obsidian. He can also melt objects he touches. Fighting this guy with a bare hand was a no-no. Just touching that guy would inflict damage to your body. However, it was not that difficult for a cryomancy user. It would have been a piece of cake if I was in the same rank as the monster. The fight took some time, as I slowly damaged the lava golem with cryomancy art. Similar to the fighting style I used for defeating Giant Origin Labyrinth of Goblin, his speed was on the level of a rank E monster which made it easier to dodge his attacks. The only thing I needed to beware of was the fireball that he spewed. It would have been difficult to handle that attack without the ice wall's skill. The entrance to the salamander was found after 1 more hour of searching. Salamander resides inside the cave. I decided to fight the boss monster on the last day of the exam. Right now, was finding a spot to sleep and hunt monsters for 2 more days. 2 more days went by and the point that I collected was around 50, which was enough for me to land in top 50. Today was the last day of the exam and I got ready to finally face the rank D boss monster, Salamander. I walked up to the entrance of the Salamander's cave. Here I go. I entered the cave slowly, paying attention to my surroundings and heightening my senses. At that moment, Quack, I heard a loud scream from the cave. 2 persons were running away from the cave and left. They were so scared that they didn't even notice me when running away. I glanced at them but I didn't know who they were. I continued going deeper inside the cave. Cowards, Misha shouted after 2 of her team members ran away in fear from the salamander. Misha was hunting alone when the 4 of the students has reached out to her. She wasn't interested in teaming up since Jareth was also with them. Jareth, like William, was a snobbish person. His rank was high, probably from all the elixir that his rich parents gave him, but he was lacking when it came to battle. His art was of water magic and he would never fight someone directly. He would only attack from the rear, but 5 of them were classmates and she had a better chance of defeating the rank D boss monster with more people. Therefore, she decided to team up for the sake of defeating rank DS boss. They came fully prepared to take on the salamander. The battle was tough but they could still manage to endure until Jareth and Bonnie abandoned the team. Bonnie was the support mage while Jareth was a water mage responsible for attacking and defending the team. The 2 were supposed to stay behind and protect them from Salamander's attack. However, the salamander managed to penetrate their defense and hit the 2 mages behind. The salamander came near the 2 fallen mages and roared, "Jo!" The salamander roar was resembling an earthquake and had the effect of inducing fear in the opponent. The salamander slammed its tail on Jareth and Bonnie, but Misha was quick enough to defend them by blocking the attack with her sword, Spurt. the attack was blocked but the impact of the blow had injured Misha. Misha ended up splurting some blood from her mouth. Not only that, after hearing the roar, Jareth and Bonnie were so scared that they had fled from the battle, leaving the 3 teammates behind. The 2 was young master, having been protected by others since young. They have never encountered a life-threatening situation, and when Salamander got too close to them and roared, they could see their dead flash before their eyes, and they became so scared that they couldn't think of anything other than escaping from that place. Dodge, Jade warned Misha and Jenna when Salamander was about to attack with its fire breath. It was one of the terrifying attacks of Salamander that covered a large area and melts even the rock upon hit. Though Misha and Jenna reacted quick enough to dodge the attack before too late, the Salamander was just getting started. The Salamander opened its mouth wide and started pouring out a current of lava like torrent. The lava covered the whole place and blocked the exit of the cave. The 3 of them were attackers, with Misha having a sword, Jade using a bow and arrow, and Jenna using a spear. They couldn't block the Salamander attacks. If Jareth was present, he might have been able to do something about the lava with his water magic, but since he has fled, the current team had no choice but to dodge Salamander's attacks. The Salamander's first target was Misha, who was slowed down by her injuries. After arriving in front of her in an instant, it brandishes its tail, slamming down and swinging sideways. Misha focused completely on dodging the Salamander's attacks. Jade tried to distract the Salamander with her arrow, but it was ignored by the Salamander. The Salamander used its fire breath on Misha. Misha quickly sprang back, but the Salamander was not done yet. Salamander used its lava around her. Misha found herself trapped between the lava. In front of her, the Salamander opened its mouth wide and was about to breathe fire. Is this it? I thought I improved a lot after the Bloody Wolf incident. I reached rank E and my skill proficiency had also ranked up. Still, I am too weak. I don't want to die yet. Fear had taken over her mind. Though they know that they will not die for real, but when death is in front of you, you can't help but be afraid of it. She watched as the lava was about to be fired off from the mouth of Salamander. Misha, Jade and Jenna shouted. They were not able to come near them due to the lava surrounding Misha and Salamander. CRRR, just when the horrifying lava was about to be shot from Salamander's mouth. With its mouth open, the Salamander stopped moving. Salamander had an enraged expression, but it could not move as ice started to appear on its body. Someone entered the cave and asked, "Need some help?"